From Banished Alchemist to Master of Puppets. Volume 1, by Masquerade Audiobooks. 1. She was fired from the laboratory. You're fired, Piria Electo. We don't need you in this laboratory if you can't obey orders. That day, the senior sorcerer Vane was screaming at his subordinate, Piria. Fired at those words, Piria's red eyes grow wide. She looks down, her long silver hair shakes. The Royal Institute of Magic, the people who work at this facility where the best mages gathered, were called court magicians. The senior sorcerers are those with the most outstanding abilities. This aristocrat, Vane, gained that title and had unrivaled power and influence since. Moreover, compared to Piria, who's just a mage and a commoner, the differences in their statuses meant that Piria was always below Vane, and they were never on equal standing. I don't think there's a reason for me to be fired, Piria says. Are you going against me now? Vane asks. You're courageous, you should have followed my orders. What was with your being unable to finish your work by the end of the day? You have too much work, you can't sleep. Don't say such ridiculous things. A court magician could do all of that. But the others can vouch that I've always been on schedule, Lord Vane. Piria starts. Don't make excuses, Vane cried as he kicked Piria's desk with all his might. The Gatin echoes in the room. Piria shakes from the sound. Do you think I didn't know you're building puppets as a hobby? Vane asked. It's just like a commoner to be entertained by the likes of puppet shows. You had time to make such things, but you can't spend it at work. I was just assembling that little by little on the days I could go home early, Piria says. Silence, don't make excuses for your incompetence, Vane yelled. I thought I just told you to stop playing with puppet magic like a child. But I'm good at it and I can use it here, Piria says. It's the same thing when we went hunting for the prince the other day, Vane growled. Do you think you can support us with puppet magic? You can't possibly think that it was because of you that the prince was in such good shape. Actually, that's because I tampered with the bodies of His Highness and Lord Vane. I strengthened. Do you think that? Vane said. Haha, that's ridiculous. I'm not surprised you're tampering with your memories. Won't the prince be disappointed that such a useless, worthless commoner like yourself carries the name of this institute? Lord Vane, didn't you notice anything different? Piria asks. Now then, Piria, you're a wretch who keeps making excuses while ignoring reality, Vane says, ignoring her. It's a fantasy to defeat a monster. In this world, there were two types of enemies of humanity. One is a demon beast. It was an animal with mana, becoming ferocious due to the influence of magic, and often attacks people as a result. However, since their sizes range from tens of centimeters on the lower end and about 5 meters on the larger end, they were enemies that magicians could subdue. On the other hand, monsters can reach up to 10 meters on the lower end and hundreds of meters tall for the larger end. They possess enormous amounts of mana, and even if you field a large army or confront them with a first-class magician, they cannot compete. To escape these threats, humanity now only lives within narrow barriers. You think you're on the right track because you've become a court magician, Vane said. Humans who aren't even senior sorcerers, much less commoners, defeating monsters. Ha, don't make me laugh, and you're still holding onto such fantasies. I'm finished lecturing you. What do you have to say for yourself? I'm sorry. It should have been, thank you very much. Vane kicked Piria's desk again. As Piria's colleagues see how frightened she is, they grin. Now then, no more talk, Vane yells. You're leaving anyway, never dare show your face before me again. Vane left the lab without another word. The room was quiet. Shortly after the doors were closed behind Vane, Piria's colleagues started rushing towards her and called out to her in concern. Thank you for all you've done for us so far, Piria, the floor manager said. Piria asks. We can't do a thing about Lord Vane going on off on you that. Aren't I? Piria said. From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry we won't have the pleasure of working with you anymore, her manager said. All right, Piria says as her shoulders slump. Whatever they say, Vane had absolute power. Now that Piria was fired, they had no choice but to obey. Piria Electo was an 18-year-old girl with long silver hair and red eyes. She was born in a poor town out in the countryside. There was a puppet show she saw when she was little. It was an inspiring story about a giant defeating a monster and saving people, which made her want to become a court magician. after she became the disciple of another mage and undergoing intense studies and special training. She passed the exam, which was said to be impossible for commoners to succeed at. Even though the aristocrats gave her cold looks, she made her dreams a reality. However, what was waiting for her was a harsh reality. After entering the Royal Institute of Magic and becoming a subordinate of Vane, she was forced to do massive amounts of work. Plans to strengthen the barriers protecting the cities, improving healing magic to deal with epidemics, analyzing the ecology and weaknesses of demon beasts, develop more powerful attack magic, and eventually develop magic tools to aid the royals' sleep. The projects were diverse. It's ridiculous to impose this amount of work, and more so on newcomers. It was clear that there was harassment due to Pyria being a commoner. However, her colleagues didn't want to attract Vane's ire as well, so they couldn't help her out properly, so Pyria's overtime inevitably increases. Pyria has desperately done her work for 2 years up till today. Finally, my dreams have come true. If I have to work harder, I'll work harder. My limits are not yet my limits. That's what she told herself as she worked overtime several hours every day, sometimes skipping on sleep, and of course, cutting down the time for her hobby making puppets. And though she always finished her work by the last minutes, "You're always late, that's why commoners can't be trusted with this work," Vane always yelled at her. It was what she faced every day. Of course, Pyria's reputation didn't improve, and her salary remained unchanged. Vane, on the other hand, gained all manner of accolades because of Pyria's work, and his salary seemed to be rising. Pyria once asked, "Can you at least raise my overtime rates?" But after being yelled at for being an ungrateful employee, Vane increased her overtime work even further. On the other hand, Vane was increasingly liked by the royal family due to the speed and the quality of their commissioned projects. Why wouldn't anyone acknowledge her hard work? Still, regardless of all that, how many times had she convinced herself not to give up? But in the end, the only thing waiting for her was dismissal. Everything, her patience and work till now, had all gone to waste. Pyria left the lab with her belongings in her hands and the applause of her colleagues behind her. Then, she walked towards the exit of the institute. The further down the corridor she walks, the more loneliness fills her heart. My dreams are going to end like this. Her parents supported Pyria's dream. Their fellow villagers also supported Pyria and told her she could become a court magician. Her friends also supported her with all their might. One day, when she became successful, she'd bring everyone in the village to the royal capital. Pyria dreamed of that. What do I tell them? Everything she considered, as she thought, and mulled it over only made her feel worse. She arrived before her house. It was in an unusual place to live, a warehouse on the edge of the royal capital. It also doubled as the workshop for her puppet-making hobby. "Ah, I want to touch my little golem and be healed right away," Pyria mutters. Golem was what she called the puppet she'd made. The name was the same as the giant from the puppet show she watched as a child. A puppet is a body made of metal that conducts or amplifies mana from a magic stone. Its form can be humanoid, animal-shaped, or vehicle-shaped rather than a living creature. And the person who practices puppet magic to manipulate them is called a puppeteer. Generally, puppet magic was only used for puppet shows, so high-ranking mages like court magicians oftentimes ridicule it, especially for aristocrats like Vane, who valued the dignity of mages above all else. Even if it was just a hobby, it was an object of contempt. But for Pyria, it was her life's passion. A rugged body, the majestic angular head reminiscent of a knight's helmet, red eyes that glow when mana courses through them, powerful arms that could crush even mountains, and strong legs that shake the earth with each step. She's drooling just imagining it. Wawati, what is this? And that is why Pyria was so shocked to see this scene before her. Perhaps because Vane knew how she would react, Pyria suspected he was behind this as well. "Why? Why is my little golem missing?" Pyria shouted before the empty warehouse. There was neither shadow nor shape of the huge puppet she had been steadily building using her salary. After hearing Pyria's cry, the warehouse's caretaker walked up to her and said, "Ah, that's because Lord Vane asked me to dispose of it. I hired a contractor to carry it off. That was one of my personal belongings," Pyria yelled. "Even still, I can't go against Lord Vane's orders." "Where is it?" Pyria asked. If I can make it in time, I can stop the sale, right? It was hours ago, so I think it's already out of the royal capital, the caretaker said. Isn't that puppet just junk that's too big and worthless? Just don't bother. His tone is cold as inside his heart, he looks down on commoners like Piria. So do the other residents. The royal capital is an area where only aristocrats leave with few exceptions. One of them was Piria, who had no allies here. That was why her golem was a source of support. But now, why? Piria drops to her knees. I've been doing my best for the past 2 years, why is this? Her chest floods with despair. She can't turn away from the reality she refused to face before. I became a court magician, why is this happening? It was now both her childhood dream and the reason they were crushed. All I was working for, what did it all come to? Ooh. Her heart broken and with nothing left to lose, Piria bursts into tears. Before that empty warehouse, she kept crying till sunset. 2. She has no money. As soon as Piria exited the main gate of the royal capital, the huge doors behind her closed. The royal capital of the kingdom was protected by an especially strong barrier. It was located in the center, where the monsters were least likely to attack. Hence, only the highest-ranking aristocrats were allowed to live there. Piria wouldn't normally be allowed to pass through that gate, and now they would never open for her again. She was no longer a court mage, so she wasn't allowed to wear her uniform robes. As of the moment, she was wearing a cape-up top and a skirt underneath, one of the few everyday clothes she owns. It's cold. As soon as Piria stepped out of the royal capital, the temperature suddenly dropped, probably because was out of the barrier's weather control. Autumn is ending and winter is approaching. It's already snowing in some places. Moreover, the sky is getting dark and the night was coming. Pelia was dressed too lightly. She would have loved to use a carriage to get around. Ooh, my little golem was taken and they charged me for it too. Piria sniffles and tears up. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and soon her vision cleared. Shortly before she left, the disposal workers approached Piria and took most of her money. She was originally devoting herself to golem development. Now she was forced to make the best of what little was left. Even if she walked to the nearest town, let alone hired a carriage, it was doubtful she would have money for lodgings. It's pitch black. The road ahead is covered in the dark of night, as if it were an omen of Piria's future. Only the streetlights installed at regular intervals provide light to that lonely road. Probe, a town south of the royal capital. Its settlement rank was it was midnight when Piria arrived. Her aim was an employment agency that wouldn't refuse anyone that could fulfill their contracts, the Adventurers Guild. But obviously, it's not open at midnight. With no money at hand, Piria crouched down before the entrance and waited until the guild opened in the morning. As the sun rose, so did the number of passers-by. Piria noticed the guild wasn't even open yet, but there were plenty of strong people gathering around her. It seems everyone was coming early to get better contracts. And finally, the guild opens. As the guild often attracted roguish people, they didn't allow Piria to enter even though she was in line first. Owawawa, please let me through. Piria manages to get inside, as she's being swept along by the crowds. She immediately made her way to the counter and called a clerk's attention. The clerk looked at her lazily. I'm taking a contract for the first time, Piria said. Can you please issue me an adventurer's card? An adventurer was someone who makes their living doing contracts for the guild. These range from transporting goods, security escorts, collecting herbs, mining ore, and exterminating demon beasts. You don't have to accept all the kinds of requests, as some make livings collecting herbs and some daredevils specialize in demon beast extermination. In short, even if you say you're an adventurer, it could mean you had all manner of careers. Since Piria had adventurer friends, she knew the ins and outs of the work and the existence of the adventurer's card. However, the clerk just looks flatly and stays silent. She's reluctant to hand over the necessary documents. About the adventurer's card, Piria asked. Are you a new adventurer, Missy? The large man standing behind Piria says as he slaps his hand on her shoulder. Hi, Piria yelps. Your outfit says you're a magician, but it's dangerous to be a solo adventurer. It looks like you're pretty confident. What kind of magic do you use? It's puppet magic, Piria replied. Hey, did you just hear that? The man said. She's using puppet magic. You can only use that to entertain kids, right? Ahahaha. As the man laughed, the clerk was also shaking with amusement. No way, no how, you can't be an adventurer just by playing shows to kids, the man said. I'm in trouble if I can't get work, Piria said. I don't have any money. Would you like me to introduce you to a goods store? The man asked. You look young, missy, and you've got a pretty good body. I think you'll make a lot of money, yeah. No, I want to be an adventurer, Piria said. I'm just trying to help you out, you should take my advice. I don't want it. Clerk, I'm getting adventurer's card soon, aren't I? Piria said. Another way to join is fine too. Piria had already noticed it. Both the man and the clerk weren't taking her seriously. She called out the guild staff at the other counters, but she got no response. As Piria clenches her teeth and endures the rising fear from this unfriendly atmosphere, the man grabs her shoulder roughly. If you really want to be an adventurer, the man started, there's a test. You've got to fight. Take me on and win and you pass. If I win, will you give me an adventurer's card? Piria asked. Oh, of course, the man said, but if you lose, I can't guarantee your safety. I understand, I'll fight you, Piria said, nodding. Then the clerk finally spoke up. Stop, don't you know who he is? I don't, but if that's what I have to do, Piria said. I'm the rank adventurer Ruvilos, the man said. This town is my group's base, and I'm a member of the Bloody Hyenas. My hobby is crushing newcomers, so that's why they call me the gatekeeper. Do you need to give that title? Piria said. It just makes you sound bad. If you don't realize who's bad news, the hyenas aren't the only ones who will chew up newcomers like you, the clerk said. Well, I'm not cruel enough to stop the girl from giving you an out, Ruvilos said. No matter how ignorant you are, you should understand the power of a rank adventurer. What do you want to do? It feels like Ruvilos is pressuring Piria to back out. It may be his offering mercy. In that case, I'll still take you on because I've got no other choice, Piria said. Piria doesn't change her mind, the clerk is confused, Ruvilos is obviously in a wicked mood. Missy, I can't hold back for you, he said. Please be gentle with me. Piria said as her already small body shrinks, she goes outside with Ruvilos. At the front of the guild, Piria and Ruvilos face each other. It wasn't just the adventurers who were in the building who were watching, but passers-by seeing what the fuss was all about. The rubberneckers all stand together. Hey, Ruvilos is crushing a newbie again. Isn't his opponent a girl? Is he going to go all out? Look at his face, that guy's serious. Ruvilos drew the long sword on his waist, not paying attention to the audience freely chatting among themselves. What are your weapons? He asked Piria. If you're a puppeteer, why aren't you bringing out a puppet? I have none, I'll just use my bare hands, Piria replied. Ha, I'm sure I'm going to beat you then, lady. I don't know if you'll regret this. Ruvilos brought his sword down towards Piria. The magic used by swordsmen is for improving physical strength, to make their slashes more powerful, or to attack at longer distances. With Ruvilos, his sword unleashes a crescent moon flying right at Piria. It takes 0.1 seconds to hit. Piria leaned to the side and dodged it. Did you just dodge that? Ruvilos asked. Then I'll have to use them in a row. As he said, Ruvilos swings his sword at a speed impossible to see. He's a swordsman who excels at speed. I wonder, Piria thought. How many magic users are rank adventurers? Piria wanted to find out for the sake of her plans. As the sword slashes fly at her sides, Piria rolls and dodges them. Of course, Ruvilos gives chase and continues swinging his sword. Piria continued to dodge his furious attacks, jumping, bouncing, rolling, and dancing out of the way. You, Ruvilos hissed. Did you just say you're a puppeteer, then use physical strengthening magic? No, I haven't cast anything yet, Piria started. Then in that case, Ruvilos says, ignoring her, I'll kick things up a notch here too. You. Ruvilos's sword speeds up. His speed has improved, but his aim has gotten worse. Instead of making it more difficult to avoid him, Piria felt it got a lot easier. She keeps dodging for a few more seconds. Thanks to the complexity of Ruvilos's slashing, his footwork was off and he missed Piria. He immediately noticed and silently said, oh no. His sword slash wasn't flying to Piria, but at the spectators. Watch out, goo. Piria blocks it at the last minute. She frowns as pain shoots up her arm. The spectators are unharmed. They didn't even realize they were in danger in the first place. She blocked it. That girl doing quite well, but she can't beat Ruvilos. They were still freely talking to each other. Meanwhile, the other combatant, Ruvilos, he was smiling. With a malicious expression, he said, "I've found a good strategy." "No way, please don't do something so reckless," Piria said. Without listening to Piria, Ruvilos intentionally turned his blade to the spectators. Piria interrupts him and blocks his sword. "Don't interrupt my swordsmanship," Ruvilos snaps as he keeps attacking Piria. Hey, I need to show my best here. If I lose, the hyenas will turn me into a slave." "Ooh, adventurers are supposed to protect people," Piria growled as she defended. Ha, Ruvilos laughs. "Don't make me laugh. Adventurers are just people who'll do anything for money." "That's not true," Piria snapped, "because my friends are." "Stop dreaming, Missy," Ruvilos snaps. "If you want to avoid reality, you can just become my training dummy and die. If you don't like it, stay out of the business. If you're an adventurer, you'd sacrifice a stranger to put food on your plate." Pelia looked down and bit down hard on her lip. She suffered several slashes, and it looks like she's wearing down. The spectators, and above all, Ruvilos himself, began to wonder more and more. "My slashes should be able to easily slice off an arm. No matter how much magic you use for defense, can you stay untouched after all this?" Piria's red eyes can be seen peeking through the gaps in her bangs. Ruvilos's sword hand wavers, he feels the eeriness of her gaze. Meanwhile, Piria was only looking at the thread coming from her finger towards him. 3. She reunited with her childhood friends. As Piria and Ruvilos fought, a female adventurer who happened to be passing by scratched her head at the commotion. "What's the matter? Why aren't they inside the guild?" asked a woman with orange hair with an unusually long sword. "Someone's in trouble," said the woman in the white robe next to her. She had a sleepy expression as she toyed with her long purple hair. "I came early thinking we could avoid a commotion, but it seems we've got one to deal with, Eris," the orange-haired woman said. "We've got no choice but to wait it out," Eris said. "Or will you face it up front, Finn?" "Maybe I'll have to. Hey, mister, what's going on?" Finn asked as she tapped a spectator. The man turned around with a sullen face, then was surprised to see who was standing right behind him. Sword King Finn. "I take it you know who I am?" Finn asked. "And right next to you is the Holy King Eris," the man said. "Wow, I saw the kings of heaven in person for the first time. Could you give me your autographs?" "Sorry, we've got nothing to write with." "In that case, could you carve it directly on my skin?" "Can we just shake hands?" "Yes, please." The roguish man shakes Finn's and Eris's hands and is moved to tears. The court of heaven, the strongest adventurers in the whole country. Among the S-rank adventurers, only those who are especially skilled are allowed to join, and each member is given the title king. They work primarily at the request of the guild. Usually, they head to various places to hunt and destroy ferocious demon beasts that other adventurers cannot handle. They were the idols of all adventurers and the heroes of the common people. Even then, there's a huge fuss about these specific members. Finn and Eris were celebrities with unusual pasts, joining the group at the young age of 17 just last year and being women at that. As the man makes noise in his excitement, the people around him begin to notice. Their interest shifted from the match between Piria and Ruvilos to the members of the Court of Heaven. Finn and Eris were asked handshakes one after the other. They grumbled as the spectators formed a line. "This is bad, even worse than I thought," Finn said. "It seems so let's ask around," Eris said. "What is going on here?" "What indeed?" Finn asked. "Hey, what's all the fuss about?" "Yeah," the man they asked squealed in excitement. "I need you to calm down and answer my question," Finn said. "Yees. Do you know the bloody hyenas?" "Yeah, I know about them. Their member Ruvilos got tangled up with a newbie adventurer." "If you're a member of the hyenas, aren't you a high-ranked adventurer too?" Finn asked. "Why is he fighting newbies?" "He's called the Gatekeeper. He's famous for killing newcomers." "That's too terrible of a hobby," Eris said. "It's a very awful thing to do." "That it is," Finn said. "Can you all clear the way for us?" "I'll stop them." The crowd breaks as asked. Finn saw what was ahead and stopped in her tracks. "Finn?" Eris asks in disbelief, but as soon as she sees Piria, she also freezes. "Why is Piria here?" Finn asked. "I was sure she became a court magician," Eris replied. "Is she out of town on business?" Finn asked. "If that was the case, she would have been wearing the robes," Eris said. "She was so proud of it from the moment she passed the exam. But now she's wearing everyday clothes," Finn said. And I don't know why she won't fight back at all. Pyria isn't good at hitting human targets. Ah, yeah, I remember now. The spectators stop talking among themselves and interrupt Finn and Eris's conversation instead. Do you know this girl? She's our childhood friend, Finn said. In that case, you should stop them. Ruvilos is dangerous. If she gets cut, it'll do more than just hurt. For sure it's dangerous, they should stop, Finn said. It's about time for Pyria to reach her limit and fight back. Indeed, Eris said. If she took this seriously, Ruvilos would get seriously injured. He, the man says, his mouth agape in shock. Then Finn said proudly, Mister, thanks for the concern, but Pyria is stronger than him. While in the middle of his swinging his sword, Ruvilos suddenly stops. NNA. What the hell's fuck, hey, my body won't move. No matter how much effort he puts in, he stays as he is with his sword raised. Puppeteer martial arts, marionette bind, Pyria said. Ha, how did you do that? Ruvilos asked. Can't you see my thread? Pyria snaps. Ruvilos is extremely intimidated. He no longer thought this was the pitiful girl he was confronting earlier. What do you mean, there's no thread anywhere? He said. It seemed it was only visible to Pyria, same as when she used it on the prince or Vane. Her childhood friends, however, were able to see it just fine. Puppeteer martial arts are a branch of puppet magic that applies to humans as well, Pyria explained. Whether it's the user or someone else, they can be manipulated with thread. She casually lowered herself and took a martial arts-like stance. Pyria put her left hand forward and her right hand by her waist. I see you use that magic to enhance your physical strength, Ruvilos said. What are you saying? Pyria asked. I haven't used puppet magic yet. I just dodged normally and this thread was just for defense. So then, you're going to use it now. Pyria nods. Ruvilos's cheeks tighten. I don't want to hurt people too much, but I think you deserve this, Pyria said as a pattern appears on her arm. It's the thread of mana that manipulates bodies. With that thread, she uses it on herself, manipulate. Stop, I'm sorry for attacking bystanders, I'll go on the straight and narrow, Ruvilos cries. So don't do this. Pyria's physical ability, that was already quite powerful, is further enhanced by her magic. Ruvilos is no amateur. Even if he can't see the magic thread, he can tell how much power is coursing through it. At least let me defend. Puppeteer martial arts, marionette strike. Pyria disappeared and reappeared right before Ruvilos. Before he realized what had happened, her fist was already on his stomach. It hits. Pyria twists it. Ruvilos's whole body yields to the strike. Go, ga. Ruvilos loses consciousness in an instant. His body flies straight toward the audience. Of course, Pyria doesn't involve innocent bystanders. Other bloody hyenas were standing among them. Pyria sent him flying to them as soon as she recognized them. Ruvilos slams into his friends, but he still doesn't slow down. Eventually, his back smashes into the fountain at the center of the square, and he finally comes to a stop. The noisy spectators go dead silent. In the quiet, their eyes turn to Pyria. Meanwhile, she looked at her fist, sighed, and muttered, I had to hit him. She was the winner, but she wasn't very happy about it. She had thought of adjusting it so that he wouldn't die. Then, a man stands in front of Pyria. He was a member of the bloody hyenas that hadn't been hit. He was much larger than Pyria and narrowed his eyes as he looked down at her. You've done it now, brat, he said. I don't know if that was just puppet magic, but I'm sure you've launched a surprise attack. Huh? Pyria asked. No, it's just that he came from there when the fight started. Shut up, we've got more honor than you, Lou. The man brings his sword down, without a moment's hesitation. Then someone instantly stops the blade. The edge was being pinched by 2 fingers, and shortly after, it shattered into fragments. Stop this at once. How? This wasn't a cheap sword, the bloody hyena asked. And you broke it with your fingers. Oh, Finn, Pyria says, jumping in delight at the familiar face. Hey, Pyria, Finn said. It's been a while. I'm here as well, Eris said. Eris. Pyria rushes to Eris and hugs her around her chest. Even the expressionless Eris can't stop herself from smirking. She hugs her back with a small smile. If Finn and Eris are, the bloody hyena says, no way, that girl is also a heavenly king. She's our friend, Finn said. Can't you see the difference in power? If you don't want to get hurt, you can just beat it. Ku, these guys are too tough, the bloody hyena says. Let's go, we're leaving. Grab Ruvilos. The other bloody hyenas tuck their tails between their legs and flee. Finn rolled her eyes at the fools. When they were gone from sight, she turned to Pyria. Finn! And was hugged by her. Oh hey, Finn stammers, her face now bright red. Stop doing that, we're in public, aren't we? Finn's still so shy, Pyria said as she nuzzled her cheek. Don't do that, Finn yelled. You can do that when we're in private, I'm just saying the truth. You turn bright red even when we're in private, Eris said. Right, Pyria said. I can't help it, it's embarrassing, just get away from me, Finn cried. After Pyria gets peeled off, she hugs Eris again. The members of the Heavenly Kings just said that Pyria was stronger than us, but even with the retreat of the bloody hyenas, the spectators don't stop raising a fuss. The trio moved into the guild for the moment as they couldn't talk calmly outside. 4. She found her little golem. At first, the guild clerk was cold to Pyria, but after learning she was a member of the Court of Heaven, her attitude had immediately changed. Pyria shook her head and laughed as hard as she could. Then, the three rented a back room to finally get some peace and talk to each other. As I said, long time no see, Pyria, Finn said. I'm happy to see you as well. We were just thinking of coming over to visit, Eris said. Really? Pyria cried. I'm so happy too, because I don't have a place to live anymore after getting kicked out. I was so worried. You got kicked out? Finn asked. Yeah, Pyria said. My job didn't work out. I got fired. As soon as Pyria says that, Finn and Eris take on serious expressions. What happened, Pyria? Finn said. Tell us. Well, Pyria started. While being careful to avoid complaining as much as possible, Pyria talked about how she got fired. She was the type of person without much confidence in herself. That trait only became more pronounced after her former boss denied her any recognition in her 2 years as a court magician. Hence, Pyria's story wasn't about Vane's attitude. Even still, Finn and Eris were visibly angry after she was finished. Right, I'm going to go kill your old boss, Finn said. I'll help, Eris said. Both of you calm down, Pyria cried. Both Finn and Eris's eyes were completely serious. Can you stay calm after hearing such a story? Finn barks. Eris goes. In short, it's the story of a nobleman who hates commoners pushing work on Pyria and abusing her for his benefit. Finn yelled. He's a fucking bastard, absolutely unforgivable. It's not only that, Eris added. He hurt Pyria's heart by saying those unreasonable claims and getting rid of her golem. He's dead. I'll revive him after we kill him and let him suffer again and again. Their eyes remain serious. Pyria desperately stops them. But you know, I'm already fired, she said. For sure, there were things I didn't like about the job, but I'm much happier to see you two again than focusing on all things I didn't like these past 2 years. Pyria, Finn tears up at Pyria's genuine smile. And when she walked up to her, Finn hugged her tightly. You're hugging me, Finn, Pyria cried. Also, it seems like your embarrassment has doubled since you initiated this time. Your face is brighter red than usual. Don't bother explaining it, Finn cried. I'm embarrassed, but you can't just say that to me and not expect me to hug you. Agreed, Eris said, as she gently hugged Pyria from her other side. Pyria is the kind of person who can't hate others, Eris said. All we can do is give her more joy to heal her wounds. That's enough, you guys, Pyria muttered. Is there any reason to? Eris asked. Pyria, you're a free woman now. In that case, why don't you team up with us? Is that okay? Pyria asked. We mean it, Finn said. Pyria, you're unquestionably a genius. We can't let you go, either as friends or as adventurers. We'll tie you up so you don't get away, Eris said. I'm not going anywhere, Pyria said. I'd be happy if I could join you guys too. These three were together until 2 years ago. They were raised in the same town, trained by the same master, and had the same dream. But their ways to make that dream come true were a bit different. Pyria became a court wizard, while Finn and Eris ventured off to join the Court of Heaven. They believed that if they kept aiming for that same dream, they would eventually meet again. And as a result, though it wasn't how they expected it, the three were together again. Let's all do our best, Pyria said. Let's defeat the monsters. But they wouldn't always have the same dream, because reality is often cruel. Monsters? Finn asked. NN seems so, Eris said. At their strange, subtle reactions, Pyria shook her head and went, NN. After exiting the back room, Pyria took Finn and Eris to the bulletin board. As it was been a while since the guild opened, there were no longer any good contracts left. However, Piria was just aiming for the leftovers and was so relieved that she patted her chest. When I entered the guild earlier, I glanced at the board and got curious about a contract, Piria said. It was only a moment, but it was engraved in Piria's memory. Finn looks closely at the notice and reads it aloud. Let's see here. A contract to transport scrap iron. They want us to carry a huge metal block to the client in Manning, a mining town. It's unlikely we'll encounter dangerous monsters on the way, but we should be careful because it's heavy. The reward is terrible for what's being asked, Eris said. It was why it stayed on the board after all this time, but Piria's interest was different. I think this was my golem that got trashed. I see that's what you're after, Finn said. If you're lucky, you can buy it back, Eris said. But I don't have any money at all, Piria said. Don't worry about that, Finn said. We've been getting so much money we don't know what to do with it all. The salary of the Court of Heaven is stupidly high, Eris said. I see, Piria said. I like the sound of that. I thought court magicians were supposed to be highly paid. It seems you were seriously undercutting yourself, Piria. Ahaha, I was busy devoting myself to my hobbies, but is this really okay? Piria asked. What is? Money-wise, you're busy being part of the Court of Heaven, right? Piria asked. But you won't be able to do the work if you're with me. Finn let out a sad laugh. Haha, it's fine. We were originally supposed to travel to the royal capital to visit you, Piria, Eris said. Is that so? Piria said. Then I could have met you even if I waited. How would we have? Finn asked. It's unlikely that they would open the gate for commoners, because we'd need to get permission on the spot. Ah, right, Piria said, but weren't you trying to come to see me? We wanted to bet even if the chances were small, that maybe we could see you there, Eris said. What happened? Piria asked, looking worriedly at Eris. If something's wrong, I can help you guys too. Eris smiles like she'd been saved. Thank you, let's talk about it later. We want you to know that we'd feel the same just by being able to meet again and being able to help you, Finn said. Yes, Eris said as she took Piria's hand. Just having you by my side and talking like this makes me feel better. Nostalgic for that familiar warmth, Piria immediately entwined her fingers and squeezed back. Eris, I'll be with you guys from here on out, Piria cried. Thank you, Eris said. You guys keep holding hands in public. Don't you want to hold hands too, Finn? Piria asked. I don't want to, Finn yelled. We should hold hands, Piria said. That's not a reason for us to hold hands. After all that, Piria forced Finn to hold her hand. Piria enjoyed Finn's blushing until she was satisfied. Then she brought the scrap iron transport contract notice to the desk. When she finally received her F-rank adventurer's card, they immediately headed to the client. I was surprised that the Court of Heaven would accept the contract, the client said, stunned to see Finn and Eris. It was worth putting it up just to meet you. Now I don't have to carry it anymore, either. I don't think that's happening, Finn said. I don't think so either. The scrap iron you want us to transport actually belongs to Piria, Eris said. Before the client's house, an iron giant sits while holding its knees. The moment Piria saw it, she rushed over and hugged its feet with tears in her eyes. Even now, she continues to hug its cold body. My little golem, I'm so relieved, Piria said in the background. I was wondering I could ever see you again, Uwahan. Did that huge puppet belong to that girl? The client asked. Her former boss trashed it, Finn explained. Su, haya, the smell of metal and oil. I was going to die if I couldn't enjoy this again, Piria continued in the background. We want you to give it to us, Finn said. We'll pay you for it. Afraid I can't do that, the client said. You see, I'm happy to sell it to you, but I've already promised to transport it. Unfortunately, my vehicle broke, so I asked the guild for help. Can't you just reimburse them with money? And this faint glow, Piria keeps going in the background. The heavy armor reminiscent of a knight, the majestic angles of your head, a figure that reflects and shines in the sunlight. Just looking at you makes my heart flutter. After all, you're the best, my little golem. If you really want to negotiate, maybe you can speak to the client in Manning yourselves, the client said. Well, we weren't planning to complete the contract anyway, Finn said. Are you fine with this, Eris? I'm good, Eris said. Maybe Piria will agree. Saha kunka kunka haria. You're so cute, my little golem. Oh, well, we should be going now, Finn said. Their conversation went entirely unheard as Piria lost herself in her golem. Aside from Finn and Eris, who already knew about her hobbies, the client stared at her like they were looking at some alien creature. Thus, the transportation contract to Manning began. The client returned to their home and only the three remained outside. The question was how to carry this giant golem. "Can I lift it?" Finn asked. "Your ridiculous strength would be up to the task, but the problem then is that it takes 2 days to travel to Manning," Eris said. "What do you want to do, Piria?" "Let's ride it right away," Piria said. "I also wanted to be able to move freely outside town at least once." "Ride?" Finn asked. "In its hands." "No, inside," Piria said proudly before she jumped on the golem's knees and touched its chest. The chest plate opens, the cockpit is revealed. "What is that?" Finn asked. "We can ride inside it," Eris asked. "What's that?" "Few fun," Piria hummed. The existing puppet magic is to extend a magic thread onto a puppet, then manipulate it externally. However, that method causes a slight delay in response time and a decrease in mana. To solve that, I developed a system that operates it from the inside. It was a rare proud moment for Piria. Finn and Eris unconsciously applaud while going ooh. Now then, it was made for 2 people, and if there are about 3 people, we can manage. As asked, Finn and Eris jump off the ground and launch themselves into the chest hatch. Once inside, it was wider than they expected. They thought that once the hatch closed, the cockpit would be pitch black, but the surroundings were projected on the walls. "This is amazing," Finn said. "I wondered how you were going to manipulate it. How can see outside?" "It's an image rather than a window," Eris said. "And Fufu," Piria chuckled. "If you're amazed, it was worth making. We'll stand up now. Be careful, it'll shake quite a bit." Before Piria, many threads hung from above. As she puts her arms forward, the threads entangle with each of the fingers of her hands. Eyes closed. Infuse mana. The threads glowed slightly and the connection with Golem was completed. As Piria slightly bends her fingers and tugs at the thread, the giant stands up to its feet. The scenery projected outside. The vantage point was so high it felt like they were looking down from a watchtower. "This giant puppet stood up," Finn said. "We seem to stand out quite a bit," Eris said. "The town is in a fuss with the sudden appearance of a giant." "If that's the case, we have to leave soon," Piria said. "Be careful, it's going to shake again," she said as she pulled the threads once more. Golem lifted its leg, bent its joints, shook the ground, and started running. By repeating those motions, this giant walks so dexterously that it doesn't trample human beings or tangles up with its own feet. Residents watched the giant that had suddenly appeared in town and shake the ground, then disappear into the distance. 5. Her childhood friends look strange. Golem easily climbed over the walls surrounding the town and set off on the highway. Even though it was leaving gigantic footprints on the grasslands, it walked at a steady pace without incidents. Demon beasts usually attacked based on sound, but they also chose their opponents so unsurprisingly, they decided not to engage that giant. "Can't you defeat most demon beasts just by trampling them?" Finn asked. "It feels like you can kick through the walls of the royal capital," Eris said. "I can't do that much," Piria said. "Because I made this to fight monsters." Why did Piria make this puppet so gigantic and difficult to transport? There was only one reason. Defeat the monsters that threaten this world. Humankind once lived in this world with populations in the hundreds of millions and were the dominant species. However, that age ended with the sudden appearance of a giant structure called a dungeon about 100 years ago. From it, huge creatures different from the usual demon beasts poured out and ate humans with impunity. The existing magic then was unable to keep up, and the overwhelming power difference ended with humans almost completely being overrun and losing most of the population. But some survived. About less than 1 million humans survive by living within the barriers. However, the threat of monsters has yet to disappear. The barriers were effective at avoiding monsters, and they usually aren't attacked. However, monsters can suddenly go berserk. In this state, avoiding them is useless. They will destroy barriers and not stop until they have devoured a certain number of humans. Hence, settlements are abandoned time and time again. There's nothing they can do. If they don't run, the monsters will not stop, and as the amount of land surrounded by barriers narrow, the strength of the remaining ones will have to be increased as a result. Furthermore, as the safe areas become smaller, food production decreases, as does the number of people who can be fed. Population control is the logical response. But even if everyone understands it intellectually, human beings are not so easily convinced. Many people have a dream, I want to defeat the monsters, and many have given up before making it a reality. Mankind has returned to the level of development before the age of monsters. In the meanwhile, the barriers narrowed and the population dropped to around 500,000. The commoners are pessimistic. The aristocrats seek ways to survive on their own. At a glance, no one was taking concrete actions to defeat the monsters. In theory, my little golem has the power to match 20-meter class monsters. Except Piria, who continued to believe in that dream and created this amazing golem as a result. For some people, it was an absurd plan. Finn and Eris thought so, too. They knew their limits. Hey, Piria, Finn said. What is it? Piria asked. Do you want to pilot too, Finn? Of course, I've thought about that so it'll eventually be easier to control. Do you really think you can defeat monsters with this? Feh, Piria gasps at the unexpected question. After all, these three friends shared the same dream. 2 years ago, they swore they would defeat the monsters someday. But now, didn't the Court of Heaven defeat a monster? Piria said. A 10-meter class. That's amazing. That's why I can't lose. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you guys. Congratulations to the both of you. Yes, they defeated it. It was a few months ago. Although it was 10 meters high, they killed a monster, a feat thought to be impossible. The heart of the giant slime was sent to the Royal Institute of Magic, and Piria was involved in the analysis, albeit to a limited extent. However, Finn and Eris's expressions become grim. As Finn bites her lips and looks down, Eris speaks in her stead. We didn't win. When we encountered the slime, it was already weakened. But still, you beat it, didn't you? Piria asked. That time, all of the 10 kings of the Court of Heaven were there, Eris continued. With that strength, weakened monsters would be easy to defeat, or so we thought. With her eyes downcast, Finn says grimly, half of our members were quickly killed off before it was over. Piria asked. But the newspaper said. That tragedy was excluded from the reports to not disturb the people, Eris said. It was so fast, Finn said. With just one magical shot from that monster, the magicians we called the strongest in the world were turned to bloody chunks of meat. They were right in front of me just before it happened. Their heads, arms, the entire upper halves of their body just disappeared. We only survived because we happened to avoid the shot, Eris said. Thanks to that, the Court of Heaven is falling apart, Finn said. The other surviving members, they're so shocked, they don't know what to do anymore. Piria understood now. Why were they no longer so optimistic about their dream of defeat the monsters? She now knew the reality. Both Finn and Eris were powerful enough to join the Court of Heaven. As a matter of course, they were rank adventurers, had outstanding abilities, and could not be defeated by any demon beasts that appeared within the barriers, so they must have thought they were a match for the monsters outside them. Now their confidence was shattered to pieces, so they came to see their childhood friend Piria to get help. It's just not possible, Finn said, her hands shaking. You can't even touch it. It's a creature that's a whole world away from humans. Finn, Piria whispered. Piria, please, Eris said, grabbing Piria's clothes and clinging on tightly. If that time comes, don't fight the monsters. If we lose you, Piria, we don't know if we can keep on living. Eris. They were so disturbed in a way that Piria had never seen before. Her chest tightens. It would be so easy to nod and agree. But then, this time, Piria's dreams would be shattered, too. If she did, the only future was the three of them licking their wounds and surviving. It doesn't sound so bad, either. They can be with Piria. But it's not the happiness you can enjoy without sacrificing something. She's suffocating with love and so happy that after all this time. Why do they have to carry such a burden when she had companions happy just being with her? Let's go, golem, Piria shouts. There was no my little. Piria dropped it. It seemed that it had its uses whether or not she was being serious. And as she pulled on the threads, Golem's legs accelerate and widen their stride. Piria began to swing its arms out further and leaned forward as well, increasing its speed. Yoto! Finn yelped as they were suddenly jerked around. Piria, what's happening? Piria, Eris asked as they clung to each other for balance. Piria ignores them, just concentrates on piloting Golem. This puppet is running, Finn said. What speed, the scenery around is flying by in the blink of an eye, Eris said. Are you trying to show us this puppet's power? Finn asked. Golem speeds up even further. Every time its feet hit the ground, it carves out huge sections of dirt and flies by at a speed human beings couldn't have reached till now. It takes 2 days for a carriage to reach Manning. The faster Pyria moves, the time shrinks by tens of minutes. Just by this golem's existence, the world has shrunk. However, there was a mountain coming up. It was less than 100 meters tall. It wasn't that high, but the slope is angled at several tens of degrees. In short, it's a steep cliff face. Running as they were, they would just crash. Hey Pyria, what are you going to do about this mountain? Finn yells. This is impossible, Finn cried. You can't fly with such a huge body. Golem can do it, I calculated it, Pyria yelled back. She found a suitable foothold and kicked off the ground with Golem's right foot. Zeudan. The sound of a cannon firing rang out, the giant flew into the sky. Goo, Pyria moans. Finn and Ellis lose their voices from the G-force and the shock of the jump. They clear the peak of the mountain and their arc, now their fall begins. Finn and Eris's faces are dumbfounded and frozen as they feel goosebumps erupt on their skin. Pyria, on the other hand, was looking straight at the approaching ground and braced for landing. The toes hit the ground first and support Golem's whole weight, they bury into the dirt. Pyria pulled the strings and bent Golem's knees to help absorb the impact. Zoo! Even then, the shaking was dramatic. Meanwhile, the soles of Golem's feet leveled trees and carved deep grooves in the ground. After sliding for several tens of meters, Golem finally comes to a stop. Phoo, well, Pyria gasped. Don't do that, Finn yelled. That was such a sudden shock. But it's amazing, Pyria said. My Golem has so much power. It is amazing, Eris said. We just did a feat humans can't reach no matter how hard they train. I'm using the monster replicant core as the power source, Pyria said. I christened it such. It's a replica made by combining magic stones, using the slime core the Court of Heaven retrieved as a reference. It's Golem's heart. Did you make this? Finn asked. If we use a monster's core, you can use the same power as the monster, Pyria started. Don't you think that makes logical sense? That's why you two shouldn't give up. I'm giving my all. Let's all join together and fight with Golem because the three of us will make it. We'll defeat the monsters, destroy the dungeon, and bring back the world 100 years ago. Otherwise, as things are going now, Pyria quivered and said, we can't even go to our hometown, right? The place with so many of their childhood memories is now outside the barriers. Much less than visiting, you cannot even see it from a distance. After it got trampled by monsters, I can't even go back to see Papa or Mama or everyone else that died in town, Pyria cried. I hate that. I don't want to pay my respects to empty graves forever. I don't want that either, Finn said. I want to see our hometown again, Eris said. Right, Pyria said. We all feel the same, don't we? Of course, it would be possible for us three to spend the rest of our lives in peace. But if we don't do anything to change how things are, humanity will be extinct in 30 years, won't it? Trampled and devoured, I don't want to experience that tragedy twice while I am still alive. I'm sure of that, she said, tearing up. Finn and Eris's chests tighten from how far from her cheery tone Pyria is now. I'm sorry, Pyria, Finn said as she patted Pyria's head. If we deny what's happening, that will come to pass, Finn said. I understand where you're coming from. I'm so relieved, Pyria said. That's why if you're going to fight the monsters, can we be with you like today? Finn asked. Hey, Eris, you're good with this too? Yes, I'm good with it, Eris said. Understood, Pyria said. So, should I attach a seat for 2 people? Oh, but then I also didn't design Golem for 3 total occupants. What to do? Ha, Finn said. Let's head to Manning before thinking about any of that. We're going to have to buy back Golem, right? Right, Golem still isn't mine again yet. All right, I'm breaking into a run again, Pyria said, smiling as she focuses on controlling Golem. Eris, however, has a grim expression. Finn looks at her. As their eyes meet, they nod at each other. If we're dying anyway, all 3 of us die together. The deep-seated trauma of monsters is not so easily cured, and so Finn and Eris wordlessly said that to each other. 6. This is the first battle with a monster. The mining town of Manning was at the eastern end of the kingdom. In this country, the settlement rank is determined according to the strength of the barrier protecting it. They were divided into 6 levels from F to A, with B and above being reserved for aristocrats. And Manning was F rank, high taxes with minimal infrastructure development. It's an area where losing income is understood to be from losing population to monster attacks. The actual cause was that the mine had dried up and it was no longer possible to obtain high-quality magic stones. Piria parks Golem at the border between Manning and another settlement and disembarks. Just before she did, the villagers were inside the barrier were swearing at the kingdom's soldiers outside the barrier, but they stopped as this giant appeared. "Good morning," Piria called out. "We want to head to Manning. Why is the barrier closed?" "Who are you?" the soldiers scream as they turn their spears at Piria. It was natural to be wary of a woman driving a giant that looked like a monster. Then Eris stepped in. "Wait, we're for a contract." Holy King Eris, and even the Sword King Finn. "Can you tell what's going on?" Eris asked. On the side, the commoners were excited and relieved to see two members of the Court of Heaven suddenly making an appearance. "You see, there were signs of a monster attack," a soldier explained. "We were ordered to seal off Manning." "And is that why you're preventing the villagers from evacuating?" "Not all of us," one of the villagers yells. "The nobles in town ran away first. They took all the young women too." "Is that true?" Eris asked. "We didn't want to raise a fuss. We soldiers just obey our orders." "Don't fuck with us. What do you think our lives are worth?" one villager yelled. Their cursing the soldiers out begins anew. Both their and the soldiers' feelings of helplessness were justified. Since neither their military commanders nor the already evacuated nobles of Manning were here, neither were able to solve any of the problems. And then Piria stepped forward, raised her hand, and said, "Excuse me." All eyes turn on her. "If I defeat the monster, then the problem is solved, right?" she continues. The soldiers look amazed, then sigh. Finn and Ellis were convinced. Oh, is it time already? They were thinking that their demise had come much earlier than expected. "What are you talking about?" one of the soldiers asked. "You can't beat a monster." "With the power of Golem you can," Piria said as she pointed to it. Confusion spread among the villagers. "What is that huge thing? Who is this girl? Why is she with the two members of the Court of Heaven?" The last one is especially prominent on their minds. That the two of them were there makes even the most ridiculous and misleading claims sound convincing. As the area turned silent and no one was able to respond to Piria, Finn asked the villagers, "Hey, is there anyone here who brought a humanoid lump of scrap iron?" An old man looks around, raised his hand, and said in a withered voice, "I did." However, that doesn't seem to be the requested item. "It is," Finn said. "Piria brought this scrap iron to the village. But if it can defeat a monster, it's not junk, is it?" "I wish it could do that," the old man said. "Then, in that case, we'll do it," Finn said. "If Golem can defeat the monster, it'll belong to us." "Then that means it won't go to me either way," the old man said as he squinted at Finn. "If we fail, you'll die, old man," Finn said. "If we succeed, we'll take Golem off your hands. The current deal doesn't benefit you, old man." "That sounds about right to me," Piria added. "Foon, I see how it is," the old man said. "I think you're trying to head into Manning for a good reason. In that case, if you can defeat the monster, it'll be worth the money because it'll be a miracle." "Thank you, that ends our negotiations," Finn said. "We'll be heading to Manning with Piria and Golem now." "Thank you, Finn, old man," Piria said, bowing. The old man smiled faintly. And so the three boarded Golem again. They left the hatch open so Eris could call out to the soldiers. "Soldiers, if you were sent to close this barrier, you should be able to reopen it." "We could, but we don't have the authority to do so." "I see. What are we going to do now?" Eris asked. Piria answered immediately. "Let's force our way in then." The hatch closed and Golem began to move. Obviously, she didn't mean any harm to the soldiers, but seeing those giant legs approaching, they scattered. The villagers also fled to the sides to make way. Golem stands before the barrier. As it stretches its finger toward the shield, light explodes with a crackling sound. It refuses to yield. However, Golem is unmoved and unharmed. Piria pushes its arms forward without a worry. The fingers of both hands pierce through the barrier. The shield was soon torn open like she was prying it open with brute force. "This puppet can break the barrier?" Finn thinks. "Can we really do this?" "No, but," Eris thinks. Their hearts tremble. As Golem slips through the breach, Piria opens the hatch and asks the villagers, "Is anyone still in town?" Yes, some people have given up on evacuating. Understood, I'll fight so the town isn't damaged, Piria said before she shuts the hatch and heads to Manning. There were no people out in the streets, but she could see the frightened villagers looking out the windows. Just on the horizon, at the south side of the village, there was a red monster with horns sprouting from its head. Gyugeaowo. Its deep roar echoes in the village and strikes the villagers with a primal fear. With its muscular body, it makes you waver just by glancing at it. As they see that figure in person, Finn and Eris suffer a traumatic episode. Their complexions turn pale as cold sweat pours down their faces. A 20-meter class monster, Finn gasped. That's an ogre, Eris said. It was an opponent stronger than the monster the Court of Heaven fought. More importantly, it wasn't weakened this time. We can't win, Finn cried. We can't possibly win. We died so easily against a 10-meter class, didn't we? Hey, Piria, let's run. We can't do this after all. I agree, Eris said. Piria, even if mankind goes extinct in 30 years, we want to live peacefully with you in that time. Both of you, Piria said as she looked at them and shook her head. This is what we're here for. I don't want to see such cool and beloved figures like you two looking this scared and suffering, so I'm going to face it head-on. The thread wrapped around Piria's fingers glow. The interior of the cockpit is brightly light up. Monster Replicant Core, release limiters, Piria said. Power output 100, 120, 150, 200% reached. From inside Golem, you could hear a roaring sound. From the gap of the helmet on its head, you can see its eyes glowing red. Cooling system at maximum output. White smoke blows out the exhaust ports on the back. Begin operational limit countdown. A 3-minute timer is projected before the pilot's seat. It's all the time Piria has before Golem shuts down from the stress. Golem, I'm going to give this my all. That's why I need you to do the same. The puppet without its own will does not answer. However, Piria felt like she was connected with Golem. It feels like it's lifting her up. She was not going to hold back. The ogre stabs its hands into the barrier and is about to tear it apart. The moment it breaks through is the signal to start the battle. Gu-ga-gu-ga. It's crackling and shattering. Flashes of light violently explode. With a roar, the barrier is broken, the ogre slips through the gap and immediately charges for the village. From drool spills from its mouth, it licks its sharp-fanged lips. It sees an enemy, and its eyes turn murderous. It changes course from the town to Golem. It's a frightening sight just running towards you while swinging its arms, and its face is so horrifying that just looking at it could drive you to fear and madness. Puppeteer martial arts. But Piria is not scared. As she pulled the strings, Golem runs straight at the ogre. Finn and Ellis can only tremble with completely horrified expressions. They cling to each other. Still, perhaps because they wanted to see the chance of a future with Piria, their eyes were still looking straight ahead. Ogre clenches its fist. Veins bulge on its muscular arm as it cocks its arm, then makes a straight jab. At the same time, Golem clenches its fist as well. Piria has no tricks. As of the moment, Golem had no weapons. She could only use its body. So, with this especially durable fist, Golem strike, she met the enemy's fist head-on. Guruaza. Gaguun, a roaring sound that could rupture eardrums echoes, a shock wave blasts out from the two giants. A nearby empty house is blown apart from the sheer force. And as the two fists collide, there was a moment of stillness. Their power was equal, or so they thought until they heard the sound of something getting crushed. Goo-ga. It was coming from the ogre's fist. Its fingers broke and bent. As its hand starts breaking, its punch loses all momentum. Golem's fist does not stop. Destroyed the ogre's fist, its upper arm, the entire arm was broken. Gah! The ogre screams in agony and retreats, its entire body twisted in confusion and pain. It looks up. The dull metal-colored giant's red eyes stayed on it as it brought down its fist like a metal hammer. In the ogre's eyes, you could clearly see fear. As they noticed that, Finn and Eris thought, is this the start of humanity's counterattack? One Muari. And with Piria's battle cry, Golem's fist smashes into the ogre's head. Mecha, without any magic, the fist crushes the ogre's skull as easily as you'd pop a soap bubble. Its eyes pop out, red fluids fountain out of its nose and ears. With pink foam bubbling from its mouth, it groans. Gaigaga, jaya jaya gaguga. Zushin, the ogre collapsed and rocked the earth. the breach in the barrier heals itself. Silence falls over Manning. As if time has stopped, the ogre doesn't move, the golem still stands with its fist out. It seemed to drag on forever, but it was really only a few seconds. Finna and Eris were the first to speak. Ha ha ha, it's over, Finn gasped. Pyria, you actually defeated a 20-meter class, Eris muttered. The two are in tears from the unbelievable sight. Their emotions are such a mess they don't even know why they're crying. But what was clear to them was that Pyria had just saved them. In fact, I was able to beat it. My little golem's power exceeded the theoretical calculations. Ah ha ha ha, Pyria laughed before she turned around. Finn and Eris pounced on her. Naiweoa. Pyria is knocked to the floor. Pyria, you're amazing, Finn said. You're amazing, honestly. It's all I can say. Yes, you're amazing, Eris said. I'm so glad I'm childhood friends with you, Pyria. From the bottom of my heart, I think you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Is that so? Pyria asked. Was it really so great? Ooh, it was amazing, Finn said, still crying. I can't say anything other than amazing. Ooh, also, I'm sorry I didn't believe you, Pyria. I'll start from today. If it's you, Pyria, you can definitely do it. I believe that you can make our dreams come true. You may find it to be sudden, but I would like you to forgive me, Eris said, also still in tears. Let's do our best together. Together, let's go back to our hometown. Pyria wasn't sure why they were apologizing, but she didn't mind the praise for the achievement. Obviously, the villagers and soldiers watching couldn't help but make noise. Impossible, that monster was actually defeated. We may have just witnessed history. Are we dreaming? This isn't a dream, it's reality, we don't have to die today. As Pyria descends from the golem, the festivities are already starting. The villagers swarm Pyria and shower her with praise, she can't hide her embarrassment. Golem, yeah, this is about right. Someone is happy with my work. I'm getting complimented. It's such a wonderful thing. I feel like I'd forgot what it felt like after all this time. No one acknowledged her work in the royal capital. It was so common for her to be ridiculed because she was a commoner. However, now that she'd taken a small step outside, a completely different world was opening up before her. I can't go back to being a court magician, but I still have a dream to work to. Finn, Eris, and Golem, let's give it our all. Golem's eyes flashed faintly in response to Pyria's feelings. 7. Compensation for the humiliation. It was the day before Pyria defeated the ogre. After firing her, Vane was leisurely enjoying some tea in his office. Becoming a senior sorcerer comes with generous research funding, as well as a large office and several servants. There were many people to aim to become senior sorcerers just for those. Vane glanced at the newspaper spread out on his desk. Increased signs of monster violence. It's impossible to think that humanity will become extinct in 30 years. All you have to do is increase the output of the city barriers. Isn't it just purification when the commoner population decreases? He was a radical noble who was most proud of the blood that flowed in him and granted him such power and authority. He became a senior sorcerer because of the power of his house. He was not ashamed of it. As he took it for granted, he internally mocked other senior sorcerers who were of a lesser pedigree than himself. That's why no one could oppose Vane. There was a knocking on his door. "Who is it?" Vane asked. "It's me, Vane." "Prince Metora?" Vane yelled. He stood up in a hurry and welcomed His Highness into his office. The Royal Institute of Magic is very close to the royal palace. Hence, people in high positions like His Highness oftentimes make personal visits. Medora and Vane sit down on the sofa and begin talking. "Forgive my surprising you with this visit," Medora said. "I'm afraid I'm worried about the progress of magical tool production." "We are proceeding as planned," Vane replied. "We can present it to you in 2 days." "I'm looking forward to it," Medora replied. "If you ask me, I'm convinced that your team can make magical tools faster and better than anyone else." "Thank you for your kind words," Vane said, bowing deeply. Compared to his attitude before Pyria, he was shockingly humble. "By the way, about that commoner," Medora said, "I've just checked the laboratory. It seems that you've fired her recently." "Yes, forgive me that it took so long to do so," Vane said. "She was a woman with a worse record than I could have expected." "I won't blame you," Medora said. "If you don't do the work properly, you're useless. If you waste your overtime hours daily, you'll just demand more money." They are of no help. What is father thinking about when he invites those unclean commoners, even for the sake of relieving pressure from overtime work? The commoners cannot be better than us aristocrats. It's exactly as you say, Vane said. She was the first newcomer who did not improve much even under my guidance. I was about to ask for a cleanup in case your work was a little late, Metora said. I don't mind if you do, Vane said, but with my flames, I can erase them without a trace. Ha ha ha, yes, Metora said. You're a magician who specializes in the fire element. You can command the high temperatures needed to process magic stones all by yourself. But I think that's a waste of your magic. I'm relieved that I needn't get my hands dirty, Vane said. Anyway, this completes the purification of the royal capital. The commoners should never pollute this sacred land. Phew, the air is so fresh when I think that there are no commoners around anymore. Ha-ha-ha. I was thinking much the same, Vane said. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Their vulgar laughter echoes in the room. A red-haired woman listens in on them from outside the door. She wears a robe of the same design as Vane's. She was also a senior sorcerer. Even though the monsters are getting more active, they're bragging about such frivolities. The woman walked away from the room and to where Vane could not find her, and then she threw up. And now it was the day of the ogre's defeat, sometime past noon. Vane walked over to the laboratory where his subordinates worked. In the facility where Pyria used to work, the mages are going about their work leisurely. It feels so much more relaxed without nuisances, doesn't it? Vane asked. Yes, it's very comfortable, Lord Vane, one of the workers said. That's good to hear, Vane replied. By the way, what's going on with the magic tool requested by His Highness? Didn't you order Pyria to do that, Lord Vane? I think it should still be on her desk. Vane does not move a muscle. Lord Vane. Vane's face explodes into anger. Are you going to force me to rifle through that commoner's desk? You all should do it without my having to say so. Why, yes. Everyone, please do so without bothering the director. Roger. It can't be helped. 3 people start searching Pyria's old desk. In the meanwhile, Vane folded his arms over his chest and watched the situation with frustration. For goodness sake, she needed to prepare to hand over the materials so she could be fired at any time, Vane griped. She's forever an incompetent, he said as he kicked a shelf in frustration. Eventually, the 3 find what Pyria left behind. Here it is, Lord Vane. Isn't this just paper? Vane asked. There was nothing else, so perhaps this is all she left. Don't make a fool of me, Vane roared. I asked her to make a magic tool by tomorrow, didn't I? And she didn't even make it, she only left behind the blueprints. But apparently Pyria did think she would complete it by tomorrow, and she'd prepared to do just that, a worker replied. The blueprints include the day's date and definitely complete, is scribbled in red. As he noticed that, Vane's hands shook as he held the blueprint. Did she seriously? Such a complicated magic tool can't be completed in a day. He throws the paper to the floor. The others watch with troubled faces. That woman can't even finish her last job properly, Vane yelled. Fuck. All of you. My lord. Complete this by tomorrow, as planned, Vane continued. W8, but that's impossible. Did I give you permission to say I can't? Vane spat. If you're my subordinates, follow my orders obediently. I'm leaving. Where are you going? 3 people won't be enough. A meeting, I'm going to a meeting, Vane spat back. Unlike you all who are just regular magicians, I'm a senior sorcerer and am always busy. This is hopeless. We can't finish this by tomorrow, Lord Vane. Vane slams the door behind him without bothering to listen to his subordinates' complaints. Meanwhile, they were at a loss with the materials Pyria left behind. How can you do this in a day? But didn't Pyria always do this alone? I don't know. I didn't want to get involved and risk getting the kind of work Vane kept forcing on her. There are too many types of magic stones involved. Our stockpile is not enough. You have to get permission from the processing room. It's physically impossible to complete a project like this alone. But as long as we're commanded, we have to obey. Yuhi, can we make it before the deadline? They slumped their shoulders and got to work. The regular meetings were held at the central conference room of the Institute. All 12 senior sorcerers were present and sit at the round table. The meeting was purely for researchers. There were no royalty nor military attending. Foon, you always have such a sullen expression. Vane, already in a bad mood, shot cold eyes at the other senior sorcerer who just spoke. Her name was Latina. There was the red-headed senior sorcerer listening into Vane and the prince's secret conversation earlier. She didn't think much of Vane, who had gained his position through connections. Meanwhile, the others had all become senior sorcerers because of their capabilities. To gain that position, you require an extremely high specialization in a type of magic or an ability called a unique magic. With those, you can make the argument that you deserved the position. It was clear to everyone that Vane did not meet either requirement. "It looks like everyone is here," said the oldest senior sorcerer, Lancelot. "We'll begin the regular meeting." He wears glasses, looked handsome, and had a slender body. Although he looked like an attractive man, his age was unknown. Also, there were many senior sorcerers whose identities were unknown, such as a young girl who had never shown up till the end of the year, those who wore masks, or those who were of indeterminate gender underneath all their armor. Among them, only Vane and Latina had fairly mundane appearances. First on the agenda, Lancelot says, trying to start the research reports as usual. Latina stands up and interrupts him. "NN?" Lancelot asked. "What's wrong, Latina? It's not yet your turn." "I have something to report before the meeting," Latina replied. "Today, there was a monster attack on the village of Manning, southeast of the royal capital." "Manning, that was a dead mining village, wasn't it?" Lancelot asked. "The monster that appeared was a 20-meter class ogre. It broke the barrier and then invaded Manning. There, it was defeated." Defeated with that word, the senior sorcerers raise a fuss. Even the Court of Heaven lost half of their members' lives in the 10-meter class subjugation. So how many were sacrificed this time? "Are you certain about this information?" "My subordinates are sure about their reporting," Latina replied. "Where were the adventurers? The Court of Heaven was destroyed in the last battle. I don't think there's anyone better than them." "This time it was defeated alone," Latina said. "That's impossible. Is there a magician who can fight monsters alone?" The mage was an iron giant. It was said she was piloting a massive puppet and used its fists to defeat the ogre in just 2 hits. "Puppet?" Vane asked, his cheeks twitching. "Her name is Pyria Electo," Latina said. The commotion got even louder. No one could have imagined she was from the Institute. Among them, Vane is visibly upset, the features of his face twist. "As you must know, she was the first court magician from the commoners," Latina said. "She is also Vane's subordinate." All eyes turn on him. Sweat pours down Vane's forehead. Impossible, that commoner defeated a monster alone, he thought. And a 20-meter class, impossible, impossible, impossible. This just isn't possible. Only negative things run through his mind. Just to rankle the already unsettled Vane, Latina asks, "I've never heard of the development of such a puppet." "I'm certain there was no word of it during our meetings," Lancelot said. "It's unnatural to go all the way to Manning," Latina said. "It takes 2 days to get here to there, and even then you'd have to confirm the reports of monster activity first. There were no reports of that, and she transported that giant puppet herself. You would need more time for that. Normally, she wouldn't have made it to intercept it. She was developing a system that was still in the prototype stage," Vane said. "If there was such a useful new model, why didn't you let us know?" "She made it on her own," Vane replied. "I just learned about it recently." "Oh, then you should have reported that she was developing a project independently. Was Mrs. Electo allowed to make this new model without your authorization?" "Why, yes, that's it," Vane said. "I frequently let my subordinates develop independently, then announce it myself. That doesn't seem to be the case." "That's definitely not the case." Vane gasps, he's cornered. So much sweat pours out of him and drips onto his meeting papers. "Anyway, regarding that, I instructed her to use this secret puppet project to intercept monsters," Vane said. "Why did you keep silent about such an important experiment?" "Because Lancelot and Latina keep making fools of me," Vane said. "You all know, they keep rumoring that I, from such a prestigious house, am not fit to become a senior sorcerer. But see here, I've defeated a monster, an unprecedented event. See how much better I am, my blood, my abilities, superior to all of you." Vane's defense echoed in the conference room. The senior sorcerer, who looks like a young girl, yawns, going phewa. Lancelot sighs and says in a calm tone, "I understand the situation. Moving on, the defeat of monsters is good news for us." Well then, you could say that I brought light to the kingdom that was waiting for its destruction, Vane said. I would love to hear from Mrs. Electo, Latina said. May we bring her here, Vane? I see. I'll bring her here, Vane said. He couldn't refuse. His fired subordinate was actually capable enough to defeat monsters, he couldn't even believe it. After that, the meeting proceeded as usual, however. It's all right, Vane. She's a commoner, isn't she? She can't go against me, a nobleman. No, no one can go against me. What are you waiting for? Isn't your opponent that Piria? She will listen because of my name. She will have no choice but to obey me absolutely. Vane could not think clearly for a long time. After the meeting, Vane was the first to leave the room and hurried to his laboratory. He slams open the doors, shocking his subordinates before he yells, "All of you, go to Manning and bring Pelia back, right this instant." They were completely unaware of the situation, and start at Vane with mouths agape. "What are those blank looks for?" Vane roared. "You should go at once." "Why do you want Piria again?" one of them asked. "Don't bother about the circumstances," Vane said. "Take her back regardless. We haven't made a prototype magic tool yet." "Are you kidding me? You're all incompetents. I'll make it, so head out now. If she resists, invoke my name and that commoner should obey." "Why, yes, my lord." The subordinates left the room without knowing why. Left alone there, Vane grabbed the blueprints off a desk and clenched them. "Piria," he growled. "Why do I have to go through such trouble for her? When she comes back, I'll have to be stricter than ever." Vane has no doubts that Piria will come back. After spitting out his hatred for her, he was struck by how complex the blueprints were and yelled, "That fucking Wama-an. 8. It's time to collect materials." The village of Manning was in a festive mood after Piria defeated the ogre. They drank alcohol even though it was daytime. Drunken villagers and soldiers both link arms and sing as one. The celebrations were so rowdy that no one noticed when Piria sneaked away from it all. "Now then, let's get started," Piria cried. "When it was the slime, we just transported the corpse," Finn said. "It's my first time butchering a monster myself. Honestly, is this okay? It feels like a valuable research sample," Piria said. "Piria," Eris said, "you don't have to think about the court mages anymore." "She's right," Finn said. "Let's take it apart without worrying about it. If the Institute really wants it, we'll just sell them the parts we don't need." "Then it's okay," Piria said. "Well then, let's open up the stomach." It seems that she can't control her excitement. Now, 2 monsters had been defeated by mankind. Moreover, it was the first time downing a 20-meter class. How strong this corpse is and what can its materials be used for, Piria does not know. "All right, let's skin it," Finn said as she pulled the sword from her back and thrusts it into the corpse. "It's tough." You cut it with your sword?" Piria asked. "In that case, it must be quite hard, no. Is it inelastic instead?" "Finn's sword has adamantite as its core, and the edges are made of aetherite," Eris explained. "Yeah, if it's just sharpness, I'd have chosen just aetherite, but I also want some weight behind it," Finn explained. "So far as I know, it's the strongest sword in existence," Eris said. And it need not be said, Finn's swordsmanship is also top-notch. Adamantite and aetherite are both magic stones that amplify magic. Aetherite is extremely light and has the most powerful amplification factor among the known magical stones. It is, however, extremely expensive. The amount that can be mined is extremely small, and even some aristocrats choose to own it instead of jewelry. And on the other hand, adamantite is extremely heavy, and its magic amplification factor was lower than that of aetherite. It was still a high-grade ore and is more cost-effective, so it's a suitable material for those looking for weight like Finn. "Foon, soy, saya," Finn cries as she slashes. "It's just bouncing off like it's nothing," Piria said. "I can't do it," Finn said. "How hard is this thing? I can't match it as is." Finn pours mana into her sword. It glows with a pale light. As with any magic stone, its toughness will increase in proportion to the mana coursing through it. "I'll try to see if the durability will change with temperature," Piria said as she held her hand over the ogre's belly. An orange sphere appears. Piria presses that miniature sun against the ogre's red skin. "You're still so dexterous," Finn said. "I'm jealous." "And you can use elemental magic so casually," Eris said. "I'm not that skilled," Piria said. "I trained it because it was necessary to build golem." "This seems like the high temperatures you need to process magic stones," Finn said. And you've learned multiple elements at that, Eris said. And Fufu, that's enough praising me, you two, Pyria chuckles. Right, Finn, please come here. Ow, huh, it doesn't look different at all, Finn said. I raised it to a temperature that melts ether right, Pyria said. It isn't burned in the slightest. So that's what happened, Haya. Finn cries as she slashes again. After that, Pyria tried various techniques such as freezing, freezing after heating, freezing then heating, but Finn's sword still did not cut. Eventually, they concluded, we've got no choice to use brute force. Demon sword technique berserk penetration. Finn cries. Her enchanted blade begins to pierce the ogre's skin. Or, she roars as she does it several more times in a row. Her blade glows red from all the mana. Guo, wind rushes around Finn and blows about Pyria and Eris's hair. This was why Finn was called the Sword King, her overwhelming offensive power. She could cut down a mountain, smash open the earth, and part the sea. Well, even with some exaggeration, she was still incredibly powerful. Despite that superhuman strength, however, her limit was piercing the ogre's skin with a single blow. Finn's sword eventually got stuck. She sighed and removed her hands from the handle. Ah, what are we going to do from here? She asked. What if we hit it with Pyria's fist? Eris asked. Won't that break my hand? Pyria asked. We shouldn't do that, Finn said. How about hitting the butt with all your might? But, Eris asked. Howa, Pyria yelled. Hey, why are you suddenly touching my butt? Because we're going to hit the butt, right? Eris replied. I didn't mean it like that, Finn cried. Stop taking things out of context. Her sword seems to be stuck inside Pyria, Eris said. Pyria pressed her hands together like she was praying and looked up at Finn. Finn, are you free tonight? Tokun, Finn's heart skipped a beat. The face turns bright red as soon as she sees Pyria. TT, that sounded so sexual, Finn stammered. You're too cute to be saying that. I see what you mean, Eris said as she folded her arms and nodded deeply. Because we'll be hitting the butt of the sword, I can do it, Pyria said, sounding extremely motivated now. She pressed her fist on the sword's hilt several times to see how it would feel before she cast a spell. Puppeteer martial arts, marionette strike. A dull sound rings out as the ogre's corpse shakes. At the same time, the blade tears open the skin and sank slightly deeper. As she kept striking the bottom several times like pounding in a nail, she gets Finn's sword to sink halfway in. Pyria grasped the hilt and tried to move it up and down. The skin and flesh were cut open slightly, blood poured out from inside. Finn, let's go, she yelled. I'm on it, Finn said as she came over. Now let's pull together. Pyria put her hands around the handle. Finn put hers over Pyria's, shouted 1, 2, then pulled as hard as they could. The blade starts moving down and tearing open the ogre's belly. As the wound reached around the lower abdomen, a blood-stained, shining sphere became visible. There it is, Pyria cried, her eyes shining. She doesn't hesitate to dive into the ogre's stomach. As she shoves her arms in, she tries to yank out the sphere, about a meter in diameter. Ooh-ha, it seems like it's hard to dig it out, Finn said. Seeing this, I feel like a scientist, Eris said. We're taking a bath after this, Finn said. We should go in together, it's been so long, Eris said. We can touch butts again. Stay away from them, Finn yelled. Meanwhile, Pyria managed to get the sphere out. She immediately rinses off the blood and gore with magic water, and when she sees its faint glow, she goes, Ooh. Pyria, Finn said, that's the monster core, isn't it? It seems to be the same size and shape as the slime we fought, Eris said. Yeah, that it is, Pyria said. But I've never seen the real thing. I was wondering if it was in its stomach. So in short, it's the monster's heart? Finn asked. Why did you think you'd find it in the stomach? It's not the heart, Pyria replied. It just strengthens the monsters. I think it needs this organ alongside the heart to maintain their huge bodies. So if you crush the heart, you can kill it without destroying the core? Eris asked. Yep, you got it, Eris, Pyria said. Or rather, when it comes to the other parts of the body, the ogre is the same as the demon-beast variety. The demon beasts of this world were roughly classified into 2 types. There are ones that were originally normal animals that gained mana, and the others sprung up anywhere there was enough mana in the atmosphere. The former could be domesticated as livestock, but the latter increases without reproducing and attack humans almost unconditionally. Ogres and slimes were of the latter category. However, the demon beast ogres reached 3 meters at max, and the slimes were small as 1 meter, so even your average adventurer could easily subdue it. By the time Finn, one of the strongest S-rank adventurers, can't even cut the skin, it ceases to be a demon beast and starts being a monster. So that means that monsters are just demon beasts with a core, Finn said. There isn't enough evidence to make that conclusion, Pyria said. The only thing I can say for sure is that this core part produces a lot of magical power. As she said that, her eyes shone again. Fully switched on, she began a furious machine gun speech. Currently, my little golem's power source is a monster replicant core. In short, that core was just forcefully recreated using magic stones. To tell you the truth, I don't know for sure if just connecting magical stones produces magical power. But even then, with this genuine core, I'm sure it'll generate even more power than a replica. Since it was a 20-meter class, the core capacity could be doubled, but fortunately, the size remains the same. It'll be compatible because the shape is the same, so I can just use it as is by swapping out the cores. For sure, there will be problems with cooling and exhaust, but I can just get around that by reducing the operation time, can't I? Hence, it needs to be installed immediately. My little golem must think so, too. How about it, you two? Overwhelmed by the speed, Finn's eyes were spinning. Oh, Eris, translate that to me. I haven't said anything particularly difficult, Pyria said. It's just that my golem is so amazing. I'm an idiot then, Finn said. It's definitely amazing. That's why you two are going to help me install this core into golem right now. Seriously, Finn asked, is this going to be okay? Will golem become a monster and start moving on its own? It'll be fine, Pyria said. As I said, the core isn't the heart, it's just a source of mana. Trust in my little golem. Pyria, Finn, and Eris worked together to install the monster core into golem. Pyria opened up the armor and uninstalled the replicant core. Then, when they installed the ogre core in its place, she attached the mana wires made out of the magic stone mystic irons. All right, Pyria said. How about it, Finn, Eris? Do you want to ride inside or watch it from the outside? I want to see it from the outside this time, Finn said. It will look different from the inside, Eris said. Got it, Pyria said. Well then, observe my little golem's stunning figure from there, she said before she jumped into the cockpit. The surroundings outside are projected on the interior. The thread hanging from the ceiling entwines with Pyria's fingers. As she moved her fingers slightly, numbers come up on the right side of Pyria's vision. Core output value, amazing, 250. It's 2.5 times that of the replicant core. Core output was a measurement Pyria invented. In brief, it's a numerical value indicating the amount of mana that a core can generate, with the standard being the replicant core's 100. The amount of heat will be about 1.5 times higher. There is no issue in normal operation, but if the limiters are released, cooling may not be able to handle it immediately. I may have to use some of the output for dealing with the heat. Even then, normal operation exceeds the replicant core's limiter release state. If it's boosted even further, there will be a huge amount of extra strength, even if the uptime will be shorter. The generated magical interference is almost zero, Pyria said. I was worried about distortion because it's a naturally produced core, but it seems I don't need to change the technique. Maybe I can even remove some unnecessary features. Yeah, even if it's just for an aesthetic appeal, I'll use it even if it's not efficient. Let's just be happy for what of now. If monsters were naturally occurring creatures, then this core was a bit over-engineered. However, that claim was biased because of Pyria's human perspective, though Pyria now knew that such things were possible. First, get up and yuwa. The difference in horsepower is readily apparent just from standing up. The momentum was stronger than Pyria expected. She almost lost balance. This is bad, this is bad. It'll be terrible if I took a hard fall. Let's decrease the movement sensitivity, Pyria said as she started manipulating the threads, and yeah, this should be good. The numbers on the screen also changed. Now then, let's show my little golem's new abilities to everyone. Monster Ray, no, Ogre Core, release limiters. Core output value reaching 250400, 500. Cooling system at maximum output, begin operational limit countdown. Before her, a 1-minute countdown appears. Golem bent down and swung its right arm up. The mana supplied by the core concentrates on that arm. Additionally, Pyria uses puppet magic and her threads to sharpen Golem's movements, making the fist faster and more accurate. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to show something off again?" one of the villagers asked. "This is nice." "Do more?" a second asked. "Show us more of that cool giant?" A third chimed in. Drunk as they were, they raised a hubbub as they turned Pyria's test run into a show. Finn and Eris stand side by side with their shoulders touching, a little further from the crowd. They didn't intend to be that close, it was just how they always were. "Wait, if the ogre core is stronger than the one Pyria made, how can it handle all that power?" Finn asked. "The bodies are different," Eris replied. "Most of the ogre's body is all muscle, but the golem's whole body is made of mithril, which has an excellent magic amplification factor." "Ah, is the color supposed to be like that?" Finn asked. "It seems like the mystic irons aren't strong enough. Mithril is inferior to aetherite and adamantite performance-wise, but is the most cost-effective. Ideally, the whole body would be made out of aetherite, but when you considered that it had to be made on a court magician's salary, you had to be realistic about it. Incidentally, Golem's main weapons, its fists, are made of adamantite after a bit of splurging. There's a difference between Golem, which was made to use mana, and an ogre that was a living being," Finn said. "But the power of mithril, it's terrifying, but is there still room for growth? If Pyria intends to go beyond that, we'll do our best to help her," Eris said. "Of course," Finn said. "I won't doubt her anymore for the rest of my life," she said, smiling. Eris also smiles slightly. In front of them, Golem began to move and threw out its fist. Puppeteer martial arts, Golem strike. They heard the hum of air being compressed. Then, the next instant, it was released all at once. Goo-woo. The blast rushes over the whole village. Standing behind Golem, everyone is shocked. If they were standing in front, humans would have been blown away like feathers. The wind pressure alone causes ripples and shaking in the village's barrier. But Golem's fist doesn't stop there. Just as Pyria noticed that there was an unpleasant noise coming from the elbow joint, the thread-like material connecting the upper and forearm explodes into shreds. Even further, the internal mithril frame fails, Golem's forearm flies off in the direction of the strike and punches through the barrier. "Whoa," Finn said. "Just by changing the core, you can make long-range attacks now." "I don't think that's what happened," Eris said. The flying forearm easily goes through the barrier and disappears into the wastelands outside without slowing down or falling. As Eris thought it wasn't intentional. The power output of the ogre core was too high for the internal frame to withstand, and as Pyria saw the fist flying off, "W8 come back, my little Golem's forearm," she screamed, tears in her eyes. "Name: Golem. Passengers: Pyria Electa. Equipment: main material, mithril. Armor, mithril. Core, replicant monster core to ogre core. Specifications: height 20.2 meters. Weight 120 kilos. Armor strength 1000, no change for reaching the hardness limit of mithril. Core output 100 to 250. Maximum speed 100 to 200. Armaments: Puppeteer martial arts Golem strike, melee attack. Power 300, normal punch is 100. However, since the right arm was lost, it can only be used with the left arm at present. Special abilities: limiter release, a technology that sends a signal to the core and utilizes normally suppressed power. Since the heat generation also increases, it is necessary to operate the cooling system at maximum output. The current release limit is 200% power and the operational time limit is 1 minute. 9. Making a new arm. Shiku shiku, Pyria whimpered after she disembarked from Golem, sat down, hugged her knees, then cried. The villagers returned to the festivities, satisfied, not realizing it was a failure. "That was a fun show," they said. "My little Golem," Pyria whimpered, your arm, I'm so sorry." There, Pyria, it's not that bad," Eris said as she stroked her back to comfort her. Meanwhile, Finn climbed the village's lookout tower and peered past the barrier to see where the missing arm had gone to. "I can't see it," she called out. "Just how far did it fly?" "It pierced the barrier and flew so far we can't even see it anymore," Eris said. "Be proud of that." "Yeah," Pyria blubbered. "My little Golem was just too amazing." "Well, it's clear now," Finn said as she jumped off the tower. To make full use of the monster core, you'll need the right materials, she said as she patted Piria's head. Piria wiped her tears and finally smiled. I can't do anything by sitting around here crying. I have to go find it. Are you heading outside the barrier? Finn asked. I was already planning to do that, Piria replied. Don't you think it's a great reason to step out of the barrier and explore for the first time? Yeah, that does sound like a good reason, Finn said. Does that mean that this will be the first time human beings have seen the outside world for the first time in 100 years? Let's carve our names into history, Eris said. Maybe we can find some ore that could be used for my little golem, Piria said. Don't get too excited, Finn said. Yes, let's do this, Piria said. But before that, we should fix this arm so we can fight monsters, Eris said as she looked at Golem's torn arm. Golem itself was currently sitting on the ground. In the exposed section, you can see the interior mithril frame, Golem's skeleton, and countless wires. So that's what it looks inside, Finn said. Any reason the body is all mithril? It was cheap to buy in bulk, Piria said. That sounds tough. Such are the limits of independent development, Eris said. But see here, mithril is excellent, Piria said. The balance between the magical power amplification power and weight is good. If you let mana course through it, the hardness will be considerable. If I put all my strength into it, I can bring mithril to its hardness limit, Finn said. With the power that core produces, I'd like to see you use adamantite. If I use adamantite, the weight will almost double. It's also more expensive, Piria said. It was tough, after all, Finn said. If you can beat monsters with a mithril frame, there are no problems there, Eris said. The biggest issue is how to process magic stones all by yourself. Aside from the armor, the frame seems to have been made to quite precise details, and even the wires are made of magic stones. I don't understand how it was turned into a thread. Yeah, there's the rub, Finn said. Weren't you using the Royal Magic Institute's facilities? Yeah, no, the Institute never had facilities for these, Piria said. I made the wires and the frame myself. Did you use magic? Eris asked. For sure, your power can melt magic stones. But that won't be enough, Finn said. If you have factory, it is here, Piria says. Her palm shines, a mithril wire appears in it. Finn and Eris stared at it. Things that I've produced at least once with my magic can be mass-produced using factory, Piria says. The materials used are from the stockroom, and Golem also has a hangar that can act as additional storage. Piria believes she's explained this clearly. However, Finn and Eris don't move a muscle as they stare at Piria's palm. No, if you look closely, they're slightly leaning in. I call this magic the marionette factory, Piria said. It's the magic I used to make Golem while I was still a court mage. If I used the Institute's facility to make puppets, I got yelled at. Piria, what is it, Eris? Could you call this unique magic? I guess you could call it that, Piria says calmly. Eris has a troubled expression for some reason. As for Finn, she was completely frozen, like time had stopped for her. At times like this, Finn's overwhelmed, but this is important, so I'll say it for you instead, Eris said. Go ahead, Pelia stammered. Eris paused, grabbed Piria's shoulder and pulled her face close to hers. What's going on? Piria asked. Various words came to Piria's mind. As a result of summarizing all of them, she said, No matter what you say, I. She does not seem to understand Eris's intention. She looks frightened and depressed. Eris says firmly, I'm not angry. Rather, I'm complimenting you. You're amazing, Piria. You're still so amazing. Really? Piria asked. Your magic is amazing, you look so cute, and your personality is the best, Eris said. I want to marry you. Marry me, Piria cried. That's why I can't understand it. Why? Eris said. Why was such a talented mage like you, Piria, fired from the Institute? No, I can't understand why you didn't become a senior sorcerer before that. Unique magic has no accidental products. They can only be obtained by someone who has mastered that field. If you aren't lucky, you won't even be able to obtain it. But it's puppet magic, isn't it? Piria asked. Even if you say that I've refined my puppeteer skills and created unique magic, everyone just gets angry that I'm wasting my precious skills. She said, getting depressed as she recalls the past. As usual, Eris hugs her and gets angry at Vayne. Piria gasped. Forget all that, Eris said. Everything Vayne said to you was meaningless. His words are nothing. Thank you, Eris, Pyria said. However, her expression remains grim. The past 2 years had carved deep scars in her. As Eris stroked Pyria's head, she brought her mouth to Pyria's ear and whispered, "If you can't forget those memories, we'll just overwrite them." "Ha," Pyria whispered. "You're great, Pyria. You're amazing, Pyria. You've done nothing wrong, Pyria. You're a hard worker and kinder than anyone, Pyria. So rest assured, everyone likes you, Pyria. Finn and I also love you, Pyria. I love you." "I love you." "Ha, hawawawawa," Pyria blubbered, flustered. "Eris, what are you whispering into my ear? Hold up a moment." "I like you, I love you. Why did I ever let you go?" Eris continued whispering. "I'm never letting you go. I'll make sure everyone will know how wonderful you are, Pyria, and that everyone wants you, but I won't give you to anyone. You're ours, Pyria." "Eris, it feels like you're doing something totally different now," Pyria squeals as her face burns bright red. However, Eris' eyes are locked. She hugs Pyria tightly and doesn't let Pyria move away. She whispers sweet words into Pyria's ears and drowns her in pleasure. Then Finn returned to her senses, yelled, "Stop trying to get a head start," and karate chopped Eris to separate her from Pyria. Moving on, they had a plan to repair the missing arm. Pyria steadily assembles new parts using her unique magic. Then, the old man escaped the festivities in the village and approached the three. "Oh, young ladies, still so hard at work even though we're in the middle of a feast." "Oh, you're the old man that returned my little golem," Pyria said. "Thank you very much," she said, eagerly bowing in gratitude. The old man laughed, going ka, and wet his throat with the bottle he had. "Are you drunk?" Eris asked. "It's just juice diluted with some water," the old man replied. "I don't have to the Constitution to drink alcohol." "Seems like you're a very different sort of miner," Eris said. "I'm not a miner," the old man said. "I was the blacksmith of this village for many years. The name's Brick. I take care of the miners' pickaxes." Eris must have mistaken him as a miner of his arm muscles, though now that she looked at them, they were certainly more weathered and older than the other miners. After all, miners often die premature deaths. Most perished from the dust destroying their lungs. "For better or worse, I lived to be this old because of my being lame," Brick said. "I thought it was time to pay the final price, but my bad fortune was interrupted, wasn't it?" "Refusing to die until you're ready, isn't that just being human?" Finn said. "Kay," Brick chuckled. "Seems like you understand, young lady." "So, did you come up just to talk with us, Brick?" Pyria asked. "Not at all, young lady, Pyria, was it? I was thinking that since your puppet's arm flew off, you're in trouble because you don't have enough ore. Use what we have in the village as you please." "No, I'm just trying to reassemble it to a certain point," Pyria said. "But I'm grateful for the offer." "In that case, I'll take it without complaint," Brick said. "It seems you didn't have enough adamantite, though." "Oh," Pyria said. "The seasoned craftsman's eyes cannot be deceived." Pyria rebuilt arm looks perfectly fine just by looking at its form. The internal frame, the armor, and the wires were completely reproduced using factory. The only exception was the fist. "Little Missy, you're the hero of Manning, aren't you?" Brick said. "If it means we can give back to you, feel free to rely on us." "Do you have a stockpile of adamantite?" Pyria asked. "Yep," Brick said. "I think it was supposed to be delivered somewhere, but the noble in charge of it ran away from the village. It's free for you to use. There's a fair amount. You probably have enough to make the entire arm out of adamantite." "An arm of adamantite," Pyria said. "Can we use it to remake both arms?" "You probably could," Brick said. "I'm sure that quantity was supposed to be used by some big-shot noble scientist, not that that matters anymore. It was originally mined by the village's men. It would be a problem if the aristocrats came back. But if they came back, will they be assured of the safety of their lives? Will they come back even though they know this area is dangerous? That is the question." As Finn overheard the conversation, she folded her arms and said in a low voice, "Speaking of nobles, a soldier said that they took the young women from the village." "That they did," Brick said. "Still, though, I think they were just taking them to a safe place. Don't be so pessimistic." "You say that, but I think we'll need to do something about it," Finn said. Ka, Brick chuckles. "I wonder why that is. Why are the kings of the court of heaven acting like a crying child that can't be soothed? Don't people usually put great expectations on your backs?" "Fuck," Finn swore. She was compelled to take care of it. She needed to speak up about it. "I can't help it," Finn said. Rather than putting it off for later, I suppose I'll just finish it quickly. Are you going somewhere, Finn? Piria asked. I have a lot of things I want to talk about with you, Piria, but I want to enjoy it as much as I can, so I'll take care of this trouble first, Finn replied. I understand, Piria said. I'll be waiting for you to come back. That alone boosts my motivation by 100 times, Finn said, looking lonely as she stroked Piria's head. Besides them, Eris also looks lonely. But the butts. Stay away from them, Finn snapped. I'm just joking, Eris said. I'll just enjoy Piria lots because I don't have to share her with you, Finn. Can I get some time alone with her later? Finn asked. Be gentle with her, Eris said. That isn't what are you saying? Finn snapped. Mouth twitching, she tries to leave. Brick stopped her. Hey, hold up a moment. I was just half joking, but are you really doing this? We have ore, but we can't pay you in money. Don't worry about the money, Finn replied. I'll be back by tomorrow morning. The young girls who were taken will be back later than me, is that fine? Ah yeah, Brick said. I'm surprised you're going to be so fast. They don't call me the Sword King for nothing, Finn said. And it hasn't been that long since they ran away, isn't it? I'll catch up to them soon. Well, I suppose you should tell me where the nobles likely went. Of course, I'll be happy to give you info, Brick said. Oh, little missy, I'll ask the other guys to bring the adamantite, so just wait here. Finn leaves the area with Brick. Left behind, Piria watches her go. Don't worry, Eris said as she hugged Piria from behind. You can leave it all to Finn. Yeah, I know Finn is strong, but it'll be lonely. Tell her that later, Eris said. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear it. Finn and Brick seemed to be headed for the Adventurers Guild. They also had a branch office set up in Manning. There were communication devices in each town's guild office, and it was possible to contact the ones in other locations. There was a considerable amount of money required for installation, as both the communication device itself and magic wires connecting them were needed. Hence, the guild's branches were only set up in strategically important locations, settlements where major adventurer groups were based, and the facilities of the royal capital. They must have taken more than one woman, Eris thought. When it comes to bringing them back home, Finn, maybe you should contact us. I hope the trouble doesn't come back with you here to Manning. As Eris carried those worries inside her, Piria looked her in her face. As she smiled, her cuteness blows Eris's worries away in an instant. Well, I suppose I don't need to worry so long as I have Piria. The two went back to repairing Golem. Shortly after, the villagers carried in a large amount of adamantite. Piria is so excited it seems she's drooling. She immediately picked it up and processed it with factory. Ultimately, the arm reconstruction was completed before the villagers were finished drinking and partying. Piria was happy to see Golem armed with special equipment and bathed in the sunset's light. Now that all is said and done, she wonders if it's even necessary to collect the arm that flew off. However, mithril was also expensive ore. More importantly, when it comes to Golem's sheer size, it would be difficult for people to reclaim it without help. She needs to recover it for financial reasons and as an excuse to head outside the barrier. The villagers treated Piria and Eli's that night, feasting and laughing, and once they were alone, they talked a lot about the time they'd spent separated from each other. Then they took a bath together and slept in the same bed. The bedding wasn't anything to write home about, but it was warm with two people in it. Best of all, Piria could sleep at the same time that everyone else slept. She didn't have to feel lonely laying in another bed. Had she ever been so happy? She was feeling so good that she thought it was a waste to go to sleep, but as Piria suddenly opened her eyes, she found Eris staring at her. Did she intend to watch her sleep? Eris's eyes went wide for a moment before she quickly smiled gently. Piria was somewhat embarrassed and shy. As Piria squirmed in shame, their feet brushed up against each other. Then, they touched several more times. It feels comfortable to have her best friend's warm skin on her cold feet. Once she felt it, she couldn't do without it. Eris and Piria entwined their legs, put their bodies close together, and slept using each other as their pillows. Name: Golem. Passengers: Piria Electa. Equipment: main material, mithril. Arm material, adamantite. Armor, mithril. Core, ogre core. Specifications: height 20.2. Weight 120. Armor strength 1000, no change for reaching the hardness limit of mithril. Core output, 250. Maximum speed, 200 to 180. Armaments, puppeteer martial arts golem strike. Melee attack, power, 300 to 400. Special ability, limiter release. A technology that sends a signal to the core and utilizes normally suppressed power. Since the heat generation also increases, it is necessary to operate the cooling system at maximum output. The current release limit is 200% power, and the operational time limit is 1 minute. 10. At the very least, I want the world you see to be beautiful. March, a town located 3 hours north of Manning, by horse-drawn carriage. Its settlement rank was C. Its agriculture was thriving. There was a medium-sized market in the center of the town. It was a prosperous settlement as is. Manning only had its mines, so it often imported food from this market. Perhaps because of that connection, one of the nobles who had escaped from Manning, Scape, hid here with the women taken from the village. However, this town was also not that far from the edge of the barriers. If Manning was destroyed, it would be downgraded to D rank, even though its agriculture was thriving. Above all else, it's too close to Manning. It wasn't a safe place for the noble, who was already looking for a different place to hide. However, the fact that they brought the young women with them was going to work against his plan. There were all manner of people in the market, even if they all called themselves merchants. However, there was no doubt that they were more obsessed with gold than other occupations. Hence, in this market where the merchants gathered, there would always be people without morals. Scape contacted those merchants and traveled to a warehouse on the outskirts of town. Behind him are several carts escorted by strong men. Inside them are about 10 young women bound and laying down. Probably because the agreed-upon meeting time had already passed, Scape looks frustrated and impatient as he stands with his arms crossed. A female merchant appears. Her brown, almost gold, hair is shaped like a cat's ears. Her eyes are narrowed, the corners of her lips curl up, and she looks like a cat. "Ooh, you're finally here," Scape said. "You've got. Naihahaha, thank you for patronizing Cupidus's store today." And most importantly, she even talked like a cat. "Commercial King Kate Cupidus," Scape said. "I've got an offer you can't resist." "Naiha, I'll do anything that makes money. So then, where's the sample product, Naya?" "In the cart," Scape said, gesturing to it. As Kate looked inside, she found a woman biting the gag in her mouth, squirming and going NNN, as she yelled for help. "I see," Kate said. "She's just a country bumpkin, but she doesn't look too bad, Naya. The women from mining towns look good, and if we sell her, she's going to make a decent amount of money, Naya." "Yes, there's no doubting that," Scape said. "They're all rebellious, determined women. You don't have to worry about them falling to despair and committing suicide." "I see, Naya," Kate said. "By the way, Mr. Scape, where did you get these women from, Naya?" "I took them from a village I govern," Scape said without fear. "Because of a monster attack, I escaped only with the women who were most likely to make money." "But if you were from Manning, shouldn't you have bought etherite, Naya?" "I can't produce that sort of thing," Scape complained. It already took a few months to dig up a just-finished order for adamantite. The mine's already dead. "So adamantite's too heavy, so you took women instead, Naya. Above all else, they should be grateful to me, because I saved them from certain death," Scapey said. "But I heard that Manning was saved, Naya." "So the rumors go," Scape said. "It's an unbelievable story. It seems that the Court of Heaven was also involved. Naya, no matter how strong they are, they can't beat a 20-meter class, Naya. I'm more worried about that giant that suddenly appeared, Naya. It smells like a good business opportunity. So that's why you're here in March." "That's right, Naya," Kate said. "I was just heading for Manning, then I overheard the story." "You can't possibly expect me to return the women I took back to Manning, do you?" Scape. "Naya, Naihahahaha," Kate laughed. "Do you think I'll skip on an opportunity to make money? Naihahahaha." "Ahahaha, that's true, so let's start negotiating the price right away," Scape said. "But before all that, can I ask you a question?" Kate said. "What is it, Scape?" "The guys escorting those carriages, Naya," Kate said. "They've got some evil eyes, Naya. Who are they?" "Who's there?" Even as Scape and Kate look at them, the men don't move. "They were with the adventure groups that have been around for a long time," Scape said. "I contacted them before evacuating the village and asked them to escort me. Those bodies, they're a rank, aren't they, Naya? Some of them are even S rank. They sound expensive, Naya." They're worth the asking price, Scape said. If these women sell, we'll all be in the black. Naihea, I'll make sure to make them profitable. You had better not be exaggerating, Scape said. If you undercut me, I'm looking for another merchant. No need for that, Naya. Scape asked. If you don't sell these women to me here and use the black market instead, it's not worth taking the risk, Naya, Kate said, her eyes opening slightly. As Scapey felt like he was staring into an abyss, he felt a chill run down his spine. Say I take these women here, Naya. If I get a reward for taking them back home after you open these negotiations, that would be a better deal for me. Don't you think so too, Naya? Wow, what are you? Scape stammered. Impossible. Do you think I'm going to take this deal? Don't mess with me, as I said, some of them are S-rank, he yelled. Before him, he heard a pitiful moan. As Scape turned around, a sword about as tall as a person was rammed through the head of one of those S-rank adventurers he was so proud of. As someone with a demon mask pulls it back out, the adventurer collapses, lifeless. You're the criminal adventurer group based in March, the Shadows in the Darkness, the one with the demon mask said. And yet you couldn't even detect an actual shadow in the darkness. Isn't your name a joke? SW, Swo, Sword Demon? Scape yelped. Well, you've been an annoyance for quite some time, and now that you're involved in human trafficking, I'll erase you without mercy, the one in the demon mask said. The other escorts attack the sword demon all at once. She didn't even move as she struck out with her sword. She moved so fast no one saw it. The next moment, the men's heads exploded like balloons. Hi, Scape squealed. Why are you here, sword demon? I'll have you hunted down. Hey, nobleman, the sword demon said as she put away her blood-stained blade on her shoulder. If you know my name, don't you also know what's coming next? She said as she crouched before Scape. She grabbed his chin and squeezed so hard his bones creaked. Aga, Scape choked. Criminals like you can only be crushed by worse evils. Once you go down this inhumane road, there is no going back. Scape's ugly screams echoed in the warehouse. Naihehaha, Kate laughs after all is said and done, clearly in a good mood. Finn took off her demon mask and walked up to the cart with a sigh. Meanwhile, the unconscious and incontinent Scape is tied up on the edge of the warehouse. Aside from the adventurers who do covert work, killing a nobleman can become a serious problem unless you can completely hide the corpse. Finn wasn't that evil either. You know, that was a perfect show, Naya, Kate said. If can see the sword demon's terrifying power while getting money, I'm happy. As usual, you show the bad guys no mercy, Naya. Finn takes out a knife and cuts the gag and ropes. The woman thanks her with tears in her eyes. The other captives were freed one after the other. It was going to be trouble to find them in this town myself, Finn said. I can only hunt down demon beasts. They don't call me the Merchant King for nothing, Naya, Kate said. Don't call yourself that, Finn said. You're not a member of the Court of Heaven. The title King is not a proprietary trademark of the Court of Heaven, Naya. Anyone's free to call themselves that. Or are you trying to charge me money, Naya? I'm sorry for that. No, it's all fine, Naya, Kate said. I'll give you a discount on the fee to send the women back to Manning. I was going there anyway, Naya. That's not what I'm worried about, Finn said as she scratched her head and looked embarrassed. Kate shook her head. You aren't talking about Eris by any chance, are you, Naya? She's there in Manning, Finn said, and she's staying with me. Nayaha, Kate whined, but it still smells like a good business opportunity. So I'm still going, Naya. I think Eris will be more upset with you than usual. I don't think you should be threatening me like that, Naya. For various reasons, Kate and Eris were not on friendly terms. Moreover, Pyria is in Manning. So more so than usual, Eris will be wary of Kate. Your actions may be called the work of the sword demon, Finn, but for me, Eris is the real demon here, Naya, Kate said. We were originally going to give her the title of Demon King, Finn said. That's perfect. You should still give that to her, Naya, Kate desperately said with a long-suffering face. Hekshai, Eris sneezes lightly. As Pyria was having breakfast with her at the same table, she looks at her worriedly. Are you all right? She asked. Are you feeling sick? I'm in good shape because I'm with you, Pyria, Eris said. Maybe someone is talking about me. You're a beautiful woman, Eris, so everyone's talking about you. Then it's funny that a cute girl like you, Pyria, isn't sneezing 10 times more than I do. Come on, I'm not even close to your beauty, Eris. Hold it right there. I can't let that stand. Your cuteness is absolutely better, Piria. No, your beauty is better, Eris. Cuteness. Beauty. Cuteness. Beauty. The two women have such a useless argument in the morning. The innkeeper looked at the situation warily. Let's stop, Piria said. We're not going to conclude anything. Yeah, we aren't, Eris said. As they finally settled down, they began to bite into their hard bread. Their breakfast was simple bread and soup. However, they were always the type of people who had light breakfasts. The owner of the inn asked, "Is it okay for us to serve this to our town's saviors?" However, both Piria and Eris were insistent they were grateful for it. Thanks for the meal, Piria said. Thank you for the meal, Eris said. Well then, are we going to continue butchering the ogre today? I want to preserve its organs before they completely rot, Piria said. Also, I think I can use the horns and nails for something. Finn said she would be back by this time, but it was a little late to start exploring outside the barrier. Above all else, there was Finn's fatigue to consider, so they were butchering the ogre for today. If you put those nails on Golem's fists, you'll make it even stronger, Eris said. That's really cool, Piria said. I'm going to try it. Piria dreams of what sort of materials she can obtain from monsters. Originally, the horns of the demon beast ogres were used as medicine. If the monster version's horns were more effective than those, it may be possible to treat previously incurable illnesses. To put it a different way, the threat to mankind could be the source of infinite possibilities that humans couldn't achieve by themselves. With thanks to Finn skinning it yesterday, the butchering went smoothly. The villagers also decided to help out Piria, with the miners working on the ogre's body with knives and pickaxes. On the other hand, Eris was healing and giving medical consultations to the villagers, both the ones involved in the butchering and not. She was called the Holy King as her recovery magic was first class. In the first place, recovery magic itself requires significant magical talent to learn, so there are few users. Hence, just for being able to use it, healing mages were highly sought after by adventure groups and settlements. Most highly prized were mages with top-class spells. Treating fractures and other obvious causes of injury and pain were a very useful thing. Poor villages like Manning don't even have a healer. It was natural for Eris to get flooded with patients. It was before noon that her work began to settle down. Finn had yet to return. Meanwhile, a troubled Brick walked up to Eris. It seemed that he was acting mayor now that there were no longer nobles around to rule them. Hence, the village's troubles fell on his shoulders. "Little Missy Eris, is now a good time?" he asked. "Your face makes me think I'm not going to like what you're about to say," Eris said. "I get where you're coming from, but it's for protecting little Missy Piria, all right?" Brick replied. At that, Eris can't resist. With Brick guiding her, they went near the inn. And for some reason, he urged her to look in through the window. There was a trio of people in familiar robes. For some reason, they looked strangely tired and slump over a table. "Court mages," Eris muttered. "Why are they here?" "You don't know," Brick said. "They just came here all of a sudden and started yelling for little Missy Piria." "Piria? Just now. That's why I thought it was better to run it through you first before telling her," Brick said. "And you were right to do that, Brick," Eris said. "Is that so?" "I'm going to talk to them," Eris said. "I already tried." "They didn't bother with me," Brick said. Eris enters the inn alone. As the door opens and the bell rings, the three court mages looked up as one. They see an elegant, sharp face. They stay on high alert from the aura radiating around her. Eris was approaching them with hostile intent from the start. "Good day," Eris said. "Who are you?" hurriedly asked the leader, a middle-aged man. The young man behind him started stammering. Holy King Eris. The Court of Heaven." It was true they were involved, the leader said. "I think you should give me your names first," Eris said as she sits on a nearby chair and looks warily. "We are nobles," the leader said. "Moreover, we have exhausted our precious mana to get here in half a day. Regardless of if you're a member of the Court of Heaven, a commoner like you is obliged to show us respect." "Give me one good reason," Eris said. "Are you questioning our positions, commoner?" the leader asked. "Nobles, commoners, royalty monsters," Eris said. "Once they die, everyone is just lumps of meat." Are you threatening us?" the leader snapped. "You're the first person to take that bossy attitude with me," Eris said. "I know what you're doing. If you can, you should go back to the royal capital immediately." "We will do no such thing," We will only leave with Mrs. Electo. The third member, a woman, finally spoke up. However, it was still just noise to Eris. She was in a bad mood. I will ask you once. What are you planning to do with Pyria? We're taking her home, of course, the leader said. Didn't her former boss fire her and kick her out of the capital? She isn't officially stricken from the record yet. And most importantly, it was Pyria who left without going through the proper procedures. We believe she must return. Eris burst out laughing at the incredible show of stupidity. Phew, it seems you can become a court magician even if your brain is rotten. What are you saying? These are the orders of the senior sorcerer Lord Vane. Commoners cannot resist his commands. Summon Mrs. Electo here right this instant. I can't stand to hear you any longer, Eris said. It seems that the pus from your brain is turning into delusions spilling from your moths. Saying all that without a hint of shame. You be it, the leader said as he stood up and cast water magic at Eris. This was normal. It wasn't a huge crime for aristocrats to murder commoners. It was the usual rotten story. But of course, that weak spell is repelled by Eris's personal barrier. The man is upset she's unscathed before him. She doesn't change her proud posture. As she saw that, Eris coldly looked down on them. Your pride is so bloated that it's taking up space for your brains, and you only have that much magical talent, too. First of all, if I take you on seriously, maggots like you would have been crushed 100 times over. I'm saying this since you don't seem to realize that. And I've already said this earlier, but it's so tragic your brains are suffering from some noble's disease. Haven't they become less than slime by now? You poor things. Stop spouting such idiotic things, the leader roared. No, I am Holy King Eris, Eris shot back. Do you think you can say that to me just because you're good at magic? You're aristocrats, just court magicians, aren't you? I am part of the Court of Heaven, which was destroyed fighting a 10-meter class monster. Won't I be able to easily crush small fry like you three? Try us. You're not that strong. Just go and do as we command already. Oh, and what if I don't want to? Eris said. Do it. We're telling you to bring us Mrs. Electo. Cowards, Eris said. Ooh, if we invoke Lord Vane's name, she will have to obey. We don't have to waste time talking to you. No, she won't, and she never will again, Eris said. Pyria is no longer a court mage. She's our friend, she's our family, so I will protect her. You all won't be taking advantage of her success. I won't even let you see her. You don't know what we want of her. It's clear to me that you're trying to steal Pyria's golem, Eris said. I can't let that come to pass. That golem was made using the Institute's materials and facilities. It belongs to us. Eris kicked the chair beside her. It didn't even fly off, it just shatters into pieces on the spot. The loud noise and the power made the three mages shrink in fear. You filth lie so brazenly, Eris said. Do you know how much your words have hurt Pyria? You've just proven it. You're all incompetent without Pyria. She was the best magician. She must have helped you countless times. Most of Vane's work was done by Pyria. Without her, he's an incompetent person. He has nothing to be proud of but his pedigree. Gah. You really have to understand that you're not that good, Eris said. You're angry, but you refuse to see reality, and you can't use magic that well. You guys are such a waste. You're pests that are many dozens of times lower than the lives of commoners, just pests that eat up what's left of humanity's future. Now, I have warned you twice. There will be no third. In the first place, I've given you a huge concession by speaking with you as equals. At this point, you have the choice of giving up or doing without accomplishing anything. There's nothing else you can do. I absolutely refuse to let parasites like you see Pyria. What right do commoners like you have to decide your fate? Why don't you know? Eris said. The ultimatum was over. Eris completely gave up and sighed loudly, and she repeated, I have been very kind. Are you regretting your mistakes now? I have been very kind. Hey, what do you think you are? The commoners must obey the aristocrats. That's how they become good and kind. I have been very kind. Wait a moment, did she struggle to comprehend it and broke? Seriously, we're taking Mrs. Electo home with or without your permission. When we say it was Lord Vane's orders, she'll have no choice but to come with us. The fools who still did not get it heard the sound of the bell ringing and turned around to look. There was a demon. She carried a huge, bare sword on her shoulder and approached their table without hiding her murderous intent. What is that? Step by step, the wooden floor creaks under her feet. She's dangerous. Sir, she's dangerous. The eyes on the other side of that mask are those of a murderer. We're running away. And as the demon pulls out her giant sword before them, unable to take it anymore, they run off and out of the inn. Eris saw this pitiful show and muttered one word, lousy. As Finn removes her mask, she looks out the open window and sighs. Pyria is such a handful, honestly. Welcome back, Finn. Oh, I'm back, Finn said. I didn't think they would understand what I was saying, Eris said. They were also third-rate magicians. Pyria is out from the Institute, but I wonder if they'll come back and try something else. They're not coming back because so long as I'm around, Finn said. We'll never see them again. I am seriously killing them if they show their faces again, Eris said. Oh, they are never getting to Pyria, Finn said. In a corner of the bar, the innkeeper trembles from the murderous intent radiating from the both of them. Eris approached him and placed a few gold coins on the counter. Hey, he asked. What is this for? For the chair that I broke, Eris said. Forgive me. And no, it wasn't that expensive, he stammered. I put in extra for the trouble, Eris said. I want you to take it. Additionally, Eris borrowed a broom and started cleaning with Finn. 11. Heading out to the world beyond the barriers. You failed to bring her back? Vane shouted as he stood in front of his lab's communication terminal. Please forgive us for our failure. His subordinates whimper as they called from the guild's Manning branch. Didn't you invoke my name? Vane asked. What did Pyria say when she refused? It seems that the members of the Court of Heaven are protecting her. We couldn't even meet her. You didn't even meet, Vane yelled. At least contact me when you've seen her in person. But she's being protected by the Sword King and the Holy King, isn't she? If we force the issue, we're going to get killed. Insist anyway, Vane snapped. Please contact me again after you've got results. Oh, wait a moment, Lord Vane. Vane hit a button and disconnected immediately. Fuck, these people are useless, he grumbled. Why can't they even do the bare minimum of what's expected of them? Latina walked up behind him, indignant. She looked at him with her face twisted in anger, then called out to him. Vane, is now a good time. What is it, Latina? I'm busy, Vane snapped. If it's not important, can you just leave me alone? I don't care, Latina replied. It's about the magic stones to be used in the agriculture experiments next month. Oh, I've already placed an order with a magic stone supplier I know, Vane said. It will arrive in 2 days. I just got a call saying they failed to secure the delivery, Latina replied. Huh? Vane asked. We left it to you because you said you could acquire adamantite cheaply, but if the price goes up now, we'll be over budget. Without that adamantite, we can't do the bare minimum of the experiment, so please inform us what you intend to do about it. With that, Latina handed over the related documents and walked away. Vane stared at them and started shaking. Failed to secure the adamantite, he read out loud, lost contact with Manning, so it became difficult to purchase at the usual price. It was from Manning. His temper explodes once more. It's Pyria Agoyian, he screamed as he ripped the papers in half. Oh, the color of adamantite doesn't look too bad, Finn said as she passed by the remodeled golem. The color is darker than mithril, and it gives it some presence. She had returned in the morning as promised. The hostages would be transported by Kate and would arrive in Manning by afternoon. Finn headed back to Pyria's with Eris to tell her the news. Then, Pyria leaped to her while covered in ogre's blood. Finn, she cried, welcome back. Finn struggles as she finds herself before Pyria, rejoicing like a tiny animal. She wants to get closer to her. No, she really wants to hug her, but it's embarrassing. But if she got closer, Pyria would definitely hug her. It's embarrassing still, but less so than hugging Pyria herself. Finn approached her anticipating all that, but that would create the serious problem of bloodstains all over their clothes. Finn, can you hear me, Finn? Are you some kind of angel? You should come up to her right away. Pyria wants to too. That's right, no matter how spectacularly bad the smell of ogre blood is. I'm not letting it stop me. You have Finn. And you look like a devil. Look at Pyria, she's so cute. So cute. Don't you want a hug? I want a hug. Then come closer. Aren't you saying the same thing as the angel? Pyria is good with this. Right. You guys are good friends. It made no sense to stay so conflicted. Finn rushed over to Pyria. Piria took that as permission to hug and mercilessly wrapped her arms around Finn. Don't hug me, Piria, you'll get me dirty. However, this was still Finn, so she said that out loud. It's okay, I'm making a film out of water magic over my body, so you won't get dirty. Seriously. And this was Piria, so she was a step ahead of her. As expected, she doesn't want to dirty her best friend with ogre blood. That was rather fast, Piria said. Did you save everyone? Oh, that should have been everyone, Finn said. I've gotten a merchant I know delivering them here. As they heard Finn's words, some of the miners helping with the butchering began to cry out. Apparently, among those taken were wives and daughters. Piria was proud to have Finn as her best friend. On the other hand, Eris looks a little worried and said, Finn, about that merchant you know. Yes, it's her, Finn replied. Unfortunately, she was already heading for Manning in the first place. I won't let her do anything to Piria, Eris said. I know that. What's going on with you two? Piria asked. No, it's nothing, Eris said. Yes, it's nothing, Finn continued. The two of them lied and smiled. Piria just shook her head. But she decided that if they didn't want to talk, she wouldn't delve into the issue. She chose to trust them and returned to butchering the ogre. All right, looks like we've already halfway done, Finn said. Thanks to that cut you made, Finn, everything went smoothly, Piria said. It seems that the meat's also being separated, but I don't think it'd be safe to eat. Someone tried to bite into it, but it was just too muscular, Piria replied. I'm looking for some other application for it. Did someone try to eat it? Finn asked. The skin, fangs, nails, and horns can be used as expected, Piria continued. Also, the stomach seems to be quite strong, so I proposed we used it for food and water storage instead. It's almost the same as the demon beast ogre. As of the moment, you can just think of this one as a bigger and stronger version. In short, it's profitable. However, since this is the first time trading in monster parts, there are no market prices. It would be difficult to sell to ordinary merchants. However, there is a reason the village had to sell them. What did you say about the materials, Piria? Finn asked. If you divide some of the parts, we can sell it and use it to raise funds for the village, Piria replied. Whoa, easy there, Finn said. If we don't, Manning won't be able to get food, Piria said. Now that there are no governing aristocrats, they don't have any permits to buy food from outside the settlement, let alone sell the ore they're mining. In short, it was now difficult to buy from legitimate merchants. Dealing with a disreputable merchant or buying at high prices, as long as you have to use those avenues, they'd never have enough money. Aren't you acting like the head of this village? Finn asked. Now that the nobles are gone, anyone can rule this village, Piria said. Don't you think that's a scary thought? Finn said. I'm not joking, Piria said. It's already been abandoned by the kingdom once. There's no guarantee that they'll send nobles out again. We're effectively an independent territory. It's not that I don't want to support you, but is everyone else on board? Finn asked. Maybe you should consider rejecting it, Piria, Eris said. I guess I should, but I've got a feeling I can develop this more than the other settlements, Piria said. That increases my motivation. Speaking of that, I have a plan, Eris said. Seriously, Finn asked, you've got something. If we come back safely from the outside world, I'll teach it to you and Piria, Eris said, laughing proudly. Meanwhile, Piria sneaks up to the almost emptied-out body of the ogre. We've taken out the lungs, Piria cried. You-woo-woo-woo, the miners cheer. Alongside them, she was mysteriously excited. That night, the villagers had a feast like yesterday. It was to celebrate the return of the village's women. Finn didn't want to, but couldn't help but get pulled in to join them in the feasting. Everyone made a fuss about her as they drank and sang. Especially for those who had wives and daughters returned, they hugged Finn in front of everyone and shamelessly shouted, I love you. Due to the cheerful atmosphere, Piria and everyone's faces were relaxed. Additionally, Finn and Eris were dragged out by the villagers and danced in the town square. Though embarrassed, Finn performed a sword dance with her blade, stealing everyone's gazes. Piria sighed. Finn is so amazing after all. Naya, isn't she Naya? A cat-eared woman Piria doesn't know sits beside her. Piria thought she was one of the villagers, so she had no suspicions. Here, help yourself. Please drink this, Naya. I don't drink alcohol, Piria said. I know that, Naya, it's juice, Naya. Enka puha, is this grape juice? Piria asked. My body is warming up for some reason. It contains the juice of a very healthy fruit that warms the body. Now, the more you drink, the better your health will be. Please give it another try. Goka goka, it's delicious. Very delicious, very. Humumai wash my head so cloudly. Naya hahaha, I'm sure it's just disagreeing with your body a bit. By the way, Mrs. Piria. Piria is drunk, on the other hand. Kate smiles evilly. And I'm actually a merchant, Kate Naya. I'm very interested in your golem. You are interested in Gorem. TL, you're interested in golem. That's right, Naya, Kate said. It'll be a huge shift in the balance of power in this country. If you go into business with me, I'll make sure you can help out a lot of people. Help my little Gorem. Help my little golem. You can do so much more than you are now, Naya, Kate said. You want that too, don't you, Mrs. Piri, Naya? As Kate was enthusiastically going into business negotiations, a shadow falls over her. As she looks up in fear, the Demon King stands over her. Kate, leave her alone. Naya, what are you saying, Naya? It's been a little over a year since I first met you, Eris said. I will make sure to mourn you on your death anniversary today. Ha ha ha, Naya, ha ha, that wasn't a very good joke, Kate said. I'm still alive, after all. The next time you open your mouth, I'm searing it with light magic and splitting it into two. I'm sorry, Naya, Kate yells as she runs off at full tilt. As Eris watched her run, she sighed. You really need to watch yourself around that woman, Eris said. Erish, Piria asked. My face looks scary, I'm so meshed up, look at me, wook. Eris, my faces look scary, I'm so messed up, look at me, look. However, as she looked at Piria with those blushing cheeks and that huge smile, Eris's wariness of Kate immediately disappears. Instead, Eris's mind instantly becomes focused on Piria. Eris hugs her without hesitation. Phew-ah, Piria slurs. Erish, you're hugging me. That's because, in this way, you're protecting me too, Piria. I feel relief from the bottom of my heart when I hug you. Phew-fu-fu me shu, but why are you hugging me, Erish? Phew-fu-fu me too, but why are you hugging me, Eris? They didn't totally understand each other, but as she hugged Piria, Eris smiled with genuine happiness. After finishing her sword dance, Finn scowls as she sees them. Ah, you're doing it again in public. Are you jealous? Eris asked. Yes, I am. Is that so wrong? Finn replied. Without any more shame, Finn admits it. All she wants to do is hug her. Why wasn't it ever this easy? In the end, their dream of taking a bath with all three of them together did not come true that night. Newfufu, Piria giggled. Finn, you should hug me. Newfufu, Finn, you should hug me. Come on, don't hug me, Finn said. Your face is too close. After returning from the feast, Piria was immediately put into bed with Finn and Eris sandwiching her between them. Although Piria was sleepy, she was so happy to have these two at either side of her. She just giggled like, and ehehehe. I like this. I like this. Yeah, I do too, Finn said. We'll be here with you tomorrow so you can sleep easy, Eris said. Yeah, but Nate coo. Yeah, but Night's coo. With how cute their girlfriend looks, Finn and Eris just stroke her. Meanwhile, Piria fell asleep hugging Finn. Eris hugged Piria from behind, then she closed her eyes. Finn looks up at the ceiling of the dim room, feeling the pleasant weight of Piria using her arm as a pillow. Hey, will we set out tomorrow? Finn said. We're not expecting a fight, but I'm really nervous. It was pathetic to be a warrior, yet so uneasy. But it was inevitable to be scared. For sure, they could expect anything to happen outside the barriers. My little golem systems are all green, Piria said as she's back in the cockpit. It's in good physical condition. No problems with both arms remodeled with adamantite. Yeah, we're ready to go. Golem was in perfect condition, even if they were traveling outside the barriers. Finn and Eris were sitting in the new chairs that were installed before they knew it. Even though we're just freeloaders, you installed chairs? Finn asked. It helps, Eris said, but it's a little much, I feel bad. It's because we'll be out for a while, Piria said. If you're going to eat inside the cockpit, you should at least have a chair. Their lunch was bread given by the villagers. Finn carefully holds it in her lap. Perhaps because it was freshly baked, the cockpit was filled with a delicious smell, Piria was already getting hungry. But she decided to be patient. She pilots Golem and puts it in front of the barrier. The adamantite fingers were able to tear it open much more easily than Mithril. It only made sense, considering that there was a monster with the same power as Golem did just that before. Piria opens as much space as she needs to get outside and slips out. With the villagers shouting, "Have a nice trip," and "Do your best," Golem finally stepped out into the world outside the barriers. The view was the same as from inside the barrier. However, just by standing outside, they could feel passionate emotions surging up inside them. "We're outside the barriers, aren't we?" Piria said. "Oh, we're out," Piria said. "From here on out, we're stepping out to uncharted territory," Eris said. "Well, let's get moving and start charting it," Piria said as she pulls the threads and sends Golem running. By replacing the core, it was 1.8 times faster than before. The surrounding scenery flies by in an instant. "Ooh yeah, this is some pretty impressive speed," Piria said. "The arms are supposed to be heavy, but it doesn't feel like it," Finn said. "If you go any faster than this, fine control may become a little difficult," Eris said. "What are you going to do then?" Finn asked. "I feel like we've got the option of making the whole body adamantite," Piria said as she pulled the strings. Golem leaped over a small mountain. It easily cleared that hurdle and landed into a river on the other side. It made a huge splash. "Uato," Piria gasped. "There was a river here." "Piria, this is dangerous, uncharted land," Finn said. "Ahaha, sorry, I got too excited," Piria said. "I see, it seems there was a river, and the mountain was blocking it from view." "Is Golem water-resistant?" Eris asked. "Magic stones are inherently protected against water," Piria said. "Golem will sink, but it won't enter the cockpit. I don't think we can swim, but theoretically, we can walk underwater." "It's surprisingly solid for its rough appearance," Finn said. "That's my little Golem for you," Piria said proudly. Golem looks around the area. "There are fish in this river," Piria said. "I see a werewolf over there," Finn said. "Are there demon beasts?" Piria asked. "You'd think the monsters would have made them extinct." "They coexist, but the fact that there are animals here means that humans can inhabit this place once the monsters are gone," Eris said. "This river will be especially useful to Manning," Finn said. "They'll be able to start farming. It will take some time, but if they can be self-sufficient with food, their lives will get so much easier." It wasn't just agriculture. Having a large body of water nearby will greatly expand what Manning can do. Golem could probably level the mountain. It wasn't impossible. But the biggest issue was that this was outside the barrier. "Even now, I can't see the missing arm," Piria said. "Seems like it," Finn said. "If it was traveling in a straight line, that hill we just jumped over should have acted as a wall." "NN," Eris said, "does that mountain have a hole?" "Heh," Piria asked. "Oh, there is. Isn't that an arm-sized hole?" Apparently, Golem's missing arm could punch through mountain walls, too. "What kind of power is this?" Finn asked. "Just goes to show you can have confidence in what people can achieve," Eris said. "Well, anyway, we should look toward the future," Piria said. "I'm sure it's around here somewhere." Eager or disappointed, Piria snaps back to the moment and resumes looking around. However, as soon as they left the river, they heard a low guru and stopped. "Huh, that sounded like an ogre?" Finn asked. "Is it a 20-meter class?" Piria said. "It won't be a match for Golem now that it's got adamantite arms, and the core was swapped out." "But what is that?" Finn saked. Growls were heard in quick succession. There was a subtly changing pattern like Gyuraru, Gyuga, and Jayajia. Piria looked back and saw countless shadows on the mountain they just leaped over. "Isn't that a lot of them?" Piria asked. "More or less 20 of them," Eris replied. "Are you kidding me?" Finn said. "Are they forming a group?" And immediately after Piria noticed the ogres on the mountain. "Gugalia!" They roared and leaped out as one. 12. They found Golem's arm. A group of ogres emerged from behind them. As they approach at tremendous speed, Piria is forced to make a decision. "We can take them on," Finn said. "Just power up Golem and go." "But this isn't the place to risk our lives," Eris said. "No one will die if we don't defeat them." Their opinions are both justified. Neither is wrong to say those. Even with their numbers, there's a chance that they can beat them if Piria releases the limiters and makes sure to end them quickly. On the other hand, even if they run away, there's no guarantee that they will escape. With all that in mind, Piria made her decision. "We're running." She pulls on the threads. Golem starts running. The cockpit shook tremendously. Finn and Eris's bodies were also knocked about. I didn't realize you'd do that, Piria," Finn said. "Finn, do demon beast ogres form groups?" Piria asked. "Ah no, I haven't heard of that," Finn said. They generally fight alone. In that case, this is a terrifying situation, Pyria said. I don't think monsters of those kinds would be organized without a leader. Eris turns stiff, she looks behind her. What's wrong, Eris? You suddenly turned pale, Finn asked before she looked herself. There was a giant so large they had to look up at it. It was probably part of the ogres. However, it was much larger than the others, well over 50 meters. Is that a chief? Finn yelled. If we get its core, Golem's performance is definitely going to jump up, Pyria said. Why are you talking about that at a time like this? Finn yelled. We're being chased? Ha, it stopped. Maybe that's because we left its territory, Eris said. The other ogres have also stopped. As soon as they crossed a certain point, the ogres stopped. As Golem slows down, they turn around and observe again. Blue skin, long horns. If we name this, do we call it like an ogre leader or something like that? Pyria asked. They haven't been seen near the village yet. Finn said, they haven't attacked at all till now. If that happens, 1 or 2 settlements will be destroyed, Eris said. They're like watchmen or a border guard. As the 3 women calmed their hearts, they figured they had escaped for the time being. We have to remember this place on our way home and make a detour, Pyria said. The layout is already burned into my head, Finn said. If you forget, I'll tell you. That's awesome, Finn, Pyria said. Then, on our way home, I wonder if we should rely on that other thing. That other, you had another plan? Finn asked. Our main goal is to find the missing arm, but since we're exploring anyway, I wanted to make a map, Pyria said as she kicked open the hatch by her feet. There was a roll of paper inside. Is this a map? Finn asked. It's rather simplified, but it records automatically, Pyria said. I already succeeded in capturing and projecting the surrounding scenery inside the cockpit, so now I'm recording it like a map, she continued. As of the moment, I'm printing it on the paper with fire magic, but eventually we'll just record it magically. I wish I could find some way to display it. My skills are pretty special too, Finn said. Even if we can't display your map, we'll be fine even without you at the helm. That's not the case, Pyria said. You see, I don't think you can control my little golem as is. Originally, this was designed on the assumption that I'd be the pilot, so you can't handle it unless you also use puppet magic. Without that, it's useless. It seems to me that the threads on each finger move different and require delicate amounts of force, too, Eris said. Then that means we can't pilot Golem? Finn asked. I'll have to develop a more intuitive control system, Pyria said. I think it's easy to build if you can make a theoretical design since I have factory. Isn't that an easy way to manipulate puppets, even if you aren't a puppeteer? Finn said. You might just put puppeteers out of business. Well, we'll have to think about it more after we get back, Eris said. Right now, we just have to watch out for more monster sightings. I don't think that's all we should do, Pyria said. In her view, it was nice to see the scenery of the world outside the barriers together. However, as she looks at the 2 people sitting beside her, she just wants to sit next to them as soon as possible. Nature is abundant around these parts, Pyria said. It's very different from Manning. After escaping from the group of ogres, there was no sight of monsters, and their exploration proceeded smoothly. They passed the river, plants grow thick and green, and the number of colors across the landscape increases. It's the effect of all the ores buried in the ground, Finn said. That's what frequently happens whenever they're mining magic stones. If the mana in the ground is too strong, plant life will die, Eris said. Then there must not be any magic stones buried around here, Pyria said. I hear that sometimes the plants adapt to the mana and grow abnormally, but that's rare, Eris said. Isn't that a magic tree? Finn said, pointing. You know, trees with properties similar to magic stones, but plant-based monsters spring up around them, so they're different to harvest. It sounds like you've got some experience, Finn. Tada, Finn said. It was a tough job. Yeah, it's like that one growing there, just suddenly sprouting up in a place where there were no other trees around. Pyria looked, there was a tree a little taller than Golem. Is that also a magic tree? She asked. Basically, there's a recurring pattern where the plants grow gigantic, Finn said. Is that so? Pyria said. I didn't realize those trees could bear such psychedelically colored fruits. If you burn it, the smoke will be like a signal flare, Finn said. Do you want to go collect it? I feel like I'd want to collect one as a sample. Yeah, let's go collect, okay? Pyria said. Wait, Eris said. There's a monster over there. Slimes were bouncing along while crushing the grass underneath them, though they were still a long way away. Their size was probably around 10 meters, and there seemed to be 2 of them. Also behind them is another monster. It's white and fluffy, like a rabbit. Slimes? Finn bites her lip. We'll be fine, Eris said. Golem already won against 20-meter classes, so there's no issue. Right, we can just punch it without even releasing the limiters, Pyria said. Oh, I know that, Finn said. After all, such deep-seated trauma wouldn't disappear completely. But the impact of golems destroying the ogre had a massive positive effect on Finn, as all they had to do was punch the slime. Do we wait until they leave so they don't notice us? Pyria asked. I want us to avoid unnecessary battles, Finn said. I want to beat it, Eris said. Eris, are you aiming for something? Finn asked. You can't eat slimes. They still have a core, Eris said. I want us to secure some more. So you also want to experiment with the cores, Eris? Pyria said. I understand, let's take it on. One shot for victory. Golem broke into a run without hesitation. As its footsteps were extremely loud, of course, the slimes noticed. Their translucent bodies steadily vibrated along the ground, rhythmically moving up and down. They were intimidating them. Unafraid, Golem continues to accelerate. Its feet dig up soil and grass, they soar high into the sky in its wake. After realizing the threat was useless, the slimes finally attacked Golem. First, one of them jumps up high and crashes down from overhead. However, Golem doesn't back down. Teai, Pyria roars. Pyria stabs Golem's hand into the slime's gelatinous body. There were 2 spheres inside. One is the core, and the other is the heart of the slime. Her target was the former. Golem's weight caused the hand to sink in with little resistance. The moment the hands touched the core, Pyria pulled a string. Golem's fingers grabbed the core and yanked out its arm. And then, the first slime became just a translucent mass of goo. After a brief delay, the second slime launches itself at the arm holding the core. Pyria stores the core in her stockroom and avoids the blow by rolling forward. Just behind them, the slime crashed so hard the sound echoed in the cockpit. Finn gulped. Pyria turned around and raised her arm high. Golem made another knife-like thrust. Its hand sinks inside the second slime, then yank out its core. Phoo, Pyria sighed. How'd you like that? Well done, Eris said. Iha, thanks, Eris. Don't let your guard down yet, Pyria. We've got another one coming, Finn yelled. Heth! Pyria finally notices the white rabbit-like monster charging in. Yua! She couldn't dodge it in time. Her heart is racing, but Pyria tells herself, calm down. Her opponent is a 10-meter class, half the size and power of Golem, no need to get hasty. Its mouth opened so wide, it was like it was tearing its face apart. Sharp fangs and red-black inner mouth come right for them. Golem's hands firmly grip the top and bottom halves and stop it. It's pushed back slightly, but that stopped the monster's momentum. The inside of the monster's mouth is projected all over the cockpit's front display in great detail. Koyua, Finn gagged. I figured this would happen. Maybe that's just the normal reaction, Eris said, though Pyria seems to be having fun. True to her words, Pyria was smiling. They were exploring uncharted territory. They were fighting unknown creatures, and Golem could take them all on and win with superior strength. How couldn't be she excited to see all this happening? My little Golem is amazing, after all, Pyria cried. Still smiling, she forced Golem to pull the monster's jaws open past their limit. Its cheeks start to tear apart, the monster screeches, Jua, at a deafening volume. Golem still doesn't stop. With its dull-colored body bathed in fountains of blood, it mercilessly ripped the monster in 2. Sorry about that, Pyria said. It felt good to see, Eris said. Since it seems to be based on a rabbit, we might be able to eat its meat. I was thinking the same thing, Pyria said. It looks like it'd make a great souvenir. If we have this much meat in the village, we'll be good on food for a while. No doubt about it, the miners will be overjoyed, Finn said. In an F-rank village, you'll rarely ever get to eat meat. As they talked, Pyria stored the monster's corpses in her stockroom. I'd like to name this latest monster Killer Rabbit. What do you think? Pyria said. It doesn't fit, Finn said. We can just use Giant Rabbit, can't we? What about you, Eris? Animal-type Monster 001. It looks like it's tasty, Pyria started. That may be an easy-to-understand name. Are you being serious right now? Finn said. I don't like it. It doesn't look appetizing at all if you call it the meat of animal-type monster 001. Appetizing? I didn't think of that, Eris said. It definitely looks delicious, doesn't it? Pyria said. Isn't giant rabbit our best option? Finn asked. In that case, let's just take a bit of each and call it something like delicious rabbit, Pyria said. Delicious, Finn started. Rabbit, Eris continued. It seems they were both impressed. That name is misleading if it turns out it's not delicious, Pyria said. Even if it's bad, everyone will say it's delicious because of the implications, Finn said. It also sounds like it'll be overhunted by humans and go extinct, Eris said. I think it'll be better if they do go extinct, Pyria said. Agreed, Finn said. Appetite for good food is a big motivation, Pyria said. In fact, if we discover that monster meat is delicious, the whole country may be spurred to action. Then it's decided that it's the delicious rabbit, Eris said. What they would do if the meat turned out to be inedible, that hadn't occurred to Pyria's group. While they were arguing about the name, they turned Golem around and faced the giant tree. Now then, we've got to take on this tree, Pyria said. It hasn't moved even with all this fighting, Finn said. The possibility of a plant-type monster is extremely low. All being said, it's not zero. Golem approaches it carefully, tiptoeing little by little. It touches the tree without incident. It doesn't seem to move on contact, it appears to be a normal plant. Golem should be a giant, but standing next to this thing, I don't feel it all, Finn said. It's such a sturdy tree, Pyria said. It's thick, I doubt, even my little golem can wrap its arms around it. It looks like you could build a whole house with just one of it, can't you? Eris said. How are we taking it back? Do we uproot it? Considering the size of the trunk, it'd be difficult to get it out of the ground no matter how powerful Golem is, Finn said. I wonder if we should cut it down, Pyria said. I actually made a new weapon for just this sort of situation. Handles jut out from Golem's waist. As it grabbed them and pulled them out, they turned out to be small knives made of adamantite. Though this is relatively speaking, the blades alone are close to 2 meters in length. Adamantite knives, Pyria declared. It's too small to use in battle, is it, for butchering monsters? Finn asked. I made them yesterday, Pyria said. I had adamantite left over, so I thought why not? With this, it should be easy to open up and gut the ogre, Eris said. It's not a fish, Finn said. All right, I'm going to cut down this tree with these, Pyria cried. Tay. Ti. Pyria thrusts them in clumsily. The tree is resilient against the assault, but after repeated hits from the sharp knives, about half of its trunk is chopped in no time. Then, when Golem lightly pushed it, it made a creaking noise, then toppled over. Collect and store, Pyria said as she held Golem's hand out. The tree is transferred to Golem's hangar. It's so convenient I almost can't believe it's true, Eris said. Looks like we won't have worries with this around. Finn said. It only works on trees, Pyria said. People do have their strengths and weaknesses, Eris said. That they do, Finn continued. What? Pyria asked. With the corpses and fallen tree secured, Pyria resumes the search for her arm. However, the plains spread out before Golem. There was only one mountain ahead of them, and it's clear that's where the arm ended up getting stuck. That's my little Golem's arm, Pyria cried. It was buried deep into a tall mountain. It seemed to be a few kilometers away from Manning. More importantly, it punched clean through one mountain already. It's so powerful it makes them terrified. I'm sorry, I just did it without thinking. You ended flying to a place like that, Pyria said. For whatever reason, Pyria calls out to the missing arm. Then Golem came over to retrieve it. It was an accident, but it's powerful enough to be used as a weapon, Pyria said. It's too wasteful to just fire off a chunk of mithril like that, Finn said. So long as it has mass, it should be fine, so just an ordinary stone would be quite powerful, Pyria said. That's true, Eris said. You can restock the rocks with magic. As they talked, Pyria controlled Golem to try and yank out the missing arm. Unfortunately, it punched in quite deep and won't come out easily. What's this? Pyria asked. The color of the impact crater seems to be yellowish. A giant shadow fell over Golem as Pyria tried to examine it. Clouds? Eris asked as she looked up at the ceiling. Pyria and Finn also looked up. And soon they realized it wasn't a cloud. That thing's too big, Finn said. That thing is flying? Pyria asked. It filled their whole vision, a bird huge enough to block out the sky. Its wings are 7 colors. It leaves particles of light in its wake, probably because of the mana in its body. If you guess its height, it may be several hundred meters. No, it may even reach thousands of meters if you were generous. Although it should be flying far above them, each time it flaps the wind and the sound hit the ground after a short delay. There are no living things around us anymore, Eris said. Maybe they ran away because of it. If we're attacked by something like that, it may just swallow us whole in one bite, Finn said. What is that? Pyria asked. Like the ogre we found earlier, have humans never faced that before? Humanity believed they had been fighting for 100 years. It was a fact, based on the history books. But how long was it, really? The monsters could have destroyed humanity whenever they wanted to. However, it seems that only a very small amount of monsters attack people in general. For giant monsters, humans may not be as nutritious, Eris said. It doesn't seem to be ignoring us, we probably aren't even a speck in its vision, Finn said. There was a tension rising in the air. Finn and Eris watched the flying bird leave with serious faces. As Pyria also looked at the ceiling, she muttered, "Delicious bird." Her whisper echoed in the silent cockpit. And after a few seconds, Finn and Eris shook. Bufu, Finn snorted. "NN, Fufufu," Eris giggled. They couldn't hold it back, their shoulders shook as they laughed. It was impossible to stay so serious. "Pyria, you fufu, what did you just say right now?" Finn asked. "Heh," Pyria said. That's just what came to my mind right now." "NN fufu," Eris chuckled. "No matter how big the bird, once you bake it, it's just chicken. Even though it's like the king of the sky, delicious bird, it looks like a flying chicken." "Ahaha," Finn laughed and doubled over. On the other hand, Pyria just tilts her head and says, "Is it really that funny?" It seems she didn't realize she broke the serious atmosphere by speaking her mind. "Ah, I get hungry when you say something like that," Finn said. "I as well," Eris said. "Once we recover this arm, let's eat." "Well then, let's do just that," Pyria said. Focused once more, Golem turns to the arm stuck in the mountain. The surface is earthy. However, there was a slight orange luster visible beyond the section that had collapsed from the fist's impact. 13. It's disappeared. Vane was worried. It was so strange. Everything was going wrong. How was that commoner able to toy around with him so much? The power of his bloodline was absolute. That commoner, Pyria, must not be able to best the aristocrat Vane. It was against the providence of this world. The contradiction troubles him deeply. As Vane sits on his chair with his brow deeply furrowed, he feels like a bomb that will explode just by getting near him. More important, even if you don't get close to him, if you're unlucky he'll still explode, so it's a terrible situation. The maids who served him were clearly frightened and observed him from quite the distance. Then an unknown person knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Vane replied, clearly in a foul mood. A pleasant voice replied, "Vane, it's me, Metora." "Your Highness," Vane shouted. "Forgive me, come now, open the door at once." "Welcome, sir." As commanded, the maids hurriedly open the door. Vane makes a complete 180. He gives a tense smile as he guides the prince to the sofa while saying, "Come in, come in." He didn't seem to notice the prince was giving him a cold look, as if his opinion of Vane has changed. Vane sits before Metora, and with sweat pouring down his forehead says, "My apologies for earlier." "NN," Metora hummed. "Oh, I paid that no mind. Moving on." "If it's about the prototype magical tool," Vane interrupted. "No, it's not that," Metora said. "I know you're busy, so it's also fine." "Your Highness, what incredible generosity," Vane said, deliberately making his voice tremble. Metora smiled unconsciously. "What I want to hear about is Pyria Electo," he said. "Pyria?" Vane cried. "Why are you talking about her, sir?" "I heard that her golem has repelled a monster," Metora replied. "Ooh," Vane chokes. Such gigantic news couldn't have escaped the prince's ear. Vane turns so pale he's almost transparent. Metro smiled softly as if to reassure him. "Goodness, she's such an evil woman, isn't she?" he said. "Ha?" Vane asked. "As you must know, members of the Court of Heaven are working with her," Metora continued. "Half of them died in the recent battle with a 10-meter class monster. The organization as it was has collapsed. In this current crisis, our person of interest suddenly participated in the subjugation of a 20-meter class. Don't you think that's rather convenient?" It certainly is, Vane said. That's why, Vane, it must be a fabrication, Metora said. Only the information has been released, but neither the ogre's corpse nor its core has been recovered. That's right, they haven't. Yes, that's right, isn't it? Vane yelled. Your Highness, you've got such wonderful reasoning. Ha ha ha, stop, it's beginning to sound forced, Metora said. The problem here is that Latina is trying to raise Pyria's status. Why would she do that? Vane asked. Her family are also aristocrats. They are lower-class nobles, Metora said. For those from such half-hearted houses, pedigrees can be such an annoyance. So they're trying to improve the status of the commoners, Vane asked. What foolishness? Ooh, foolishness indeed, Metora said. To stop them, we either secure Mrs. Alecto first or, without changing his expression or voice, as if it was just an everyday matter, Metora said. We've got no choice to get rid of her. Vane gulps. Certainly, they've discussed the option, but it's the first time that he's ever been explicitly ordered to do so. And then Metora puts a small bag before Vane. What is this? Vane asked. If you wish to kill Mrs. Alecto, use this, Metora said. Our ploy may be discovered soon, so use it as soon as possible. Then, without explaining what it was, Metora stood up. Vane launched out of his seat and asked him, Please wait, sir, what happens when I use this? Come now, I don't know, Metora replied. It's all up to you. Without properly answering the question, Metora left the room. Left behind, Vane sat back down on the sofa and opened the bag. Inside was a sphere made of aetherite. A fairly complicated spell is engraved on the interior, Vane muttered to himself. What happens when mana is injected? What the hell is this? Anxiety floods Vane's chest. The reason Metora dared not say anything is it would get them both killed if they were found out. But at the same time, his giving such a thing to Vane could be interpreted as a symbol of trust. Blood, believe in your bloodline, Vane, Vane muttered to himself. Isn't it impossible for a member of royalty to hurt me, one also of noble blood? He holds the sphere in his hands. Then he closed his eyes and thought. That's why I'll use it without hesitation, Vane said, to keep the kingdom from becoming tainted with dirty blood. When the sphere was full of mana, it glowed faintly. Thank you for the food, Pyria said. It was good. It was tough, but it tasted pretty nice, Finn said. My jaw is tired, Eris said. The three of them just finished their lunch of bread courtesy of the villagers. Golem stood up again and faced the mountain. In front of them is the golem's arm-sized hole. The arm itself had already been recovered, but what Pyria was more curious about was the translucent or visible inside. It looks strange, Pyria said. Is it some kind of jewel? Yeah, as far as I know, I don't think there's such a mineral, Finn said. That the world knows of, don't you think? Eris said. I wonder if this may be an undiscovered mineral, Pyria said. Humans haven't set foot outside the barriers for 100 years, after all. Strange that new minerals will form in 100 years, Eris said. 100 years may be long for humans, but for the planet, it's just a moment. It was quite a short time to produce such a large, yet unknown mineral. Let's take it with us and check it out, Finn said. Maybe it's a magic stone, right? I agree with Finn, Eris said. Then, shall we dig it out now? Pyria said. With its hands, Golem scoops out the earth that had built over the surface. As the whole of the mineral becomes exposed, the three have conflicted expressions. This thing is huge, Finn said. I thought my little golem was bigger, but it turns out it's smaller, Pyria said. It's clearly bigger than Golem, Eris said. If you remember that tree, the scale of this world is strange. On the other hand, ordinary-sized trees, demon beasts, and normal animals live in the world outside the barrier. Somehow, it's all a mess. To begin with, why the monsters appear is still unknown. It was inevitable that there was an abundance of mysteries. Heave-ho, Pyria cried. Once they dug it out to some extent, Golem grabbed it and forcibly yanked it out. Obviously, Pyria didn't have to say that, but it just came out on reflex with Golem's movements. The moment the stone gets pulled it was stored in Pyria's stockroom, and then they hurried to the side. The now unsupported mountain collapses, a large amount of earth rushes over where they were just standing. Phew, Pyria said, managed to avoid getting buried. Hey Pyria, Finn said. What is it, Finn? Pyria asked. There was another stone inside the rubble, Finn said. Seriously? Pyria agreed. Now silvery, reflective, almost glaringly bright ore was visible. Its form was angular, the color is similar to mithril, but it was clearly a different material. Fuhihi, I'm looking forward to analyzing this thing, Piria says as she collects it, laughing, smiling, and drooling like a mad scientist. Finn and Eris are happy to see her enjoying herself so much. If you destroy the other mountains, you may find more, Finn said. It seems like the ranges from here on out are full of ore, Eris said. I wonder if that's what all the bulging parts mean, Piria said. If I'm right, that must mean there's plenty of ore to be found here. I'm more concerned about those 2 undiscovered materials we found, Finn said. I'm also concerned because I can use them to make golem stronger, Piria said. That wasn't what I was about to say, but you look happy, Piria, so it's fine, Finn said. You're so weak when it comes to her, Eris said. No, I just prioritize her over everything else, Finn said. Their feelings were quite serious. Piria doesn't mind that, however, and just makes Golem look around. What should we do from here? She asked. We were able to recover the missing arm as planned, but we've still got time. If we're going back to town, it's in the exact opposite direction of the barrier, Finn said. It'd be good to explore and get a better grasp of the terrain, Eris said. Like the size of the ogre's territory, for example. We're doing Eris's plan, Piria said. Now then, let's explore the area around the village. For now, it's just a test exploration. They decided to take extra safety measures for a full-scale exploration next time. When they were done, they made several discoveries. First, the giant tree was not a magic tree, but just a normal variety that grows in the world outside the barriers. Out here in the wilds, there was the mysterious sight of those giants and ordinary plants growing together. It was stronger than the trees inside the barrier, so if it can be cut down reliably, it will become a valuable resource. Second, the ogre's territory wasn't that wide. However, even if they took a detour, it's difficult to completely avoid it on the return trip to Manning. The ogres left scratches on the ground to mark their areas, and some of them were left outside Manning's barrier. There were also older claw marks further back, indicating that their territory was gradually expanding. The demon beast ogres do not reproduce with each other, but are a natural phenomenon. When a demon beast is created, the mana concentration in that area drops by the amount they have. Therefore, a large number of demon beasts can't spring up all at once unless there is a source of mana like a magic tree. To create such a massive existence like monsters, a considerable amount of mana is required for even just one. However, during their search, the mana concentration in the atmosphere wasn't that much different from inside the barrier, according to Piria's instruments. If they weren't spontaneously created, how did the ogres here form a group? Piria thought. Their gradually expanding their territory means that their numbers have continued to increase. A being with that much energy can't be born from nothing. Are they using energy different from mana? Could be, but the monster cores are producing mana. They shouldn't be any different. The mysteries were endless. Golem returns to Manning with plenty of souvenirs. They stopped it in a square on the outskirts of town, which had apparently been designated its parking space, while they were gone before they opened the hatch and jumped out. Upon landing, the villagers welcomed Piria back. Golem's back, one of them cried. Welcome back, Miss Piria. Did you defeat some more monsters? How was it outside the barriers? Did you find anything? Let's have a feast. Bring out the booze. As the miners and the children make a fuss over the impending party, Eris and Finn don't seem to want to disembark. Piria looks up at the hatch on Golem's chest. Eris, Finn, is something wrong? She asked. It was only after they were called when they climbed down. Eris has a serious expression while Finn's face is pale. Are you two okay? Piria asked. Brick approached them with a bottle of juice in hand. Welcome back, little missus, he said. Oh, Mr. Brick, we're back, Piria said. Your golem's such a big deal, isn't it? Just ignoring the barriers and coming right on in, Brick said. Faye, Piria said. With Brick's words, Piria finally notices for the first time. How did Golem enter the village so easily? Eris walked up to Piria and whispered in her ear so the other villagers wouldn't hear it. The barrier protecting the village has disappeared. Piria was about to scream before she hurriedly clapped her hands over her mouth. However, her shock was easily seen in her eyes going wide. 14. Manning Defensive Battle. For the moment, Piria and her friends left the crowds with Brick in tow. What's happened all of a sudden? Brick asks Eris with a suspicious look. The barrier is gone, Eris replied. Do you know when it happened? What the hell, Brick replied. Impossible, but if a monster attacks now. Yes, Manning will be overrun, Eris replied. And unfortunately, we're right next to the ogre's territory. Don't we have the Missy's golem? Brick asked. Even without removing the limiters, I think we could face a group of ogres, Pyria said. But the problem is the 50-meter class, isn't it? 50 what now? Brick shouted. Several nearby villagers glanced at them. Is there a monster like that coming for the village? Brick asked. But what are you going to do? Can we all evacuate in time? Even if we're fighting it, I think it's safer if you evacuate to the highway, Pyria said. Understood, we'll do just that, Brick said. But what'll happen to you afterward? I have an idea, Pyria said. I'll take up a certain area around the village, so please tell everyone not to approach. Old man, I'll help you evacuate the village, Finn said before he headed to the villagers with Brick. Eris grabbed Pyria's hand and told her, Pyria, I can make a barrier here. Can you make it that quickly? Pyria asked. I have considered it as a means to counter monsters, Eris said. I analyzed the barriers deployed throughout the kingdom and reverse-engineered the process. But there's one big problem. It takes an enormous amount of mana to maintain the barrier. It's necessary to constantly supply it with energy. Humans can't produce enough mana to maintain a barrier to cover Manning, let alone the entire kingdom. Hence, the royal family who controls the barriers has absolute power. But now, right before Pyria's eyes, there was something that could make that possible. If you have a monster core, you could do that, Pyria said. On a related note, that must mean the kingdom may be using those same cores to maintain the barriers. But this wasn't the time to think too deeply about that. Pyria pulled out a 10-meter class core and handed it to Eris. I want you to process mithril into the shape I need, Eris said. What are you going to do with it? Pyria asked. I'll burn it with light magic, Eris said. I can do that much at least. She talks as if she were inferior, but her magic is top-notch. She could vaporize a human being in an instant, not to mention her recovery magic. At the very least, she's far superior to Pyria in that respect. Of course, when it comes to analyzing the barriers, even if Pyria could study them up close, she wouldn't be able to reverse-engineer their construction. If you can examine them and understand their workings, it may be possible to develop a magical tool that uses the same techniques. Eris soon had Pyria make a think disc about 3 meters in diameter and laid it on the ground. There was something like a pedestal in its center, which the 10-meter class core sat on perfectly. As Eris stood beside the disc, she fired a ray of light from her fingertip and began to burn a spell there. Pyria watches over her with an amazed sigh. She still wanted to help, but barrier construction was completely out of her area of expertise. What's more, as far as she could see, it's a complicated and delicate technique that can be ruined by the slightest error. She can't even call out to Eris. That's why she kept praying in her heart, do your best, do your best. The evacuation of the villagers proceeded as planned. With Brick's words as the acting mayor and Finn, the Sword King, no one opposed the order. Kate also acted as a middleman, gathering the villagers into one place. Since Manning's barrier has disappeared, the adjacent barriers will be sealed, and it will be impossible to move into them instead. Pyria also considered Golem's ability to forcibly open barriers. But just because Golem can pass through the gap doesn't mean that the barrier's functions have completely stopped. Because of that unstable state, if a human makes a mistake, they'll get burned to death in an instant. Hence, they had no choice but to hide near the village. Pyria watched Eris work for a while, but now she's in Golem's cockpit, on standby and ready to move at any moment. It's best if this ends without incidents, but the reality isn't that sweet. As Pyria stands in Golem, she felt a slight shaking in the ground. They're coming, she muttered with an uncharacteristically serious look. Pyria was forced to open the hatch to speak to Eris. Eris, how long till you can put up a barrier? Eris exhaled, stopped her work, then replied, I'll need 5 minutes. Got it, 5 minutes it is, Pyria replied. Pyria closed the hatch again. Golem walked and stood at the border between the village and where the barrier used to be. Just beyond her line of sight, she could see the dirt clouds the horde of ogres were kicking up as they ran. She can't see the 50-meter class leader yet. My little Golem, I'm sorry to keep overworking you, but let's help everyone a little more today, Pyria roared. Golem's eyes brightened briefly, as if in reply. Now, let's give it our all. As Piria pulled the threads, Golem charges towards the horde. Finn, Kate, and the villagers gulp and watch the back of that giant thundering across the ground. Factory activating, process mithril into a disc, Piria said, as thin and as sharp as possible. The running golem holds a mithril disc in its hand, made from the puppet factory. It's a size larger than the one Piria just made for Eris. A punch with limiters released will cause the fist to unintentionally fly off with enough power to act as a weapon. In short, Golem can throw something as an attack. I christen you Mithril Slicer, Piria said, now FLLL. That was enough of a running start. Without losing momentum, Golem hurls the disc with perfect form. Biawoo. The slicer ripped through the air and headed straight for the ogre horde. The ogre in the lead holds its hand out to catch it. But the next moment, its arms sliced open, huge amounts of blood spewed out. Gyugwoo. The slicer didn't stop as their pained screams echoed throughout the area. It cuts the ogres to pieces, fountains of blood erupting in its wake. It's a huge success, Piria cried. Great job, my little golem. Feeling good, Piria created 2 more discs. She threw them before the ogres made contact. As expected, they tried to avoid it, but it still did enough damage. Some were decapitated, and some were unable to fight on their own. However, the ogres still have their fighting spirit. Rather than stopping for their injuries, their determination continued to burn as they finally struck out at Golem. Gyura. Fhchnenangawa. It's a fist-to-fist clash. They were reproducing that day. There was no reason for Golem to lose with a higher power output than before. The ogre's fist breaks, and Golem's follow-up hook crushes its head. Then other ogres jump in to punch from both sides. Choi, Piria cried out. Golem crossed its arms and grabbed both fists. Then it crushed them both. Gujiao. Gyuga. The 2 ogres scream in agony. Piria finds a cut on the left ogre, an injury left by the slicer. She immediately jammed her knife in it. Then, when it was firmly lodged into its body, Golem lifted it up and slammed it into another ogre. Smash! Piria yelled. Their heads collide and crack each other open, killing them. Piria's up to 3 bodies. Perhaps because of the adrenaline high, Piria forgets to blink and is in a euphoric mood. The next ogre is dealt a roundhouse kick. However, it caught it. The attack power of the legs is lower than the arms. Piria's live combat style was full-body martial arts. It's a force of habit, one of the weak points of Golem. As the ogre holds its leg, Golem gets knocked down. Golem tumbles along the ground and gets covered in dirt. The ogre's rain punches down upon it. Golem, this is bad, Piria yells. Golem rolls around to avoid them. Zudan. With the momentum of its dodging the punches coming down one after the other, Golem gets back up on its feet. Still, the ogres surround Golem and rush in, giving no quarter. Piria dodges the closest fist and punches the ogre's chest with Golem's right fist. The impact crushes its heart. After a brief delay, she launches a backhand with Golem's left hand. It cleanly hits the cheek of the ogre trying to approach from behind. The ogre's brain is rattled, it shakes and staggers. Golem follows up with a right hook to the face. The punch broke its neck. The ogre fell as it twitched and foamed at the mouth. That's 5 bodies, Piria cried. Though she did it to lift her mood, the enemies still have overwhelming numbers. Piria's vision was filled with ogres. Zuwu. Golem gets hit with a punch from the side. As Golem staggers, a different ogre aims a kick at it. At that moment, Piria got a smug look. She caught the foot with both hands. Ooh, she yelled. The ogre is spun round and round, the surrounding hordes retreat. And as its leg rips off in Golem's hands, it flies off into the others. As the thrown ogre collides with another and they tangle up with each other, Piria quickly approached the one in front of her. She pulled a knife from Golem's waist, stabbed it into its stomach, and ripped upward. The ogre's torso is instantly torn open. As its internal organs spilled out, Golem thrust its arm into it and yanked out the core in its body. I've just come up with something good, Piria shouted. But for the ogres, it was a bad thing indeed. Without knowing that, the horde jumped Piria all at once and tried to dogpile Golem. Golem raised the 20-meter class core in its hand. Then its arm suddenly began to burn. The flames don't spread over the entire arm, its form is unnaturally controlled. Yes, Pyria just used fire magic. It was hot enough to melt adamantite. The arm's surface melts slightly as Golem draws a pattern. It's a spell, something similar to but much simpler than the barrier Eris had drawn. Go, fail your barrier, Pyria cried. It was incomplete, unstable, and unable to maintain its form for even a second. She was certain that even calling it a barrier would infuriate Eris. But the shock wave, the heat, and the lightning strikes were enough to get rid of the ogres in an instant. This was because it ignored the heat generated by the core and put out the maximum amount of magic it possibly could. Bakii, the barrier violently flashes and explodes. Jaye, the ogres burn and crash into the barrier in midair, leaving behind only a few monsters. Pyria took a breath and threw away the overheated core. Is that 10 now? She said. Ahaha, there's still a lot left. Oh, they're not advancing anymore. As you'd expect, even the ogres were afraid of the bloodied golem. Its movements seemed a little too surprising for them. However, they don't seem to be retreating. It would be a shame to show Pyria their backs, so they hold up their fists and charge again. We can still take them, Pyria said. Right, Golem. Golem also takes a combat pose and faces the ogres. The blood of its slaughtered enemies drips from its fists. Name: Golem. Passengers: Pyria Electa. Equipment: main material, mithril. Arm material, adamantite. Armor, mithril. Core, ogre core. Specifications: height 20.2. Weight 140. Armor strength 1200. Core output 250. Maximum speed 180. Armaments: kick, melee attack. Power 70. Adamantite knife. Melee attack. Power 90. Pun, melee attack. Power 100. Mithril slicer. Medium range attack. Power 200. Consumes 1 mithril slicer when used. Barrier wave. Melee attack. Power 300 when using a 20-meter class core. Requires a monster core to use. Puppeteer martial arts golem strike. Melee attack. Power 400. Special ability: limiter release. A technology that sends a signal to the core and utilizes normally suppressed power. Since the heat generation also increases, it is necessary to operate the cooling system at maximum output. The current release limit is 200% power, and the operational time limit is 1 minute. Marionette interface. A control system that uses puppet magic spells. Operating it is very complicated and requires great dexterity and pressure control, so it can only be used by Pyria at the moment. 15. It's extremely tough. Finn stood before the frightened villagers as they watched the battle. Golem is fighting while surrounded by a huge amount of ogres. Once more she's reminded again, Pyria is strong. Of course, there was also Golem's power. However, it's because of Pyria's incredible piloting skills that it's able to fight just fine while outnumbered. She was both a mage and a martial artist. Her strength was mostly due to puppet magic, but these days there are no martial artists who don't use magic. Had Pyria joined the Court of Heaven, Finn was sure she would have been given the title of Fist King. She dodges with the barest movement necessary. She attacks with maximum efficiency. There was definitely weight to the blows she throws so casually. That's why even a light hit causes the ogre's brains to rattle and for them to faint. And the next attack was surely going to finish them off. It was vivid, visceral gore and violence. Finn was more in love with Pyria as she witnessed it. That's why she felt impatience springing up inside her. When would it be? When will she be able to fight next to her? Finn watches over the battle with such thoughts in mind. On the other hand, standing behind her, the court mages were just shocked. What a battle. Goodness, is that really Pyria inside? I can't believe it. It should be impossible to deal with that many monsters. Even if we could fight them, we wouldn't be brave enough to face them. Ooh, my legs are shaking just watching from all the way here. Now that they've seen Pyria's true power, commoner or not, they can no longer ridicule her. Meanwhile, the villagers who already knew of her capabilities were watching the battle as if they were praying. Their eyes were shining. They were sure Pyria would do something about it. But on the other hand, some people lost their hope and thought the odds were impossible. However, there was only one person whose expression didn't fit the situation. Amazing, amazing, Naya. Kate huffs, terribly excited. That power, it's a waste not to make a profit off of it, Naya. Finn gave Kate a side-eye, then pulled at Kate's cheeks. That's 15 bodies. Golem's fist blows an ogre's head off its neck. Immediately after, Golem crouched down to dodge the punches coming from both sides. The two fists collide overhead, its friendly fire. As it happened, Golem jabbed its elbow into the stomach of one of them. The target staggers. As it did, Golem jabbed a knife up into the second one's jaw. Then, Pyria grabbed its head, yanked it down, and slammed its knee into the knife's handle. The blade rammed into its head up to the hilt, destroying its brain. The ogre hit with the elbow also staggers. Its lungs are ruptured, it's spitting blood, and quickly dies like its companion. When the enemies before her collapse, 3 more ogres run up from behind. Pyria whips out a mithril slicer. She aimed and threw. The opponents' decapitated heads flew up like toys and spewed fountains of blood into the heavens. And that makes 20. Was that all you had? The entire ogre horde is now just corpses. The earth is dyed red with blood, the scent of iron floods the air. As the adrenaline rush finally ran its course, fatigue set in. Oh, I hope they've stopped. Eris's barrier should be finished soon. The battle has passed 3 minutes, it's about to hit 4 minutes. She can't hear the ogres roaring from the surroundings. They've been wiped out. If that was the case, she still needed to worry about the blue-skinned ogre leader. With Golem's current power output, no, even if she gives the fight her all, it's impossible to win against a 50-meter class. 1 minute left, Pyria said. She was counting the time in her head. She did it while fighting, but it's a good estimate. However, it's all meaningless unless Eris finishes the barrier. It may all be over if she doesn't. However, thanks to Pyria's personality, Eris should definitely be on time. They had that kind of trust. 50 seconds left, Pyria said. The tension makes Pyria's hands sweat as Golem's strings wrap around her fingers. She was sweating so hard that it was dripping off her cheeks. Her silver hair was sticking to her skin. 40 seconds remaining. The surroundings don't change, don't change. Don't change, don't change, don't change, Pyria prays earnestly. And that prayer must have reached someone. A blue ogre jumped high over the mountain and landed at its peak. 30 seconds left. The ogre leader stands up, crosses its arms, and looks down. Oh, it's watching. Obviously, it saw Golem as an enemy. Finn notices it as she's observing. She shouts even though she knows it won't reach. Pyria, you can't take that thing. Run away. Eris hears and bites her lips. Just a little more, please, Pyria, don't be too hasty. However, standing before the enemy, Pyria realized there was no escape. Limiters released. Output 120, 150, 180, 200. The problems with a 200% limiter release aren't just venting the heat, but also the stress the core could withstand. For example, the replicant core from before would break down at 200% or more output. Was the ogre core's limit 200% then? Even Pyria doesn't know. This isn't enough. Give me more, I need more. However, if she raised the power output even higher than this, she'll only be able to perform at maximum output for a short time due to overheating. But that's fine, isn't it? There's only a little time left. She's got spare cores rolling around. More than anything else, at 200%, she can't beat that monster. Ogre core, overload. Output 230, 260, 300. It's so hot. The cooling can't vent the heat in time. The cockpit's temperature spikes sharply. The operational limit appears on the screen. 10 seconds left, that's more than enough. The ogre leader slides down from the mountain's peak. Because of its wide stride, it's coming in fast just by running. Even inside Golem, Pyria feels scared. It was that kind of situation, after all. At the speed it's going at, it'll be here within 5 minutes. The only way to stop the enemy is for the barrier to be completed and for it to be standing in front fit. Even still, Pyria pulls at the strings tied to her fingers, her lips curl into a smile. She doesn't even know if she's terrified or insane. However, Golem's eyes shine more brightly, so she's insane. She kicked off the ground and charged. Goo-woo-woo. The monster's roar echoes. You-woo-woo-woo. Pyria roars as well. Then she raises Golem's fist high, level with the ogre leader's head. Puppeteer martial arts. Golem strayeki. She puts Golem's whole weight into that punch. Her opponent didn't even bother to defend against the blow. She hit the monster's forehead directly. If it was an ordinary ogre, the blow would be so powerful it'd destroy its head. However, the other party chose to take it with a smile. Nice punch, human. The sound coming from its throat makes Piria tremble. Shia, did it just talk? She whispered. Been a while since I've had to come here, the ogre leader said as it grabbed Golem. Don't let me go, Piria screamed. Let me go. Golem kicks and struggles, but the ogre leader doesn't budge at all. With a casual swing bone, it sends Golem flying at the village. Kaya! Golem rockets off and hit the ground, Piria screaming the whole while. It bounces several times and crushes a house. It finally comes to a stop as it's buried in the rubble. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, Finn yelled. Damn it! She yelled as she pulled out her sword and ran for the 50-meter giant. The ogre leader starts charging again. Its gaze was on Eris, but it soon switched to Finn. I'm not going to let you kill Eris, Finn yelled with all her might. Monster, fight me. The ogre leader smiled again and brought its fist down on Finn. She squeezes her eyes shut and prepares for death. But the ogre leader's fist stops on an invisible wall with a Bakai sound. Finished, Eris whispered before she slumped to the ground. On the mithril disc before her, there was a beautiful magic circle reminiscent of a delicate painting. The 10-meter class core on its pedestal shines. I was saved, Finn whispered as she slowly opened her eyes and raised her face. Then her eyes met the blue-skinned ogre leader. It's still here, Finn grunted. Oi, human, who was manipulating the puppet? The ogre leader asked as it stroked its chin. You can talk, Finn yelled. Just tell me your names. My name is Finn Tisiphone. If you want to know her name, you'll have to kill me first. You're a brave one, NN Tisiphone. The ogre leader tilted its head. Then, as if it remembered something, the corners of its mouth split so wide it almost tore its face open. It bared its fangs, its shoulders shaking as it roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, ga ha ha ha. Well then, the other two must be Electo and Majira. How do you know our names? Finn yelled. Good humans, this 100 years of boredom are about to end. With its human-like expressions and actions, this monster is clearly different from the others. After the ogre leader laughs for a while, it finally says, My name is General Fist Flugel. Be a little stronger the next time we fight heroes. The ogre leader leaps high. It lands on the mountain's peak. And finally, as it bared its teeth and laughed, it disappeared down the other side. Finn and Eris weren't interested in its parting words and rushed straight to Golem. The body's temperature has spiked to the point where the rubble touching it is burning. They can imagine the cockpit must also be scorching. They were willing to burn themselves prying open the hatch with their bare hands. Piria was laying limp inside. They pulled her out and laid her on the ground. Piria, are you all right? Finn asked. Please say something. Piria, Eris whimpers. The two of them call her name in tears. She was bleeding from the head, her clothes were ripped in places, her skin is bright red. Eris holds her hands out and treats her wounds with healing magic. Finn, meanwhile, called her name out repeatedly and tapped her cheeks, and then Piria opens her eyes. Nah, Finn, Eris. Piria, Finn cried, tears spilling from her eyes. What a relief. Hick, Eris mumbles, crying too hard to speak. As she sees those two, Piria grins. I lost, didn't it? Sorry, you two. I'm sorry to you two, my little golem. Dummy, you didn't lose, Finn said. You definitely saved this village. The barrier was in time, Eris gasped. It's all because you fought for us, Piria. Piria muttered. That's right, no one died. That's more than enough, Finn said. It's a miracle. NN, Eris hums. As she heard that, Piria smiled. As she closed her eyes, she could hear the villagers' footsteps. She had to apologize for the house she crushed. That ogre, why did it? So many things are swirling around in her mind. But she couldn't piece any of them together. Piria fell asleep, perhaps because she was delirious and exhausted. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. 16. It was delicious. Piria was immediately taken to the inn for treatment. She was delirious and having trouble breathing. She had mild burns on the exposed sections of her skin and severe ones on her limbs. She was even dehydrated. It was difficult to heal everything with recovery magic alone. Eris and Finn treated her without breaks. The two of them were exhausted, but when it came to Piria, they would push through it. As they did, Pyria called their names, whispering Eris, Finn, putting fuel on the fire of their motivation. The treatment was finished in about an hour. As soon as they were clear, the tension in the air broke, fatigue rushed in. As they fell asleep while holding Pyria's hand. The villagers who were watching put blankets on them and left the room. The only sound that came out of that room was the quiet breaths of 3 sleeping women. "Your Majesty, I have something to ask of you," Prince Medora said. The scene was inside the throne room of the royal castle. Medora was kneeling before his father, King Arthur. "Oh, Medora, why did you come here?" Arthur said. "I don't think I or anyone else called for you." "There's the disappearance of Manning's barrier, isn't there?" Medora replied. "You knew of it?" Arthur asked. "I was informed by my subordinates," Medora said. "Manning was already attacked by a monster, and we decided to abandon it. It may be a defect in its barrier." "Speaking of that, there was evidence of an intruder in the restricted areas," Arthur said. "What do you mean? Was someone in the sanctuary that only the royal family can enter?" Medora cried, shooting up to his feet and acting terribly shocked. Arthur continues to sit on his throne and strokes his chin in contemplation. Yes, no one but the royal family can decipher the encryption spells. "Unless you're a senior sorcerer or the like," Medora said. "So you believe there are traitors among them?" Arthur said. "Your Majesty, do you know what happened to Manning after they lost their barrier?" Medora asked. "No, I have yet to receive any reports," Arthur replied. "Although it has yet to be verified, there are rumors that a new barrier has been set up after driving off the monsters," Medora said. "What do you mean, a new barrier?" Arthur cried. He couldn't hide his surprise. The existence of a dome-shaped barrier that surrounds the kingdom's territories is, in a sense, the power of the royal family. The royal family remained in absolute power because it was the only way humanity could protect itself from monsters. "The barrier spells are also a school of knowledge exclusive to the royal family," Medora said. "That it was created there. Is the disappearance of the barrier their own doing?" Arthur asked. "In other words, it's an engineered demonstration to undermine the authority of the royal family," Medora said. "Aren't you overthinking things?" Arthur asked. "Pyria Electo has been banished from the Institute," Medora said. "There is no doubt that the half-collapsed court of heaven wanted to take credit out of impatience." "Banished?" Arthur asked. "I heard that Vane just sent her to Manning." Medora pretends to be stunned and laughs half-heartedly. "That was just an excuse. I hear that he harassed her and kicked her out." "What a brainless," Arthur muttered. "Then, what about that giant puppet?" "It was her hobby, and she probably made it independently," Medora replied. "Did she kill monsters with such a thing?" Arthur cried. "That's why she's dangerous," Medora replied. "She alone has the strength to shift the balance of power in this country. She should be dealt with as soon as possible." Ahem. In contrast to Medora's enthusiasm, Arthur folded his arms as he reacted with much more restraint. Medora frowns at his father's expression. "Your Majesty, we can't just leave her alone." "I don't intend to do that, but if we're going to be dealing with her, we should start with negotiations," Arthur said. "Did she fight to protect Manning?" "That's too gentle-handed, father," Medora yelled. "What will happen to the royal capital if you're so weak? They'll call us blood-sucking aristocrats. Isn't it the king's duty to protect their position?" He spares no emotion in his appeal to his father. But Arthur's expression does not change. "Medora, it's no longer good anymore, isn't it?" "Father, it's been 100 years," Arthur said. "Mankind has lived all those days, watching our populations die out and feeling that we have no escape. The only thing waiting for us in the future is our extinction. There may just be a way to escape it, and it is." To Arthur's kind and hopeful words, Medora replied coldly. "Father, please, I beg of you, don't let me down." "Medora," Arthur said, "there will be no more sacrificing humans for selfish egos." "It would seem it's useless to say anything more," Medora said. "Please excuse me." Medora leaves the throne room without looking at Arthur. Arthur worriedly watched his son's back as he left. As Medora exits the room and the guards outside close the doors behind him, he moved to the corner of an empty corridor and sighed. What is the point? When the people are saved and the population increases, the world can only rot. Life must be screened. That is the true salvation for humankind. Medora said as he clenched his fist, ambition burned in his eyes. Pyria woke up early the next morning. Nu fua nnnnn. Pyria tried to stretch her limbs and noticed someone was holding her hands. Finn and Eris were sleeping in bed with her. As Pyria noticed that, they opened their eyes too. "Morning, you two," Pyria said, grinning. The two of them blinked several times and stared at her. Then, tears gradually formed in their eyes. Though they're crying, Pyria is still smiling. "You're taking this too lightly," Finn yelled. "We were so worried," Eris yelled at the same time. For coming to after almost dying, it was too inappropriate. "Ahaha," Pyria chuckled. "I see you're angry. Yeah, I was surprised then, too." That monster suddenly talked. "It was more than that," Finn cried. "We were so shocked when you got thrown." "Oh, I don't remember that," Pyria said. "Maybe it was because I was already losing consciousness then." "Regardless, we're glad you're safe, Pyria," Eris said as she put her hand on Pyria's cheek and rubbed it, feeling the heat of her skin. "Truly, truly." As Finn watched, she blushed, perhaps realizing they were holding hands again. However, it seemed that the desire to hold hands was overpowering. She did not let go despite the wave of embarrassment. Pyria grins as she looks at them both, but then she suddenly remembers. "Ah, that's right, what about my little golem?" "It seems to have cooled down, but it's still on top of that building," Finn said. "It seems like that house served as a cushion and there was minimal damage," Eris continued. "That's still damaged even if it's small, isn't it?" Pyria yelled. "It's also dirty with blood, so I'll have to repair it soon." "Dummy, think about yourself before that," Finn yelled. "But my little golem," Pyria yelled. "We're not letting you go," Eris said. The two of them pushed Pyria back to bed. Even Pyria couldn't beat them. As she tried to rise up, she was held back down. "Ew, my little golem." "I will say, though, it's inconvenient that if you can't move, golem can't be repaired," Eris said. "That's why you need a pretty big workshop to tool around with that giant, right?" Finn said. "With Manning's current size, it's impossible in terms of population and area." "It's an issue for the future," Eris said. "Fortunately, we can likely expand its range." "Oh, the barrier," Pyria cried. "Can you still maintain it?" "Yes, it's a simple technique. It'll be fine for a few days as is," Eris said. "If we adjust it, we can continue to deploy it full-time." "As I'd expect of you, Eris," Pyria said. "Foo-foo," Eris chuckles, pleased at the praise. "I should do more to get complimented by you too, Pyria," Finn said. "In that case, you should improve your cooking skills," Eris said. "Cooking? Ah, the delicious rabbit," Pyria cried. "Food is important to nourish your spirit, Pyria. It'll only spoil if we leave it too long," Eris said. Though Pyria was awake, it was still dark outside. However, there was enough morning light to grill butchered meat. "But do that, we'll have to get Pyria outside," Finn said. "It'll be fine," Eris said. "The area outside the window is wide, we can get it out that way." "That we can," Pyria said. "If you're worried about draining the blood, I already did that in the stockroom, so don't worry." "What is going with that stockroom of yours, Pyria?" Finn said. "To begin with, abnormal sizes like the corpses of giant monsters can be stored just fine." Pyria rushed to the window next to her and pulled out the delicious rabbit's corpse from her stockroom. A monster corpse that was torn in half suddenly appeared outside the inn. A person who happened to be walking by fell on their butt in shock. "Looking at it in person, it's pretty big," Pyria said. "It looks great, and it smells just the right amount of freshly killed," Eris said. "Do you want to move it before it causes a fuss?" Finn asked. She went out the window, clenched the corpse by the fur, and dragged it around with her bare hands. It should have been ridiculously heavy, but she moves it without issue. "She's still so strong, we can count on her," Pyria said. Because Golem was robbed of its chance to shine, Finn stepped up to the plate instead, Eris said. The early rising miners were beginning to gather around Finn. They couldn't hear the conversation going on, but she probably said something to the effect of, "We're having a treat today." The miners cheered, "Ooh woo woo," and threw their arms up to the heavens. As Pyria saw that, she muttered, "We don't even know if it's edible yet." That was the most important part. The miners would be so disappointed, so excited to eat meat, then find it was inedible. "I think Finn may have forgotten about that," Eris said. "Why yeah, probably," Pyria muttered. "I'll go tell her," Eris said. "Please do," Pyria cried. Eris jumped out the window as well. As the two exchanged words, Finn took out her sword, cut off some meat, and held it in her hand. Eris cooked it with a beam of light. Finn bit into it like a wild animal. She chews a mouthful of the meat and her face suddenly lights up. She swallowed and gave a thumbs up. Again, the miners cheered, ooh woo woo, and threw their hands to the skies. Apparently, delicious rabbits were as delicious as the name said. Since it was so gigantic, it took some time to butcher and cook. It was done and delivered to Piria's room just in time for lunch. She had fallen asleep in the meanwhile and woke up to its fragrant aroma. The meat was on a plate. It was only seasoned with salt, but again, it was as delicious as the name said. It had a texture similar to chicken and it's chewy, but it's juicy despite its low fat content, and as you ate it, they overflowed in your mouth. It smelled light and was very easy to eat. It's hard to believe it was wild game meat. Additionally, the meat became sweeter as it was chewed, and combined with the slight saltiness, created an exquisite flavor profile. After Finn and Eris returned and Piria finished her meal, Piria undid her jacket, exposed her slightly swollen belly, and patted it. "Ah, that was a good meal," Piria said. "Your belly is cute, Piria," Eris said. "Ahahaha," Piria laughs. "It tickles when you touch it." Eris touches Piria's smooth, bare skin. Her face looks innocently mischievous, but her eyes appear to be slightly predatory. "Phoo, if you're all good at the moment, I'd like to go hunting," Finn said. "Ah, right." "Finn, didn't you butcher the corpse?" Piria asked. "Did you look like it could reproduce?" "No, it looked like a male because of its body structure," Finn said. "I thought that if that rabbit was just a giant demon beast, they reproduce by mating with each other, unlike the ones born from mana like slimes and ogres," Piria said. "If they have such large bodies, the burden of pregnancy will be considerable," Eris said. "Rabbits are famous for their reproduction, but with that size, it might not be possible." "Then how is their population increasing?" Piria asked. "As of the moment, I can only say it's a method that doesn't rely on sexual reproduction," Eris said. "If we start hunting them for their delicious meat, it may go extinct in the blink of an eye." "Yeah, that sounds about right," Finn said. "We should look for other monsters with edible meat." "The delicious bird," Eris said. "Phew-phew," Finn chuckled. "Eris, don't just remind me of that out of the blue." "But that bird was obviously special," Eris said. "I wouldn't be surprised if it was a companion to the ogre leader." Finn was struck by Eris's words, the name the blue ogre called itself. "Fistflugel, that's what it said." "Hey?" Piria asked. "So that's what that monster said?" "I heard it talking. More than that, when I gave it my name, it guessed your family names too," Finn said. "It was like it remembered us, it knew us from before." "Unfortunately, I've no idea how," Eris said. "I think it may be wrong," Piria said. "It looks different from the monster that destroyed our hometown. Their hometown was ruined, but there was no particular reason for it. Their parents were ordinary peasants, and the fact that they were this strong now was the result of working hard from an early age." "I'm more relieved than anything else," Piria said. "What's there to be relieved about?" Finn asked. "Because that 50-meter class, isn't it a special monster?" Piria said. "If you believe its words, it is." "I hit it straight in the head with golem, but it shrugged it off without any damage," Piria said. "By my calculations, I should have been able to damage its skull to some extent. But if the opponent isn't normal, I don't need to be depressed anymore." "You're too positive," Finn said. "Foo-foo, it's good to be positive," Eris said. "But I can't lose to him next time, so I have to strengthen my little golem," Piria said. "The ogre's cores are still laying around, all 20-meter classes. Can you strengthen golem with those?" Finn asked. "Foo-foo-fooun. I've got a plan in my head to strengthen my little golem without relying on the cores," Piria said. "But before I go all in on that, I'll have to examine those ore samples we found." "Ooh, I completely forgot about those," Finn said. "We're going to be busy again today," Eris said. "Ah, well, I suppose that'll be fine again, yeah." "I want us to take a break," Finn said. "We can't keep her cooped inside for 2 days straight," Eris said. The possibilities of upgrades for golem unknown ores, the large amounts of monster cores now available. There were so many things Piria could do. Burning with curiosity, Piria launched herself out of bed and cried, "Woohoo." Then she tripped and fell right on her face. 17. Analyzing the mysterious stones. After exiting the inn, Piria sprinted over to Golem. "My little Guwaliem," Piria screams. "I'm so sorry." She falls at Golem's feet, currently buried in the rubble. Then, she got into the cockpit and moved Golem into a large, spacious area. Finn told her already that she'd clear the rubble. Piria is grateful for the opportunity to focus on repairs. Piria also already came up to the person who owned the building to apologize, but they just laughed and said, "It was to protect the village, can't be helped." After hosing off all the blood with water magic, Piria checked the damaged parts. The head is a little distorted alongside the back, and the armor on both arms, too. It seems the frame wasn't damaged like them, but the mithril reached its durability limit just by being grabbed. Mithril wasn't a bad material, but it's not very durable against what Piria is facing. Is a full adamantite body the ideal? But for that, she'd need the core of a 30-meter class, and also, since the output would be even higher than the ogre core, the problem of cooling comes up yet again. "I need an efficient heat exhaust system," Piria mumbled to herself. "If I change the parts to aetheryte, the amplification factor will increase, but you can't get that in Manning. I'll have to study ice magic." Developing a technique in your mind, and then realizing it with the power capable of ignoring the laws of nature, was what this world called magic. However, there was also another method to do so, by infusing mana into spells and runes engraved on a material. These items were what the world called magic tools. Of course, spells and runes carved into a magical tool are more complicated than the ones used in mental spell casting. For example, if you want to make a magic tool that produces ice, you'd need knowledge on the fields of ice magic and magic tool development. At the moment, Piria lacks knowledge of ice magic. On a related note, it's generally believed that learning one element makes it difficult to learn another. There was only a small, privileged number of magicians that can learn multiple elements just by studying hard. "I wish I could talk to a senior sorcerer who specializes in ice magic," Piria thought to herself. "It'll be pretty hard considering my current position, though." If she were still a court magician, Piria should have been able to develop even further through interactions with the senior sorcerers. But what was really waiting for her was a lot of black labor that only tested her mental resilience. In that sense, these past 2 years have been such a waste of time. After finishing all the repairs, Piria came to check on Eris adjusting the barrier. She had a serious look as she analyzed the runes she'd carved into the mithril. Piria carefully observed her from behind. Eris's Piria sensor instantly reacted and she turned around. "Found me," Piria said. "You can't go unnoticed, Piria," Eris replied. There was no evidence, but her words were convincing. "It's a very complicated technique. Even just looking around the pedestal, it looks like gibberish to me," Piria said. "What about the outer ring?" Eris asked. "I want to hear your expert opinion, Piria." This is a very efficient and easy-to-understand technique. Thanks to that, there is less magical interference. However, I think you should apply Gemma's proportional law on the adjacent crescent lines here on the outer ring." "I'll do that. Moreover, the distance between the engravings is a little too close. I think the flow of mana inside is stagnant and the mana efficiency is reduced." "By how much exactly?" "1 magic wire of mystic irons," Piria said. Iria examined the lines and stared at them. "You're right. You can melt down mithril and recover it, so it can be fixed, and then," Piria said, launching into small improvements to the technique. With each suggestion, Eris nodded, took her words to heart, and corrected the spell. "How about that?" Piria asked. "Thank you, Piria," Eris said. "You're so reliable after all." This time I'm relying on you," Piria said. "I can't help with anything involving the barrier." "That's not true," Eris said. "This mithril disc has extremely few irregularities and doesn't reflect light randomly. It was very easy to process into a barrier." "I'm glad to hear that," Piria said. "I hope I can do something for you in return as well," Eris said. "In that case, teach me about the barrier spell," Piria said. "The barrier?" Eris asked. "Yes, I thought that we could mount even a simplified version on Golem. We'd be able to increase its defense without relying on the durability of its armor material." "So a small barrier mounted on a puppet?" Eris asked. "That sounds interesting." "Isn't it?" Piria replied. "The other question is where to get the energy to power it. Actually, now that I say it out loud, there's an obvious answer." With that, Piria took one of the mysterious ores out of the stockroom. It was the translucent, shiny yellowish ore from the impact crater of Golem's then missing arm. "I christen this the charged stone," Piria said. "The name's rather unimaginative," Eris said. I learned that comprehensibility is important, Piria said. Moving on, this stone stores a lot of the mana you pour into it. More importantly, it seems there is almost no loss over time. However, I've still got insufficient data to confirm this. Will you be installing it into Golem? That I will, Piria said. Until now, magic stones have had low amount of mana stored proportional to mass, and the mana is lost over time. So it was generally understood that you infuse it then release it immediately, right? Yes, they're frequently just used as a magical amplifier. But this charge stone can retain its mana instead of having a magical power amplification factor. And unlike the cores, it doesn't generate heat. That's great, Era said. Instead of having a time limit, you can operate without worrying about heat generation and ignore the upper power output limit. And if you charge it with mana outside of combat, it can be reused, Piria said. Eris found the charge stone incredibly useful. The fact that you don't have to worry about venting the heat generated means you can make Golem smaller. To recharge the charge stone, all you have to do is connect it to the core, so it's easy to operate. Honestly, that this ore exists gets rid of a lot of my anxiety, Eris said. Did you have any concerns? Piria asked. It's about the cores, Eris said. These objects that generate infinite mana are quite dangerous. If you felt like it, you could do anything with magic. Infinite mana, it's the goal many magicians dream of. In reality, it's sitting around in a state where anyone could take it for themselves. It's like making the barriers, Eris said. If anyone can set them up, the kingdom can't maintain its current power structure. Ah, I see, the king is king because he manages the barriers. Have you noticed it as well now? Eris said. Yeah, Piri said. I thought you were amazing for being able to make a barrier. Now you're even more so. Eris shows an indescribable expression, something like a mixture of joy at being praised and anxiety about whether it was deserved. Piria missed the point despite her intelligence. Regardless, that's why the cores should be under your control, Piria, Eris said. I see, Piria said. I'll try not to let others handle the cores as much as possible. The barrier should also be doubled with a smaller field on the pedestal itself, Eris said. We should only allow some people to handle it. We'll authorize only a few, Piria said. After all that, I was thinking of going outside to get the cores, but can Golem pass through? Still outside the village's barrier were the ogre corpses, the casualties of yesterday's battle. Of course, the 20 cores were still where they were. Yes, a breach should open when Golem approaches, Eris replied. The same goes for the paths leading to adjacent barriers. The intersecting areas will open a hole, and you can freely pass back and forth. A worrying voice rings out as Eris spoke to Piria. Hello, Kate Cupidus, the most reliable, honest, and upright merchant in the world, according to in-house research, is making a grand entrance. Come out, you miserly, robbing cat, Eris growled. Nyaha, what's with all that, Eris? Kate said. It's been 2 days since we last met, Mrs. Piria. How are you, Naya? Who are you? Piria asked. She was drunk at the time and couldn't remember her. She's a dangerous merchant, Eris said. Anything she says, consider it a scam. Is that right? I'm scared, Eris, Piria said as she clings to Eris and looks at Kate suspiciously. It's all right, I'll protect you, Eris said as she hugs her. If she tries anything, report it to me. Understood, Piria said. Nyan, are you worried because I was too aggressive with my first meeting? Kate screamed, unintentionally incriminating herself. I see, Naya. I do no such thing. I just went there because it smelled like a good business opportunity, Naya. But it's a scam, right? Piria asked. It's not a scam, Naya, Kate said. I heard that if you use a monster core, you can generate as much mana as you'd like. You defeated the ogres and got a lot, Naya. I want to trade with you. Her negotiation attempt had the worst possible timing. More so, Piria became even warier. You came at the perfect time, Kate, Eris said. What? What are you talking about, Naya? Kate said. I was just talking to her about not giving the cores to anyone else, Eris said. Piria, Kate is the best example of that. You should never give it to someone who wants to use it for business. Yeah, I got it, Eris, Piria said. You're so wary of me again, Naya, Kate said. But I'm glad I overheard all that, Naya. What do you mean by that? Eris said. If I was going to sell it, I was going to be careful, Naya, Kate said. I wouldn't distribute such dangerous objects so freely. With a suddenly serious face, Eris glares at Kate. You're saying something decent, but it sounds like an excuse. Even I don't want to be a merchant of death, Naya, Kate said. What I sell are things that don't hurt people, even if it gets a little expensive in overhead, Naya. I thought you were selling weapons to adventure groups, Eris said. Weapons don't kill people, their wielder's murderous intent does, Naya, Kate complained. Your sophism is garbage. Anyway, you're right, Naya, Kate said. Not selling the cores is the correct way to go. If you defeat a monster, I'd bet anything someone will want to get their hands on it, Naya. But for now, you should save them, Naya. I understand. I've got a lot of my own projects I want to use them for, Pyria said. That's good, Naya, Kate said. Did you come here just to say that? Eris asked. Kate shakes her head no. That's a relief. I always thought you were the kind of merchant who wouldn't do good deeds if it didn't involve money, Eris said, genuinely glad. Do you really think so poorly of me, Naya? Kate said. You're right, Naya. I spoke to Mr. Brick, the acting mayor of this village, and he asked if we could sell the ogre materials. It was divided into piles the size of mountains, with Pyria's help. There were excellent materials, but it's a delicate matter whether the village could handle them. Can you sell them for a profit? Pyria asked. Absolutely, Naya, Kate said. It's an unknown material that's no one ever stocked before and is hard to sell, Naya. I bought it off them for a high price. Isn't that what you always say? Eris asked. I will do my best to sell the products and benefit us all, Naya, Kate said. Just what are you planning? Eris asked. That hurts to hear, Naya, Kate said. Something like this is what the royal capital's brilliant, rich aristocrats want, Naya. I'll sell it off at a high price before it hits the rest of the market, Naya. So you're heading to the royal capital, Eris said. I can't get in myself, Naya, Kate said. I'll have to route it through the black market, Naya. You just said you'd sell it to aristocrats. Why the black market? It's fine because the aristocrats will be happy to oblige, though it'll be behind closed doors, Naya, Kate said. But just in case, I thought that the original owner, Mrs. Pyria, should also be involved, Naya. Maybe Kate intended to do a long-term business arrangement with Pyria. She had such an attitude towards the court of heaven. On the other hand, it seemed she was doing underhanded business without Eris or the others' knowledge. Pyria gives her an innocent smile. I'd be very happy if it turned into money for Manning, Pyria said. In the face of such a smile shining like a sun, Kate shields her eyes. So bright, Naya, Kate whined. I feel like I'm being cleansed, Naya. I always thought you'd melt instead, Eris said icily. Kate doesn't react and with a croak, immediately returns to her original expression. I have permission for the time being, Naya, she said. Then, will it be okay to trade the ogre parts that are laying outside the barrier, Naya? Yeah, if it also helps the villagers, Pyria said. Naya. You're persistent, Kate, Eris said. Naya, Kate laughs. Well then, I'll let you get back to that ore business, Naya. Kate takes on a curious cat-like pose and left a dust cloud in her wake. Eris sighs as she disappears. Haya, we've got a troublemaker on our hands. Is she a bad person? Pyria asked. She's bad, she's persistent, and she's always just barely within the law, and that's what makes her so annoying, Eris growled. You're looking incredibly scary, Eris, Pyria said. Eris doesn't even bother to hold back her murderous aura. Perhaps something happened between the two of them in the past. Phew. I want to hear more of your voice to calm me down, Pyria, Eris said. Will it calm you down? Pyria asked. Incredibly so, Eris replied. I see, Pyria said. So, what about the other ore? Eris asked. It's the silver and glittering stone, Pyria said as she took it out from her stockroom. I christened it the mirror stone. Another simple name, Eris said. Perhaps, but it does reflect magic, Pyria said. The amplification factor is about the same as mithril, but it's a softer metal. I'm only theorizing, but it doesn't seem to be damaged at all by magic. So it's strong against magic, but weak against physical attacks, Eris asked. That's precisely what I'm thinking, Pyria said. I'm thinking of turning it into powder and mixing it with Paint My Little Golem. I think it'd make a simple anti-magic coating. Magic reflective, Eris muttered. If you can redirect magic into specific directions, I feel you could use it for a lot more than that. I also thought that was a possibility, Pyria said. The problem is it's difficult to process with factory because it reflects magic. So even if you're turning it into powder, you'll have to crush it by hand, Eris said. I think it'll have to stay in the stockroom for a while because I have to prioritize easier tasks, Piria said. It's a different story if you crush it with Golem's fist, but it won't be enough. There is a limit to what Piria can develop independently. By the way, Piria, Eris said. NN, Piria hummed. Were those two ores new species after all? Yep, both were magic stones that were never found within the barriers, Piria said. It's so exciting to be able to do things that were impossible before. Piria's got her head in the clouds, but Eris doesn't look as excited. She puts her hand on her chin and narrows her eyes as she puts on a thoughtful expression. Piria thought at her face and on an unrelated note thought, her eyelashes are so long and beautiful. Mithril and adamantite have existed for over 100 years and have been applied in the same time, Eris said. There is no evidence that ores of other or new species were found before the monsters appeared. It is strange, maybe they were born because of the monsters, Piria said. Or maybe the creation of the ores caused the monsters to be born, Eris offered. There were so many mysteries. To start with, there was obviously highly advanced technology in the form of the monster cores. NNN, we won't conclude anything from just this alone, Piria cried. I'm sure something happened that we don't yet understand. It sounded contrary to her good mood, but it was the truth. If you don't understand, you don't know what to think. For sure, Eris said. There's no use thinking about it now. Yeah, and in the first place, I'll have to finish what's already in front of me, Piria said. Speaking of what you have to do, Piria, I need to talk to you about something, Eris said, beckoning Piria closer and bringing her mouth to Piria's ear. There was no need to talk discreetly because there was no one else around. Yes, Eris just wanted to get closer to Piria. 18. Expanding the barriers area. Because Manning is a poor, F-rank village, there's only one luxurious house in the settlement. It was the mansion of their lord, Scape. No one was using it now. It was a waste to leave it empty so Brick, now forced into the position of village mayor, gave Piria and her companions the mansion using his new authority. The villagers all felt terrible about forcing them to stay in the inn perpetually. And as they heard of what Finn did to Scape, they're all convinced he will never come back. After helping clear the rubble, Finn went off to defeat demon beasts appearing on the outskirts of town, then heard the news as she was reporting her hunt to the guild. She headed to the mansion itself afterward. Eris stands before the entrance, admiring the exterior. As she noticed Finn coming up, she smiled. Welcome back, Finn, she said. Ooh, I'm back, Eris, Finn said. Is it really all right that we've been given this place? Finn knows that Scape will never come back. She intended to leave him alive, but leave trauma that he would never recover from. Still, it seems getting a mansion for free is pretty excessive. Brick said it was fine, and the whole village values Piria that much. Eris appeared. Well, I suppose it is Piria, Finn said. I'm thankful to them. It's so similar to the Court of Heaven's base, Eris said. We haven't been back there for a while, Finn said. We should contact our leader soon. I think the news should have reached them already, Eris said. It would be easier if they could contact us from there, Finn said before her gaze turned to the roof. What the? Eris follows her line of sight. They saw Piria doing some work. What is Piria doing on the roof? Finn asked. She's installing a long-range area detector. Detector? Finn asked. So you know the current barrier has a lot of power, Eris said. It's possible to expand the area it covers while maintaining its current strength. Ooh, that's incredible, Finn said. Can we extend all the way to the river? It can't reach there, Eris said. To do that, we'll have to make a second barrier. The barrier is basically a big dome, Finn said. Wouldn't it be bad if there are monsters inside? That's what the device is for, Eris said. There was already a mithril rod standing over the Lord's mansion. It was a device that detects and warns of signs of monster aggression in advance. While Piria was in her lab, she was inspired by the wolf-type demon beast's sensing and escaping long before monsters attacked. Berserk monsters emit a special pheromone that lingers for hours. The demon beasts sense this pheromone and flee. This radar's function was to detect said pheromones within a 2-kilometer radius and issue a warning to the village. However, what Piria is currently installing detects monsters with a different mechanism. Now that she has multiple monster cores, she can detect the mana wavelengths emitted by said cores. From that wavelength, this newly christened radar can detect the specific patterns of monster cores, which is notably different from the wavelengths of humans and demon beasts. Its range was currently limited to 1 kilometer, but it was enough to cover the area where they wanted to expand the barrier. With 4 of its prongs facing upward, Piria installed the radar beside the existing sensor, grabbed a wire running from it, then climbed back into the mansion through a nearby window. She takes the plug to a room on the 2nd floor and connects it to a different device installed inside. It was shaped like a folding hand mirror. It glowed as the wires were connected. Several dots and a large circle were projected on the map mounted on the wall. Around that time, Finn and Eris just came in. "Oh, it's a device for seeing where monsters are," Finn said. "Finn, Eris, welcome home," Piria said. "I'm home," Eris said. "Ooh, I'm home, this feels kind of embarrassing," Finn said. "From today, this is going to be our home, so you'll have to get used to it," Piria said. Finn becomes embarrassed and turns red. Eris seems calm, but she can't help but smile at the phrase, "our home." "Wonderful, it's all gone according to my plans," Piria said. "Is this circle the barrier's coverage?" Finn asked. "And the points are the monsters. I see, this will expand the barrier so monsters can't get inside. Thanks to getting all those cores, I've got so many more samples, and it was surprisingly easy to make," Piria said. "Is it really so easy?" Finn said. "Perhaps compared to constructing golem," Eris said. "Point taken," Finn said. "You know, if you continue to make all these useful technologies at this pace, Manning will be a state-of-the-art city in no time." Finn was half joking, half serious. If Piria really wanted to, this settlement could become much more advanced than anywhere else. Piria giggled. "What's got you laughing?" Finn said. "I'm glad I made something so useful," Piria said. For goodness sake," Finn sighed. "Piria, can't you take a look back and admire all the great things you've already done, can't you?" I'm happy to hear you say that," Piria said. Seriously, why did you grow up to be such a wonderful woman?" Finn cried. Finn was about to hug Piria, but she couldn't do it and hugged Eris instead. "Why are you doing this to me?" Eris asked. "I thought I wouldn't be embarrassed this way," Finn said. "Your face is red," Eris said. "This is embarrassing for you too, Eris," Finn said. "That's silly, don't you think?" Eris said. "At least I don't look as silly," Finn said. "I'm good friends with you too, as well," Piria said. "Let me in too." Piria couldn't miss out on hugging Finn, and Piria threw her arms around Finn, her face turned brighter red. As the 3 of them were fortunately alone in the mansion, they flirted with each other and talked much about nothing as young people did. The next morning, Piria went outside the barriers alone inside Golem. Her goal was to recover the ogre corpses and check the accuracy of the radar. As a result, she confirmed the existence of a 10-meter class monster was accurate to the display. She named it the Delicious Boar because it was a wild boar type. She defeated it instantly. When she returned to Manning to tell Eris about it, the barrier disappears for a moment and is redeployed. There was no sound, and the coverage expanded by a radius of approximately 300 meters. The children rush out to the empty ground they couldn't reach before and start playing. But it was the miners who were most pleased about the news. As Piria and Eris watched the kids and smiled, they were approached by a woman that was a size larger than either of them. Her hair is short, she stands before Piria and bows slightly. "Hey." "Oh, hello," Piria said. The 2 had seen her face several times before. They were certain she was one of the girls kidnapped by Scape. "My boss sent me because it would be easier for another woman to talk with you too, you know," the woman said. "By boss, you don't mean?" Eris said. "The mine foreman," the woman replied. "Ooh, that man," Piria said. "We've been talking just fine, haven't we? He thought it was probably easier for another woman to talk with you about complicated matters, you know," the woman said. "You're surprisingly shy, aren't you?" Eris said. "Well then, what's your name?" "My name is Ulia, yeah." "The name's Piria, it's a pleasure to meet you," Piria said. "Thanks, but I already knew that." "Oh, I see, Piria says, looking shy as she shakes Ulia's hand. Ulia's hands are rugged and tough. It's clear she's been holding a pickaxe and working at the mines for years. "Anyway, the barrier was widened, so, we're all very thankful," Ulia said. "So yeah. That's all we wanted to say." "What's the connection between the mine and the barrier?" Piria asked. "The barrier doesn't extend underground, but," Eris said, since Manning was locked down and abandoned, the mine was declared effectively dead. And since the barrier's wider now, we can start safely digging in any direction, Ulia said. Ah, so that's how it is. Seems there were unexpected benefits, Piria said. So when it comes to that golem, Mr. Golem, Ulia said, if need ore, just call the smelter and you've got it. Pleasure to be working with you. Thank you so much, Piria said. I'll tell you as soon as I need it. All right. Well, I'm going then, Ulia said, bowing slightly before she hurried back to the mine. So women were working in the mine, Piria said. I think it's rare in Manning as the work is hard and the dust is terrible for your health, Eris said. She was a pretty cool and quiet woman, Piria said. Did you fall in love with her? Eris asked. Heh, Piria asked. No, I didn't. I don't really know if I'd fall for her in the first place. I see, that's good, Eris said, looking strangely happy. Piria muttered, maybe it's jealousy. As she noticed, her chest felt a little tight and she felt a little shy. 19, she's not sure why, but she feels a little lighter. By the time Eris and Piria finished the barrier expansion, Finn had finished helping butcher the ogres and the delicious boar. She still wanted to be with Piria, but her skill set was for a different job. Naihahaha, I can only see this as a giant pile of gold nuggets, Kate cried. As Finn overhears Kate laughing and bearing her base desires, Finn focuses entirely on skinning the ogres. Well, she rarely got to fight against such tough opponents, so this is fun when she thinks of it as training. It's even more fun when she thinks of it as honing her sword arm so that it would one day be useful for Piria. In that respect, there are almost no objects within the barriers that Finn can't split with her sword, so her heart was full of enthusiasm because of that fact. She continued working for about 3 hours, then took a break. As Finn headed to the square where Golem rested and Piria and Eris were waiting to have lunch with her, Finn decided to stop by the guild along the way. Through the glass window, she could see 3 court mages standing before the communication terminal. Nervous, she decided to go around them to the counter. It's as I said earlier, shouts the middle-aged man who appears to be their leader. As the clerk looked side to side and worriedly observed the situation, Finn called out to her. We've got some kind of commotion here again, she said. Mrs. Finn, the clerk said. Hello, thank you for taking care of yesterday's jobs. They were only small fry demon beasts, you can always rely on me, Finn said. Now, what's going on here? The receptionist looked at the trio of mages as she spoke. Finn listened. It seems that their boss has contacted them, the clerk said. Was it a call from the other side? Yes, but it looks like they're arguing. They've been talking for 10 minutes now. The 3 of them were probably speaking with Vane. Were they angry they failed to take Piria back to the royal capital? However, for some reason, it seems that those 3 were also rebelling. Finn decided to stay there a while and listen in to their conversation. That's why I'm insisting that she should be here today, Vane yelled. Do it, you 3 have nothing else to do with your time. Please forgive us. What I want to hear isn't an apology but a yes, Vane roared. He was in the guild branch in March, the town nearest Manning. The clerks and adventurers alike look at him strangely. It's because Vane is proudly wearing the senior sorcerer's robes, everyone is interested. What's such a big shot doing in a place like this? Why are you even quitting in the first place? Vane asked. How can you come to such a preposterous idea while you're in the prestigious position of being my subordinate? I can't understand it. Because we witnessed it, the middle-aged mage said. Witnessed what? Vane yelled. Piria Electo charging in with that giant puppet and taking on dozens of monsters head-on, the leader replied. It must have been a shocking event for them. Just defeating an ogre will shake the kingdom to its foundations. Piria defeated as many as 20 of them. Moreover, almost all of them were killed in close combat with Golem's fists. Even watching from a distance, it was a horrific sight that made their legs quake. Kai, is that true? Vane said. However, Piria is a commoner. You should know that woman is just using the power of her puppet. Of course, if an aristocrat was manipulating it, they would have yielded better results. In the face of that battle, the line between commoners and aristocrats is meaningless, the leader mage said. What did you just say? I know, we knew how tiny we were. The idea of fighting such enemies didn't even come to our minds. If she's so borderline insane and brilliant, then that's who should have really been chosen to become a court mage. I'm. Shut up, shut you up. Far from just defending Pyria, your words undermining the power of the aristocracy are unacceptable. It's unforgivable, but that is reality, Lord Vane. Hey, stop talking, Vane barked. You three wait there. I'll be heading to Manning myself to take Pyria back to the royal capital. We will return to the royal capital together. Then, we will discuss your punishment. Okay. But Lord Vane. Silly Inksy? Vane yelled as he slammed his fist on the button to end the call. He stayed in that position, his shoulders shaking as he tried to control his breathing. He noticed the gazes around him and barked at the adventurers. Don't look, you filth commoners. I'm an aristocrat, a senior sorcerer. It's common sense to bow down to me. As they saw Vane screaming, the rest of the people inside the guild started to move away from him, muttering, "He's crazy." And don't look at him. However, there was one person who couldn't do that. A terrified guild clerk nervously approached Vane and tapped him on the shoulder. "Don't touch me so casually," Vane yelled. "Please forgive me, but we have another incoming call." Kai. Vane glared at the clerk and attempted to leave the place. However, he was immediately stopped. "Please wait a moment, the next call is addressed to you," the clerk said. "What do you mean? Where did it come from?" "From Lord Lancelot, of the Royal Institute of Magic." Vane was thinking of refusing the call, but when it came to the head of the senior sorcerers, he had no choice but to respond. He reluctantly stands before the terminal and presses the button to accept the call. "This is Vane," he said. "Ah, Vane, that response was quite quick," Lancelot said. "I was prepared to wait for half an hour. Save the small talk, just tell me what you need." "Understood," Lancelot said. "Well then, Vane, you're returning to the royal capital immediately." Vane immediately snorted and laughed, going, "Ha." He then said, "It's an impossible request. I have a mission to bring Pyria back home." "Did you fail?" Lancelot asked. "I was planning to have my subordinates do it, but apparently, Pyria is messing around as she doesn't want to go home." "Ha ha ha, commoners are such irrational creatures." "Vane, it's all right," Lancelot said. "Nothing is all right," Vane said. "I have to teach Pyria just who I am." "Foo, I'm warning you that don't know what you're doing," Lancelot said in a low, angry growl. As soon as Vane heard the words, he felt the temperature in the room suddenly drop. It was the first time he'd ever witnessed it. Lancelot was always so pleasant and smiling, now he's fully exposing his hostility. Lancelot goes on. "The wavelength of the mana left in the restricted sections of the barrier matched yours," he said. "Ha?" Vane asked. "The disappearance of Manning's barrier turned out to be your doing, Vane Hardemarum." Wait, this has to be. He knew he had received a mysterious magic tool from the prince. He also said that it could be used to kill Pyria. However, Vane never set foot in the restricted area and didn't even know that the barrier would disappear in the first place. Only Prince Medora knew. Then that means I was betrayed by the prince. Strong and overwhelming despair flooded Vane's chest. He thought that since they were both of noble blood, they respected and trusted each other. "I never thought you could be so stupid," Lancelot said. "It seems it was a mistake to make Pyria your subordinate." "What does that woman have to do with anything?" "She became a court mage, despite being a commoner," Lancelot replied. "Do you know why?" "It's because there's an excess of commoners," Vane replied. "It's probably what the current royal family believes." "Wrong," Lancelot replied. "Of course, she had the king's blessing, but she was also so talented. We were certain she would become a senior sorcerer in the future." "I see, that's why you put her under such an excellent mage as I." "I was hoping that Pyria would raise the bar of your laboratory." The truth was the exact opposite of what Vane believed. Cold sweat pours down his forehead. He was so shocked he couldn't even come up with a counterargument. His breathing turned shallow. "House Hardemarum is the second most powerful aristocrats behind the royal family," Lancelot said. "That was why you became a senior sorcerer. You occupied one of the limited 12 seats without the ability to back it up." "Ha ha ha," Vane chuckled. "So even you can kid around Lancelot." "To be yet more frank, I wanted you to realize you weren't strong enough by witnessing Pyria's abilities," Lancelot went on. "Look at her manipulating all the elements to master puppet magic. I just wanted to force you to withdraw and give your seat to Pyria. But your stupidity was far beyond my imagination." "Shut up, Lancelot," Vane yelled. "You cannot insult me anymore." "They should already be there to greet you, Vane," Lancelot said. "You will be returning to the royal capital now." Two court magicians in their robes entered the guild. They quickly strode to Vane, grabbed both sides of him and attempted to carry him off. "Who are you? Don't touch me," Vane yelled. "Let me go, don't fuck with me. I'm a senior sorcerer, aren't I? I'm a member of House Harem. Do you want to be incinerated?" Crimson flames erupt from Vane's body and burn the surroundings. However, they disappeared in an instant like a ghost. The two magicians forcibly suppressed the heat with their power and turned it back to nothing. Of course, they weren't senior sorcerers. They were just regular court mages. Vane's face is twisted in despair. He knew that his ability did not match the other senior sorcerers. Still, with the Harem name, blood was enough to compensate, because bloodlines should be respected above all else. It was his inherent value as an aristocrat. Many people agreed, even the prince agreed. Nevertheless, why is this happening? Commoners aren't even people. You are only human when you have the blood of an aristocrat. I don't understand why this is happening. Only aristocrats were allowed to enter the royal capital. It was the last bastion of humanity. Eventually, humanity will be destroyed by the monsters. However, in the arc that was the royal capital, the aristocrats would be allowed to survive. Wasn't that future fixed? Vane wasn't the only one who held such ideas. No shortage of aristocrats thought the same and invested in agricultural research to make small areas self-sufficient for food. However, their future predictions have already begun to collapse. Piria's work, her golem, a means of countering the monsters, was born. And ironically enough, it was Vane himself who struck the blow to set it all falling. "Impossible, this is impossible," Vane yelled. "I'm the eldest son of House Harem. I am of noble lineage. This is unforgivable. What will my father say about this? What will the prince say? What will the king? Answer me. Fuck, let go of me, let go of me, let go of me, yay." His cries echo in vain. After he was detained with magic, Vane was thrown into the back of a wagon. Eventually, his mouth was gagged and you could no longer hear him. Two horses pulled it along the road leading back to the royal capital. Back in Manning's guild branch, after the call was over, the three court mages stood there for a while. "We've gone and said it, haven't we?" "I have no regrets," the middle-aged leader said. "I'm rather glad you all noticed your mistakes while you're still so young. But sir, you'll be. Haha, I'll try to find work somehow. Regardless of everything, my background is excellent." With pride that could be called masochistic, the middle-aged leader led his group out of the guild. Finn follows them with her eyes. If they're already leaving right now, there was no need to involve herself with them anymore. However, when they left the guild, they happened to run into Piria and Eris. "Ah," Piria started. "Mrs. Piria," the court mages said, looking awkward. Finn and Eris get angry. Then, the middle-aged man bowed first. Then, the other two also bow in apology. "Forgive us." "Heh?" Piria asked. "A." Puzzled by the suddenness of it all, Piria alternates between them and Eris. However, Eris also looks troubled. Unlike Finn, they weren't aware of the change of heart they just had. "Well, even if we apologize here, it's not enough to make up for the past 2 years. We now realize we've done so much wrong to you." "Ah, I see," Piria said. "We won't involve ourselves with you anymore. We'll not cause you any more trouble. I'm going to quit being a court mage too." Piria cried. "Are you serious about that? We deserve that much, at the very least." As Piria looks at the faces of the leader speaking to her, she thinks, "This is the first time I've seen that face." She was sure this was the first time he'd ever looked at Piria, without the commoner filter. It's just like with the other two, and what's why she now understood. "I see, up till now, after all, it was all malicious." Only by witnessing the truth could they realize their previous maltreatment. Vane was always looming so close over them, they didn't even think of Piria. Nor did they ever even work on anything meant to save the people of this country. They just sat in his position as a court mages and enjoyed the luxuries it afforded them. But they don't wallow in their regret. Piria didn't know why, but they were ashamed of their actions. And now they've come all the way to Manning to apologize to her. Of course, they originally came here to take Piria back, but she doesn't know that. "That's all we wish to say," the mages said. "Again, we're very sorry for our rudeness." And with that, they turned around and left. Perhaps they realized that even if they stuck around for a long time, they would only cause Piria trouble. Piria watches them leave with a conflicted expression. "Eris," she said, "NN. I wonder what's going to happen to those people. Shouldn't I speak to them, Eris? Piria said, ashamed. After seeing all that, and not because Piria was cute, Eris smiled and said with a soft voice, I'm sure they realized your charm, Piria, and saw the error of their ways. I don't think that made the difference. Phew, I don't think so, Eris says as she smiles gently. As Piria still couldn't understand, she grumbled, going, Foon. Yo, Eris, Piria, right on time, Finn said as she walked up in a good mood. Let's go out to eat. Ooh, Finn, Piria said, you were here at the guild. Thanks for your hard work today. It was all worth the effort just to hear that. Finn said. Finn knew the whole story, but she didn't feel the need to say it. Piria didn't need to know the thorny exchanges that took place behind the scenes. As it was, it's as if a convenient and happy ending became true. 20. Unveiling the new equipment. With Golem joining in the afternoon, the butchering of the ogres was completed in no time. Kate said she would buy the materials, then sell them to the royal capital that day. It seemed she was the leader of a trading company, and before they knew it, several carriages had arrived at the village's entrance. With her personality, she seemed like the type to be able to run a trading company, Piria said as she came to see Kate off. She's still threatening us money-wise, Eris said, harsh as ever. Just before leaving Manning, Kate rushed over to Piria. Nihahaya, thank you for your patronage, she said, and then she tried another scheme. And if possible, you could sell the cores too. However, in the face of that flash of greed, Eris glares at Kate with a strength that could kill a demon beast. Nayahia, Kate squealed. Nayahaya, never mind what I said. I'm going, Naya. With cold sweat pouring down her skin, Kate runs away with her tail tucked between her legs. For goodness sake, you can't keep your guard down around her, Eris said. Phew, thank you, Eris, Piria said. But don't you think Mrs. Kate's not that bad? Piria, Eris started. She's got a deceptive personality. Well, that might be true, but Ulia said she bought their ore too. Did she talk to you beforehand? Eris said. We don't have a business permit because we don't have a lord, Piria said. We shouldn't be able to sell it through the usual routes. She was probably buying it cheaply. Is that so? Eris asked. Well, even if she did buy them for cheap, the money Kate spent will go straight to the village, won't it? It's probably more profitable than when their old lord was the middleman. Looking at that mansion, it looked like he was living a pretty luxurious life. Additionally, at just a glance, you can see the rest of the village was living in poverty. That lord seemed to have imposed some heavy taxes. The mine was dying, the settlement rank was low, and the chance of being attacked by monsters was high. It was rather clear that the lord decided to indulge in momentary pleasures and took the necessary measures to support that. Now then, it's time to think about supper, Piria said. Everyone was watching us butcher the delicious boar, Finn said. It's meat today too, isn't it? Piria asked. They were considering turning it into a preserved food, Finn said. I'd get tired of dried meat, Piria said. Fresh is better, Finn said. Boar has a strong smell though, so we'll have to get rid of the odor, Piria said. How do you cook it? While the delicious rabbit had a light taste, the delicious boar had a strong taste, for better or worse. If it was the same as the demon beast boar, its flesh was probably tough. If you baked and served it as is, the children may frown upon it, aside from the adults who already had the acquired taste. Why don't we try boiling it? Piria asked. No, we don't have a big enough cauldron to do so, Finn replied. I can make us a mithril cauldron, Piria said. That sounds excessive, but it does also sound fun, Eris said. Isn't it? Piria chirped. If you do it with magic, you should have enough heat, Eris said. All right, are you ready to try it? What should I do? Piria said. Maybe you two can boil the meat first, Finn asked. Understood, Eris said. What about you, Finn? Piria said. I'll go collect vegetables and seasonings from the villagers, Finn said, and like that, the three parted ways and began cooking. Soon, a platform and a huge pot appeared in the center of the village square. Huge pieces of meat were thrown into it one after the other. The villagers steadily gather around the incredible sight. Manning's evening was going to be lively today, too. The next day was the first quiet day for a long time. Piria devoted herself to renovating Golem, while Eris devoted herself to producing second and third barriers. On the other hand, with the villagers, Brick was overseeing discussions on what to do with the newly expanded land. Of the three choices, Finn joined the villagers. Since she was part of the group responsible for the expansion, the villagers were convinced she had authority, or so went the assumption. Requests come and go from the villagers, one after the other. I want a larger house. I want some land to raise livestock. I want to build a park. I want to have a school, a clinic, a store. With their desires overflowing, there was no end to it. From among them, they picked the most important ones and prioritized them. However, even if there was land, if there was not enough wood, and there were not enough carpenters, the situation wouldn't change. If they wanted to expand the barrier to the river, they could start farming. However, it would be difficult to do so without bringing experienced people from other rural areas. There were still many challenges to developing the village. Somehow, I've gotten roped into developing a village, Finn suddenly realized. This was not their trio's goal, it was to defeat the monsters and return to their hometown. However, if you widen the barriers and increase the land area where people can live, it will eventually lead to that goal. When the meeting ended, Finn came to Piria's workshop. She was going through the renovations at a rapid pace, flying all around Golem. She seemed to be quite focused on the job, but on the occasions that she catches sight of Finn, she smiles for no particular reason. I came here to talk, but seeing her smiling, it doesn't matter, Finn muttered to herself. The healing effect was outstanding. Piri finished her work in about an hour, then she suddenly jumped off of Golem's shoulder and rushed to Finn. Finn, she yelled. As she hopped forward, she hugged Finn from the front. Their bodies remain in close contact as it forces Finn to sit down. Hey, Piria, Finn stutters. What's with all this all of a sudden? It's because I haven't been able to hug you lately, Finn, Piria said as she hugged Finn. Aren't we always hugging at night? Finn yelled. Night is night, noon is noon, Piria replied. The feeling of hugging either of you two is different depending on the time of day, right? No, it doesn't. It does, Piria said, before she suddenly nibbled on Finn's earlobe with a hamu. Nayahiu, Finn moans, do dummy. What do you think you're doing? I heard you moan, Finn. You knew exactly what you're doing, don't you? I can hear what you're saying, but does this really have any special meaning? Piria asked with pure eyes and an innocent head tilt. Faced with that naivety at such close range, Finn's heart was so full it felt like it was about to explode from the cuteness. You're unusually smart, but unusually dense, too, Piria. Is that so? Piria said. I can tell you and Eris love me, because I love you too. Then right now, Piria, can I Kai? Finn trailed off. Kai, Piria repeated. Kai us. What's going on with you? Piria asked. Finn tried to be brave, but she quickly fell apart. Piria's heard her so many times before, but she still hasn't got a clue. It's a real wonder. Finn, your face is bright red? Piria asked. What happened to you? Yeah, well, you see. Yes. I'm curious about Golem, Finn said. As Finn cheats and says that, Piria's eyes shine brilliantly. Are you curious about it? Piria said. I figured you would be. I am too, so let's test it out right away. Oh, Finn cheered. So, I installed the charge stone in his chest, but just look at it, Piria said. Doesn't it look cool? My little golem is so stylish, isn't it? Sure is, Finn said. It looked rough then, but now it's much more stylish. Isn't it? Piria squeals. I've fallen in love with my little golem all over again. Honestly. For a while, Piria hits Finn's shoulders in excitement. Finn's deception seemed to have worked perfectly, and she was both happy and disappointed it did. But in all honesty, the refurbished golem looks cooler than before. The angles on the head have become one size larger and more majestic. Its chest is fitted with the crystalline charged stone, and runes are also engraved around it. Similar engravings were done on the backs of both its hands, giving the impression of decorated gauntlets. It's so cool, isn't it? Piria hummed. My little golem. I take it that's not just for decoration? Finn asked. Of course. I'll announce the new equipment tomorrow, so please look forward to it, Piria said. Apparently, Finn's got a special seat for the event. Whatever in the world is Golem's new feature. Finn had some ideas based on the interactions between Piria and Eris, but she decided to just wait and see what happened tomorrow. And now it was the next day. Good morning, you too, Piria said. It's a lovely day today. She had been incredibly excited all morning. So much so, it seemed, that she woke up earlier than usual, and by the time Eris and Finn woke up, the table was overloaded with breakfast. Pyria, frolicking about in an apron, was so adorable that Eris hugged Pyria over eating breakfast while looking at her with hungry eyes. The three people climbed into Golem in such a mood. It seemed that Pyria already had the parts to make a new barrier in her stockroom. After eliminating all monsters within range, they can expand their territory just by installing a new barrier emitter. If it expands to the river, Manning will have a multitude of opportunities opened up to it. "Oh," Finn asked as she looked at the display. "I didn't see that before, did I?" As she said, there was a round frame on the upper right corner. "This is the new equipment I mentioned yesterday," Pyria said. "I call it the Integrated Puppets Monster Detector." "Ooh, that naming convention's a little lame," Finn said. "It should be easy to understand," Eris said. "Are you not impressed?" Pyria said. This device can detect and display monster cores within a 500-meter circumference. So in short, it's a simplified version of the one installed in the mansion," Finn asked. "Oh, is that why the angles were bigger?" "That it was," Pyria said. "The size of the dot tells you how much mana the core is emitting. So the same function you added to the one in the mansion," Eris said. "It's still in live trials," Pyria said. "I've only got 10 and 20-meter cores." The wavelengths emanating from those two cores changed in proportion to the monster's size. However, it was not a consistent pattern for 30-meter classes and above. "We don't even need to get close enough to see them," Finn said. "Is this range right up to the barrier?" "Yeah, and within the detection range, there are only a few 10-meter classes," Pyria said. "They don't really go berserk and attack." "Hey, isn't that strange?" Pyria asked. "It's like someone is controlling them." "Well, maybe that is the case, considering there's a general," Finn said, recalling Flugel. He was a clearly intelligent ogre. He may have commanded the horde because he had some means to manipulate monsters. "If that's the case, I wonder why the monsters didn't destroy humans right away," Pyria said. "That's definitely a terrifying thing to think about," Finn said. "I don't want to even consider it." Today is about announcing my little golem's new equipment," Pyria said. "Let's start with the problems before us." Rather than wondering about questions like that, Pyria was the type of person to take on the steps to her goal one by one. Even just for Golem, it took time and effort to complete it, and she accomplished that by setting small goals. "I'm good with that," Eris said. "It's like Pyria said," Finn said. "Let's do something than sit around thinking." Pyria mentioned she detected more powerful monsters from the device at home, Eris said. "Oh, is that big game?" Finn asked. "It's just going by comparison, but with that size, it's about 30 to 40 meters in size," Pyria said. "Moreover, it seems the two are always acting in unison. I don't know how strong it is, but I suppose that would be multiple opponents from the get-go," Finn said. "But it'll be fine," Pyria said. "With my little golem's new equipment, it should be able to deal with monsters up to 40 meters in size. Theoretically speaking." With such confidence backed by solid theory, Golem begins to walk. Before they knew it, the villagers had arrived to see them off. Pyria purposefully waved at them with Golem's arm before they stepped out of Eris's barrier. Then, Finn glanced at the upper right corner and screamed. Oi, the number of red dots jumped up all of a sudden. "They're coming in from outside, the detectors range all at once." "They're trying to surround us," Eris said. "It's like they were waiting for us," Pyria said. "I wonder if they're bringing a grudge." "That's probably it," Finn said as she saw a silhouette on a hill. White fluffy fur, glowing red eyes, sharp front teeth, it was unmistakably a horde of delicious rabbits. "Ah, it's meat," Pyria said. "It is meat," Finn said. "Definitely meat," Eris said. The three were in unanimous agreement. Now that they'd repelled 20 ogres, a herd of about 10 10-meter classes isn't terrifying. Moreover, Golem's been powered up since that day. "But it seems we're too tough for them to get close, isn't it?" Pyria said. "I wonder if they're just watching us." "No, that's not it," Eris said. "They're opening their mouths, mana is gathering inside." "Pyria, the numbers are going up," Finn yelled. "It's the magical concentration," Eris said. "Maybe it was because they lost the last time, they're thinking of using magic all at once." "Oi, are we going to be all right?" Finn asked. "I haven't seen Golem using magic yet, right?" Foo, don't worry so much, Finn," Pyria said. "For this particular situation, I've got new equipment jointly developed by me and Eris." "Pyria, they're already casting," Eris said. Earth magic was gathering in the mouths of the delicious rabbits. Stone blocks were fired off and rushed towards Golem. "Roger," Pyria said. "Golem protection, activate." As Pyria pulls the strings, the charged stone on Golem's chest glows, and the spell manifests from its armor. In the next moment, a spherical barrier was deployed around Golem. The delicious rabbits' rock barrage stops the moment they hit the barrier and turn back to dirt. Of course, Golem is completely intact. "Phew," Finn sighed. "Watching that from in here made my heart stop." "But we're untouched," Eris said. "Right, my little Golem is unharmed," Pyria said. "This is one of my new trump cards, Golem Protection." "Do you still have more to show?" Finn asked. "Of course, my little Golem's evolution never stops," Pyria declared. As she said that, she manipulates Golem. It takes 2 mithril slicers in its hands. What's different from the previous discs are the runes carved on the surface. Golem hurled them both at the herd of delicious rabbits. Crackling with magic, they not only tore through the monsters they touched, but torched anything else nearby. 21. The new weapons are a big success. The barriers, it keeps invaders outside its area of influence. There is a solidified magical film on its surface. Inside that film, the remaining mana continues to circulate like flowing lava. The film acts as a protective layer, but as soon as that is ruptured, said mana rushes out and explodes. That was the nature of the lightning striking when Golem tore open the barrier. So what if there was no film on the barrier to begin with? It just turns into a crude, violent device that scatters mana everywhere. To make matters worse, it's much easier to construct than a normal, functioning barrier. During the battle, Pyria processes mithril slicers using Factory and draws a technique on it. It's so efficient that the process is over in an instant. The thrown mithril slicers not only tear apart the delicious rabbits with its sharpness, but the failure barriers on them torch the enemies from the heat they generate. A delicious, fragrant scent wafts around the area. "I christen these the revised mithril slicers," Pyria said. "I don't like them very much," Eris said. "Eris?" Pyria gasps. Eris thought it was showing off her past mistakes, so she had mixed feelings about the technology. It seemed that she had a lot of trouble analyzing the original barriers. And during that time, she went through a lot of pain trying to reproduce the barrier with unorthodox techniques. "But it's something the two of us created together," Pyria said, so shocked she turned her face down. "Something we created together?" Eris says, reacting violently. "So in a manner of speaking, it's our child." "No, I think this is different," Finn said. However, her straight man act no longer reached Eris. "Pyria." "Eris." Eris goes wild, and she grabs Pyria's shoulders. Hearts are floating in her eyes. "I like you," Eris said. "Yeah, I do too," Pyria said. "All right, don't worry about me, just go crazy on those guys," Eris said. "Woohoo," Pyria cheered. "I'm not going to miss, you delicious rabbits. Go forth, revised mithril slicers." Pyria makes a slicer in an instant. Golem hurls it at the enemy. The monsters are torn apart, burned, and their horde shrinks in the blink of an eye. When more than half of them were incapacitated, the rabbits turned tail and ran. The corpses laying on the hill were soaked in blood. The earth is dyed red with it. "NN, foo, with this much meat, we won't be short on food for a while," Pyria said. "This amount of meat would be perfect for mass-producing jerky," Finn said. "Me too, because phew, Eris muttered. "Oi, Eris, get your head out of the clouds," Finn said as she shook her by the shoulders. With that, Eris finally came back to her senses. However, her eyes were still captivated by Pyria. There was no significant difference between her sane and crazy states. "Well then, as for our next move," Eris started. "We should get rid of the small fry first," Finn said. "It'll be awkward to get surrounded like before." "I'll crush them like Pache, Pyria cried. In essence, Pyria was a kind young woman, but she had no mercy for monsters. When she says Pache, she means those monsters are getting crushed to paste. She threw her fists, she threw her feet, and sometimes she'd just throw them. After some time, the monster signatures in the surroundings have been completely wiped out. The remaining is the pair of 30 to 40 meter classes, but they're moving unnaturally, Eris said as she looked at the detector. The red dot moves in a circular motion while maintaining a certain distance from Golem. "Did they notice us from over there?" Pyria asked. "We collected all the corpses, but it can probably tell by the smell of blood," Finn said. But it's not like it's trying to run away, Eris said. This area should have been the ogre's territory, Pyria said. Then Golem came into the picture. They're gone, and now it's ours. Are they frustrated? Eris asked. It's an act of aggression, Finn said. I'm sure they're asking for a chance to fight. It's Finn's animal instincts, but you could argue she was right on the money. More importantly, it seems like they're just observing us, Pyria said. I can't see anything from here, Finn said. The delicious rabbit sniffed us out. Many animal types have significantly sharper senses, Eris said. Well, those are for the demon beasts, but it should also apply to monsters, Pyria said. Though now that I think about it, they should be even more powerful. Golem's integrated detector has a maximum range of 500 meters. But the senses of the wild monsters far surpass its capabilities. Pyria, they're coming, Finn said as she stared at the detector. They were certain the red dot's movement has changed somewhat. Finn seemed to believe it was an incoming attack. And as the words meant, the 30-meter class rapidly approaches. It's moving along the terrain. You should be able to see it because it's above ground. Why can't we see it approaching? Pyria asked. Pyria, dodge right, Finn cried. Though Pyria couldn't see anything, she jumped to the side as Finn ordered. Then they heard the sound of something landing behind them. Just now. It's disappeared from sight and pounced, Finn said. Pyria, there's a jump in mana concentration, Eris said. Something's casting a spell. There was a sniper shot from the 40-meter class. An icicle came flying at Golem. Golem protection. Pyria blocks it with the barrier. The ice strikes the invisible wall and shatters. Meanwhile, the 30-meter class ran away, judging by the sound of its footsteps. Kai, are you going to hide and ambush us? Pyria cried. It's a four-legged beast, Finn said. And judging by that pounce, it was probably a cat-type monster, Eris continued. It can go invisible and launch itself across hundreds of meters, Finn said. It's a pretty strong enemy. How'd realize it was there, Finn? Pyria asked. It was just a wild guess, Finn said. Even if wild animals can hide from sight, they can't hide their murderous intent. Unlike Pyria and Eris, Finn was a warrior who wielded a sword right at the front lines of a battle. It seemed it was a feeling only she could understand. That's what made her so reliable an ally. There's a sniper shot at the same time the other pounces, Finn said. It's going to be hard to dodge. I'll finish this the next time, Pyria said. Can you do it? Finn asked. It'll be hard to hit them with your fists. That's where the new equipment comes in, Pyria replied. Can I leave the timing to you, Finn? You got it. I can't help but be jealous at how smoothly you're working together, Eris said, puffing up her cheeks. Aren't you doing enough for us? Finn said, pressing her hands on Eris's cheeks and squeezing the air out. Don't get a big head. Pyria manipulates Golem's threads as she smiles at the two's antics. Ogre Core, limiters released. Output 120-150, 200% reached. The operational limit is 1 minute. But it probably won't take that long. Whether they kill it or let them flee, this match will be decided in a moment. Heat exhaust spews out from behind Golem. The temperature inside the cockpit also temporarily rises. What's worrisome is that the enemy's movements change due to the heat. I feel the killing intent, Finn said. Apparently, they think we're trying to intimidate them. They're moving fast, they'll be here soon, Eris said. Ooh, it's going to pounce, Finn said. The 30-meter class quickly launched off the ground. Pyria can only see it by the small red dot on the detector. The monster arcs through the air and falls at a speed approaching 500 km/h. Just before it comes into striking range, Finn shouted, "It's here!" At the same time, Pyria thrust out her left hand and made a fist. Sphere Breaker, activate. Pyria raised the charged stone, embedded in Golem's left wrist. The yellow crystal and the spell engraved on the arm emits light and releases its stored mana. It was more powerful than the one carved on the mithril slicers, Failure Barrier. An energy field emerges, wraps around Golem in an instant and lashes out. Then, it failed and exploded. Gudgia! With that demonic scream, a giant, brown cat stealth field fails. It appears before them. Immediately after that, the 40-meter class monster cast a spell. An icicle larger than the first shot shatters on Golem's barrier. However, the 40-meter class gray cat comes out of stealth and pounces at the same time, prepared to attack. Its large body blocks the sunlight and casts a shadow over Golem's head. Puppeteer martial arts. This time, the spell engraved on the right arm emits light. Then, Golem steps forward and launches its massive fist like it weighed nothing, right at the enemy's head. The monster lashes out with its claws, they're blocked by the barrier. Golem's fist strikes the enemy's cheek. It's the world's largest cross-counter. Gyugagon, a violent sound echoes around the R, like a mix between an explosion and a blunt impact. The 40-meter class was still alive after taking Golem's fist. Pyria smiles and says, "Impressive." Then at the same time, she said, "I was expecting that. Just a punch wouldn't be enough. That's why the embedded jewels shine." The spell activates, Golem Breakurer. It's a punch using an explosive spell. The adamantine fist crushes the enemy both physically and magically. The barrier's power is added to the fist's momentum. Bakie, the light explodes, the 40-meter class's head burns. As its body's strength drops due to the intense heat, Golem's fist sinks further in and crushes its skull. By the time Golem finished its swing, the monster had already lost consciousness and was flying through the air. Dasun, the gray monster, lands laying down. Golem stops with its fist still extended. "Restart limiters," Pyria said. "Confirm stabilization of Golem power output. Will be like this until the cooling is finished." As Pyria works the strings, the increased temperature and mana spike gradually return to normal levels. There were some restrictions to Golem's functionality until the cooling was complete. However, at the moment, there was no sight nor shadow of other nearby enemies. "NNN," Pyria groans as she stretches, "Phew." It wasn't like the battle or crisis mentioned earlier. It was the first time she'd used the new equipment in a live scenario, and Pyria was nervous. Now she's sure it works and she was relieved. "The new weapons are cool, aren't they?" Pyria asked. Then Finn poked Pyria's cheek from behind her. "NN Fufufu, what is it?" Pyria asked. "You use that barrier well," Finn said. Eris also joins in and pinches her other cheek. "It's all thanks to you, Eris," Pyria said as she's being touched by the two. With this, she safely recovered the cores of a 30 and 40-meter class, so it's inevitable they're in such good moods. "Based on today's battle, it seems that Golem can handle up to 50-meter classes right now," Finn said. "No, I can't beat that Flugel yet," Pyria said. "I want to put a 40-meter class core into Golem." "Is there a cooling problem?" Eris asked. "I made plenty of calculations, but the internal frame's strength won't be enough if it's still mithril." "That's a big problem," Finn said. "I was thinking of talking to someone about it," Pyria said. "Who?" Eris asked. "I'm going to get in touch with the senior sorcerers," Pyria said. Both Finn and Eris look visibly sick at the thought. Wait a minute, calm down, you two," Pyria said. "Senior sorcerers?" Finn asked. "They can't match you," Eris said. "Such garbage." "They're not like that," Pyria said. "The others aren't like that." "Seriously?" Finn asked. "That's unbelievable," Eris said. Both of them sound doubtful, though it was only natural after seeing their colleague. "For whatever reason, everyone else is more absorbed in their research, so they're more like scientists than aristocrats," Pyria said. "Seriously. That's unbelievable." They still aren't convinced. No matter how highly Pyria saw them, they were through with the senior sorcerers. Even just being one was worthy of death in their eyes. "Moreover, they're all weirdos," Pyria said. "You know Vane was just a nobleman, but the other senior sorcerers are different from what you saw." "Seriously? That's unbelievable." "You guys don't believe me at all," Pyria cried. "Finn and Eris won't move even with leverage." Perhaps no matter how much Pyria explains, their attitude won't soften until they meet the real thing. That being said, it is true they'd need the senior sorcerer's help to strengthen Golem. "Well, I can understand what you're getting at, Pyria," Eris said. "Manning doesn't have as many resources as the royal capital. If you want to learn advanced magic, you'll have to call in a mage who specializes in those fields." "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Pyria said. "Maybe Pyria's successes have reached the ears of the senior sorcerers," Eris said. "If we prepare food and invite them here, they might be happy to come to Manning." "Yeah," Finn said. "Should we talk to the boss in the royal capital about the barrier at least once?" See, you also want to ask them things, right?" Pyria said. "It'll be fine. The senior sorcerers are basically given free rein to do as they please. Their research always comes first, and they aren't the kinds of people to do some kind of malicious plot." "Are they going to be fine with this?" Finn asked. Piria laughed and dodged Finn's question with an ahaha. She hadn't spoken much with the senior sorcerers except Vane. At her first interview, she was even called out to by Lancelot and Latina. The rest of her knowledge was from rumors and anecdotes flowing around the laboratories. As far as she could tell, they were not people you'd call good human beings in the slightest, but if your interests aligned with theirs, they'd be on your side, or at least that was the impression. And all that aside, with the defeated monsters, Piria proposed to name the 30-meter class the Delicious Cat and the 40-meter class as the Candy Cat. However, the cats couldn't be eaten, and so Finn named them the Stealth Cat and the Hide Cat. Name: Golem. Passengers: Piria Electa. Equipment: main material, mithril. Arm material, adamantite. Armor, mithril. Core, ogre core. Specifications: height 20.2. Weight, 140 to 145. Armor strength, 1200. Core output, 250. Maximum speed, 180 to 175. Armaments: kick, melee attack. Power, 70. Adamantite knife. Melee attack. Power, 90. Pun, melee attack. Power, 100. Mithril slicer to revised mithril slicer. Small to medium range attack. Power, 200 to 250. Consumes 1 mithril slicer when used. Recoverable after combat. Barrier wave to sphere breaker. Melee attack. Power, 300. Consumes charged stone power upon use. Recharges in 30 seconds if in a non-combat state. Puppeteer martial arts golem strike. Melee attack. Power, 400. Puppeteer martial arts golem breaker. Melee attack. Power, 550. Consumes charged stone power upon use. Recharge in 30 seconds if in non-combat state. Special ability: limiter release. A technology that sends a signal to the core and utilizes normally suppressed power. Since the heat generation also increases, it is necessary to operate the cooling system at maximum output. The current release limit is 200% power, and the operational time limit is 1 minute. Marionette interface. A control system that uses puppet magic spells. Operating it is very complicated and requires great dexterity and pressure control, so it can only be used by Piria at the moment. Golem protection. By releasing the power in the chest charge stone, a barrier deploys around Golem. Duration is 1 minute. Recharge in 1 minute if in a non-combat state. At present, it has been confirmed to defend against 40-meter class magic. 22. Negotiations. We'll do it, Latina said over the communication terminal. It was just after the fight with the monsters outside the barrier. Piria's group had returned to the village with Golem, organized the butchering and part harvesting, then came to the guild branch to contact the royal capital. After waiting about 2 hours, they said their intention, and Latina immediately responded with that. The answer was too easy for the time it took. Piria and her friends suddenly collapsed before the communication device. Is it really going to be that easy? Piria asked. Will you leave the royal capital and come to Manning? To be frank with you, I was just thinking of contacting you myself, Latina replied. I also had news to tell you. What is it? Piria asked. Just a short while ago, Vane was brought back to the royal capital. He's currently in the dungeons. Not only Piria, but Finn and Eris are also surprised. The dungeons, what'd he do to get in there? Piria sputtered. Didn't Manning lose its barrier? The culprit was Vane, Latina replied. Piria cried. Could he really do that? At Piria's surprise, Latina laughed, her shoulders shaking. And then Fufu, you did strike me as that kind of person, didn't you? She said. Heh, Piria asked. No, that's not the case. It's fine, he looked like crap while you were his subordinate, Latina replied. So, out of jealousy, he deactivated the barrier to try to get you killed. Was that his motivation? Piria asked. We're not sure yet because the investigation is just about to begin, Latina replied. That's why Lancelot is so busy I'm speaking in his stead. As you said, I doubt that a magician like him could interfere with the barriers. I heard that only the royal family could enter the control rooms, couldn't they? Piria asked. You're right, so this is a pretty delicate case, Latina replied. With the involvement of the royal family, it could end without any answers. Moreover, although Lancelot is not with the military, he's involved in the investigation. After Latina said all that, Finn came forward. She looked at Piria and they changed places. Hey you, Finn said. Latina, right? That's quite the rude tone for someone you just met, isn't it? Latina said. Who are you? I'm Finn Tisiphone, she replied. Do you know my title, the Sword King? Ah, you're working with Piria, Latina said. Is the Holy King with you? Please give them my best regards. Can I ask you something before I give her your greeting? Finn asked. I'm not obliged to answer, Latina replied. Why did you leave Piria alone? Finn asked. If you worked in the Institute at the same time, couldn't you have stopped Vane? Piria stands next to Finn, confused at the quarrel. She looked at Eris for help, but she also had a stern face. Ah, that situation, Latina said. I'm not blaming Piria, but she didn't ask for outside help. Is that why? Firstly, I'm too busy, Latina said. Ordinary senior sorcerers don't look into the work of other laboratories, except during meetings. Is that so? Finn snapped. Vane was an exception, Latina replied. Well, the people you should be unhappiest with were the ones responsible for putting Piria under Vane to support him. Perhaps the biggest tragedy here is that Piria was able to cope with Vane's unreasonable pretenses. Piria worked her hardest while she was alone in the lab. Because of her talent and abilities, she succeeded in giving her best. If the limit had been reached earlier, the other senior sorcerers might have noticed the incident at meetings or something like that, but at the present state of Vane's criminal investigation, I briefly read Piria's documentation. That vast array of spell development and magic tool production were all done by your lonesome. Yes, Latina asked. That's usually not possible. Other court magicians would have been crushed by that workload in less than a month. Is that so? Finn asked. Half of her words were praise for Piria, so Finn has no choice but to restrain herself. Piria herself had a difficult expression like she was wondering if she could mourn. Of course, if a new court magician declared they would quit in a month, that's an issue for the entire institute, Latina said. But that wasn't the case, was it? Yeah. I don't know what the relationship is between you and Piria, but I understand that you're not convinced, Latina said. But if a senior sorcerer apologizes, will that satisfy some of your grievances? Make it happen, Finn said. At least a superior like you should apologize directly to Piria. Like this, it's not enough. In that case, will you say you're satisfied and stand down? Latina asked. I'm sorry I didn't act according to the script, Finn said. No, it's appreciated because these days, just listening to that sort of talk has been lowering my intelligence, Latina said. I'll have the senior sorcerers apologize to Piria's face when I meet her. Since Lancelot is also responsible, he may do so himself. I wonder if that will satisfy you, as Piria's guardians. Yes, very satisfied, Finn said. You do realize I said that in jest. I'm aware I'm acting like an overprotective guardian, Finn said. She's proud of it from the bottom of her heart without a hint of irony. Eris also folded her arms behind her, nodded and hummed, That's right. Of course, Latina hasn't seen them in action, but it seems she guessed somehow. Piria, you're surrounded by troublesome women, Latina said. Do you really want to be tied up with them? It was gentle advice. But Piria shyly replies, I'm going to be with them forever, so I don't mind being tied up with them. Latina was amazed at their responses. Ah, it feels like your world is complete with them. I understand, I understand. Above all else, it's good that you understood that, Finn said. By the way, Lady Latina, are you the only one coming to Manning? Piria asked. I don't want to rush in too many people at once, but everyone wishes to go, you know, Latina replied. They wish to see the monster corpses in Golem's wake. Is there anyone you wish to meet in particular? I would like you to send in Lord Pearls if possible, Piria said. I want to consult with them regarding Golem's development. Oh dear, Latina said. I know I said that everyone wishes to go, but Pearls may be the exception. They don't want to move that far, do they? Piria asked. Pearls Valmontaguna, one of the senior sorcerers. A master of ice magic, they were an eccentric mage who was always clad in armor. No one has ever seen them without it, and they communicate silently through the technology in their armor, so no one even knows what gender they are. As the king was involved in their recruitment, he seemed to know, but when asked, he doesn't say, claiming, It's a private matter you see, ha ha ha. If you provide bait, it should entice them, Latina said. That's it, Piria said. There's the undiscovered ores. We found them when we went out of the barrier. Ah, now they'll definitely go, Latina said. In addition to their specialization in ice magic, Pearls collects ores as a hobby. Their armor was developed by themselves from their ore collection. Hence, each time a new ore is obtained, their armor's material changes accordingly. Understood, Pearls will be part of the group, Latina said. The rest will be left to us here. Please do so, Pyria said. The promise was made and the call ended. Pyria was in a good mood at the prospect of strengthening Golem. On the other hand, Finn and Eris were worried. Aren't they senior sorcerers? I still can't trust them, Finn said. I agree, Eris said, but because I won't be able to speak properly with them, I leave it to you, Finn. It'll be fine, you two, Pyria said. It's because Vane has been properly arrested. That means we're not going to deal with schemes and misbehavior anymore, right? That is good news, but, well, I can't help but be suspicious if we don't meet them, Finn said. Let's meet and talk with them face to face to see if they can be trusted. In case of emergency, we'll protect you, Pyria, even if it means tying you up, Eris added. That's not protecting me at all, Pyria cried. Due to the natures of their magical specialties, it was Pyria who was the binding expert. But maybe Eris would be the type to be glad to get tied up if it was Pyria doing it. Moving on, it was decided that the senior sorcerers would come to Manning. It was too late for today, so they would leave the royal capital tomorrow. It would take them 3 days to get here. Pyria looked forward to that day. Finn repeats simulations in her brain in preparation for that day. Eris hugs Pyria without bothering to prepare for that day. Throughout the night, each held those thoughts in their hearts. End of Volume 1.